technology can do is to
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, watchers of Valence League far and wide. I am the Snow Spy. I am here to shout at things and bring you some exciting gameplay. Well, not specifically me, that's more on the teams. But joining me over to somewhere, because I don't know, because we're not...
Don't know.
He could be anywhere, probably even behind you. But it's going to be Oak, Professor Oak, joining me. It's him. He's back. He's caught all his Pokemon. He's put them in the Pokédex, and he's here to tell us about some League of Legends. How you doing, bud?
I'm getting jiggy with it tonight, to be honest. I'm quite excited to watch today's games, especially because I think Eclipse are coming into this series looking pretty hot. They've had a really good run in winners brackets so far, and obviously the fact that they knocked out of VIS eSports, who have managed to climb back into winners bracket grand final now, means that we've got hopefully quite an exciting set of games ahead of us, especially now that we're on BO5 territory, because suddenly that does give a little bit of space for fall, because actually VIS ended up dropping their initial games against Eclipse 2-0. And then if we look at comparative teams at the same time, obviously Blue Sky Eagles, Eclipse Solar only took them one against them, and Blue Sky only took one game off them. But then when Blue Sky got dropped down into the losers bracket finals against VIS, that went to the full best of 5. So we're seeing some leanings on one side, certain power levels maybe from each team, but best of 5 now between these teams. So let's hope. I'm hoping that VIS can bring it up, because I'm a huge fan of Bobo Bob, and as you know, I respect the man a lot. I want to see him pop off in today's games.
I mean, it's just been let's switch it for just a second. You know, you look at Bobo Bobbin. He's got a friend in me, and he's kind of playing like Prince Ali. But no, just to move on from that point, in terms of it, for me, what's most exciting about this has probably been the closest Div 1 VL I've ever casted. Regular season, everyone's beating everybody. Area 69 was like the top team, top of the leaderboard, and then they come into playoffs, they bomb out. Garlic Bread Mafia looks kind of strong. They end up bombing out as well. Like, the teams are all so strong, and they're all so close together. And Eclipse Solar, yes, has kind of looked like that top tier team, and they did beat VIS before. But VIS had been going through some roster changes. They've changed up what they're doing, and they've seemed to find their form as they moved through this lower bracket and made what might be known as the best miracle run so far.
And I think that's going to go really hand in hand with the fact that we're on 11.22 now. I think a lot of people are still keeping eyes on certain really spiky meta picks right now, like the Graves, that are really, really and continue to be really dominant. But as a couple of nerfs have come in, specifically Conqueror getting hit 11.21, and some other changes to certain AD carries, knock Zaya's at the door now, means that suddenly these new champions are forming in current patch meta. Especially these grasp users who have managed to stack up the win rate ladder of top lane so far. We're seeing Camille, Kench, and Poppy be really, really important picks now. So eyes are going to be on how these players can deviate from any drafts that they've done previously and work well with current patch.
What I'm looking towards when we match these two teams up is, at least from the games that I've seen of this, is a lot of their wins honestly come from Bobo Bobbins being so strong individually. He's been winning a lot of lanes 1v1. He's pretty much always been a solid point in the map. And when we look back into their series versus Blue Sky Eagles, the games they lost were because Bobo Bobbin was not performing as well as he might do. And when you compare them to this Eclipse solo team, Gecko is a really solid player. Been in VL a lot, is always kind of that weak side, reliable top laner that might not always 1v9 the game, but they'll pick tanky stuff, they'll pick stuff like the Shen, they'll play for their team, and it's always hard to get huge leads over a player like that because they're just so used to absorbing pressure.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the first areas we're going to see bans probably pointed towards is Gekno, because he plays Kench, and this champion is the king of top lane at the moment. One of those big three, those trifecta champions of power right now, and he's sitting so dominant, especially in these lower brackets. Well, I say lower brackets. Obviously, this being Div 1 means this is the staple of our
cream of the crop,
the
baby.
Cream of the crop, exactly. So we're probably going to see Kench taken away or picked away. So now we're looking at blue side, red side. Obviously, Eclipse Solar having access to blue side game 1 means that eyes are going to be on what comes out in first rotation, because whilst this Kench is probably going to get taken away, there are other really pivotal picks. That moves really nicely into Lux's pool, because I think Luxa is going to have a really good time in current.
Oh, Luxa's going to be loving life. I mean, that man has been a mage player for years.
Yeah.
And now is the patch where finally Luxa can be unleashed, which is scary when you think about it. I've known Luxa as a player, at least casting, for a decent while. You know, this past season 11, I've seen a lot of his play, and he's always looked super solid to me. And he's always looked like a big carry threat. And I feel like the issue is with Luxa is it's super hard to ban him out because he'll just pick another mage.
Yeah, and that's where these different players come into play again, because Shady, completely different pool. This man loves to play these assassins. He's got a bit of a Lux pick, which I've seen him pull out a couple of times, and we did find angle in that in the last games, actually managed to cast them. But mostly we're seeing huge games on Akali, Katarina, Yone. These are definitely not majors being picked up for this player. So there's going to be those interchangeable champions that are so strong right now, like Vex and LeBlanc, who I think both these players could probably play and pilot very readily at the moment and are looking really strong right now. When are these going to slot into draft?
And that kind of brings the discussion, I think, in towards the jungle, because if you talk about mid lane, you kind of have to talk about jungle, because at the moment the two roles are kind of interlinked with this meta that seems to be forming. And when we look across these two different junglers, I see players that aren't really spoke about in terms of these teams that much, but who are both really solid in their own right.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm obviously looking at the matchup between, is Smidey in the jungle, or they swapped him out for
DK.
DK'd. Yeah,
DK.
sorry. DK'd in the jungle with the Shyvana, who I think we've seen him play that before, alongside with Kibo as well, who I think these players don't seem to play the Graves too much, at least as far as I'm aware. But so we're going to see how that impacts. But on top of that, generalized jungle meta has been shifted up a lot recently. Conqueror being knocked down a peg means we've seen Fleet and other runes seem to pop up out of nowhere. And whilst this has led to real dominance for Graves, other champions like Elise and Rek'Sai suddenly look really, really strong. And so we're going to be looking at how these players can slot in these kinds of champions, because having that diversity, especially towards these champions that suddenly seem to jump up in power before people really get a handle on them, is going to be really important.
And I think carrying on this discussion, as we go into pick ban, the way that we see the two different junglers interact is Kibo is a player that likes to play kind of for themselves. They play a lot of carry junglers, a lot of the Viego pick, at least in that solo queue. Whereas on the flip side, we've seen DKane play a lot more stuff like Xin Zhao and look to facilitate his laners. But as we head into these bans now, we'll have to look what ECS goes towards. I know you said that we're expecting a Tom Kench ban, probably from that red side, as it is a huge pick for Gekno, but the first ban is going to be a Kali.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see individual picks picked away. I mean, especially when Shady has like 400 games in it, it's going to get taken away. That does mean Shady's going to be looking towards other champions that could potentially fit that role. Like we pointed out earlier, like the LeBlanc, which could potentially be important, and Vex taken away as well. These champions we've already mentioned so far, and it just means we're going to be looking for what they can potentially substitute in. And whilst these two champions, I guess, especially with the Akali buffs that came in this patch, looks really strong, other champions can swap into that role very easily. LeBlanc has been a big one, but other flex picks like Lissandra have come in as well.
And so far, we're seeing a lot of these mid lane bans taken away. Vex is gone, Corki's gone. These blind picks, we know that Lux is a player that picks mid early and normally picks something that has a few decent safe matchups. Knowing this player, Victor's still available if they want to pick it. The Syndra's still available, has a few other pocket picks that they like to pull out. But these are where the bans get super interesting, because we've had a big pick taken away from Shady, a big pick taken away from Bobo Bobbin, and that Trundle is kind of a flex pick that this team has played Violent Impulse on both sides, but it's not going to be the Tom Kench ban.
And when you're taking away the Trundle as well, that also means whilst we might end up seeing Kench picked up early here, we're also probably looking towards something like the Xin Zhao. This is a champion that still remained relatively strong, even after changes to runes and stuff like that. And this is the real weakness for Xin Zhao, has been some of these really early jewelers like the Trundle, but instead seeing a Jinx blind, which I think I'm actually unsure about. I think obviously it gives away very little in draft. It means you have a lot of adaptability in terms of what you can continue to pick once you see some picks locked in, like the MF and MF. I think everybody knows how strong this is, but that's locked alongside the Lux, which means we've got a little bit of a lockdown and potential CC to marry in with that bullet time combination.
Personally, I'm expecting this Lux to go towards mid lane. Shady has played it before, and I think it's expecting one of these mage picks from Luxor and going, okay, you pick a mage and have fun fighting into Lux, because the range that she offers is absolutely huge. But we'll see Kibo pick up that Lee Sin. It wasn't that Tom Kench pick first, like you thought it might be. It is instead the Jinx. Obviously, Refraction is a big, huge hyper carry, AD carry player, so taking that one for them before it can be picked away. But playing into Misfortune it's going to be really rough in that early game.
And finally, Mundo gets locked in alongside that. Now, honestly, we don't normally see these solo lanes picked in this area of draft, just because it does mean you can lead into counter pick or potentially further bans getting put into it before you can really respond. But we do see the Mundo locked in, and as we mentioned, as these Conqueror champions have fallen down in top lane a little bit, some of these tanks have managed to find a little bit more space to breathe. And I think Mundo is kind of in this weird space right now where people still don't really know what to do with him completely, which gives a lot of room for players to pick him up, put a lot of time into him, and find success where maybe statistically he doesn't look as strong.
And the only negative of having that Mundo on your team is the fact that you are playing into Misfortune. You don't really have the CC to stop that ultimate, so you are very reliant on that Lee Sin to be able to disrupt that, depending on what support pick they obviously go for. Lulu's going to be banned away. And that Vi being picked up is interesting to me. I mean, obviously we've seen a big rise of Vi in solo queue. I think she had something like a 56% win rate at some point. It was absolutely mental. But how do you think it stacks up in Five's gameplay?
It depends on how much success it can find early, I think. Or at least, it's similar to the Lee Sin, I think, especially with how it functions right now. It depends what build you're going. I think the common build is Sunderer. But that initial lockdown can be so tricky to deal with. And when you have that Vi ultimate in combination with Lux ulti, like if we see blue side's comp with that Jinx being picked away so early, Eclipse Solar seem to be really leaning towards a single carry comp. Vi handles this so well because there is no way to disrupt that CC combo that Vi can put out. And then, okay, this is an angle to be looking for. I actually kind of like this. So Nasus is one of these champions that you need to find the space in lane to breathe to then, get to this mid game, late game, huge stack potential. And I think Mundo is such an easy champion to be potentially laning against, means that Bobo Bobbin has pulled out a real interesting split push champion in this point in draft. And I don't know how this is going to be handled with the rest of it. We have to see what gets locked in that support role, which they've left Counterpick into.
I I don't know about this one. I mean, I was about to say Syndra's available. Victor's still available with just good zone control. How does Nasus play the game?
I mean, he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to play.
He doesn't have to. He can play his own game. He's going to be up the top lane, Game Boy in hand,
2,000 stacks.
Yeah, literally. I mean, now obviously, important things now is we're going to be looking at how this comp can work in the 4-man side of things, because we're seeing a Syndra Lee Sin locked in, which is such a strong 2v2 combo. It is the level 6 kill lane right now in terms of just pure damage output. So Shady and Decayed have a lot of pressure on them around this level 6 margin to manage to mitigate some of the pressure that Syndra and Lee Sin can put up. But even before that, this gives so much space for Kibo to create a little bit of pressure in early game, and Jaded on that Leona plays right into that comp goal. So we're seeing, and with the Jinx locked alongside that, we're seeing really linear scaling options for them. If they find leads through early game, you can play through Lee Sin and Syndra. Then once mid game and late game rolls around, well, you have Mundo and Jinx to pilot through. So I'm really liking Eclipse draft in game 1 here.
Eclipse, obviously, you speak about how they're so well-rounded. They're so like it's really simple to play when you look down from role to role. Everyone has their job. Everyone knows what they have to do, and it becomes easy to facilitate that goal. But when you shift your focus over, you say that Nasus doesn't need to play the game. You're playing more around that split push. You have a lot of wave clear. I just know traditionally when we think about Valorant League and the teams in it, they don't have a very good track record of playing for win conditions out of Unga Bunga team fights.
And this is what this comp is really looking for, because we're seeing a lot of weaknesses within this early game, especially with the Braum and the Lux in combination with this Nasus, means that Decayed and XCTC are kind of playing for themselves. Now, I know Braum has a pretty good time turtling up in lane. That's not really what you want to be playing the MF with. And then, so they're just, I'm assuming, trying to get to mid game, because once mid game gets started, their ability to turtle up and save turrets is really, really impressive. And that might give the space for Bobo Bobbin to start to create some space on the other side of the map. But yeah, they definitely have to play to very specific timers if they want to try and find success with this kind of draft. So they have a lot of pressure on their hands. In the meantime, Eclipse, I think it's pretty easy what they're looking for here with this Leona and the Syndra. For Drake is their 100% early goal. That 25-minute soul, lock that in as soon as possible, because that's the way they're going to pilot into this mid game.
A 20-minute soul going straight for that. I mean, that's pretty much your speed running League of Legends at that point. I feel like every time I cast with you, one of your win conditions is always like whichever team has better early, it's 20-minute soul. That's what they're going for.
I mean, am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, you're not wrong. You are right. But I want to shift your focus away from what we expect these interactions to be later and talk to me a little bit more about these early game interactions and what might happen around these various lanes. You need some time to think? Is that what's going on?
Hello?
Hello?
My mic cut out. I do apologise, viewers. It wasn't just time to think, actually. I literally couldn't talk.
I thought I lagged out for a second now. I was looking at my Wi-Fi. I was like, I swear I'm still in this. All right, you got 40 seconds, so you got speed run this, mate.
Okay, great. Top lane matchup. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's just 2 tanks. Nobody cares. But mid lane, this is where I'm excited to talk about, because I love talking about Syndra. This champion, when used correctly, can create so much space, and it continues on to mid to late game. We've seen some players do really well on this passive Syndra style, which I find incredibly boring. I want to see some aggression, corrupting pot, electrocute get picked up for these continual trades, because that champion can create so much space. So Eclipse, especially with the Leona on top of that, means that they are really looking to play as aggressively as possible in the first 10 minutes. And on the counteract, Braum and Lux gives a lot of space to potentially look for counter engages. I think, not to mention Braum level 1, so good. Maybe they'll potentially look for an invade path. Maybe we might see it.
I mean, hopefully, it might be a bit exciting. I mean, it is rough. You're playing into Mundo, and that man slaps in the early game.
Do you really think so? See, thing, I haven't seen enough Mundo play to talk about it. I think not going Grasp as Nasus is such a bad decision into Mundo. I don't know why you wouldn't go Grasp. I think Belvic is a bit of it's a decision to make. I mean, and guaranteed in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to go, why does Nasus not have TP? Because I will forget.
You know what? The worst part, the weirdest part about Mundo now is ever since they changed his E, he actually feels like a poke champion more than he is like a top lane main, like a top lane booster.
And this could be what the spellbook is leaning into. Maybe we'll see a Doran's ring start, just to, and maybe even an Emax come in, just to get a little bit of early pressure. Because I mean, Mundo with Grasp, that man hits you pretty hard. And I think level 6 can be a really scary spot to hit at. Anyway, going to be loading in here, and best part is we don't need no 10-second pause. We're going to be straight in there as soon as the team is loaded in. There will be no pauses. I foresee it. My vision, my clarity has shown me.
Is it perchance because we discussed this beforehand? And
I mean like team pauses.
Obviously, we're not team pauses.
We're not going to pause.
Yeah, we don't need no pause. Man's not about that life. But we are going to load into game. And I think it's only right that we do a VL tradition, a classic, you might say, and we introduce the teams. First, we wait to see if they do anything spicy before we do. But it looks like we've got some 5-pointing happening. So I'm going to start us off with the blue side. I wish I could do like a Bruce Buffer voice. Just be like, it's time!
Oh my god.
We've got ECS Gekno in the top lane, Kibo in the jungle, Luxor running it down mid, hopefully not, and Refraction and Jaded they're gonna be done in that bot lane, baby. Tell me about the red side.
And then on red side, VIS eSports with Bobo Bobbin, my favourite player. Oh, see a bit of trading. See, this is what I'm talking about. It can't happen.
This isn't gonna lead to anything, bro.
Yeah, but no, it does. Because Luxor gets he gets mana flow.
Oh my god!
And almost killed Shady. You're saying it leads to nothing, but he almost killed Shady. Anyway, we got Bobo Bobbin in the top lane on this Nasus, Decade in the jungle, Shady Almighty in the mid lane, XCTC in AD carry, and Smiley playing support.
I like how you said Smiley with a smile.
Yeah.
Like Smiley. Aww. So cute.
He's not going to be smiling soon. He's got to play Braum into Leona Jinx.
I feel like what happened is when I saw that Braum lock in, it was so strange to me because I'm like, oh, well, obviously ECS just goes Braum because, you know, big MF counter kind of counters looks as well. You're kind of vibing. You're just chilling there. And then Smiley's like, no, me play Braum. It is my champion.
So few key interesting early game things. We got Lux starting on the tier, which means there's going to be a little bit of space. I mean, I should stop saying that. I feel like I've said that 5 times already. Lux is going to be very weak early game. It's going to be Lux is going to be trying to push that lead as much as possible. And also, triple redo coming up from Bobo Bobbin as he's getting absolutely slapped up right now.
I told you, Mundo slaps, man.
It's because he didn't go Grasp. Guaranteed. If he goes Grasp, he's fine. Imagine trying to trade in wave without Grasp.
Yeah, true. That is kind of rough. But speaking of rough, bot lane is looking kind of rough here, and if Jaded steps up a little bit too far, you're finding yourself level 2 to level 1, but it is going to be matched. Nothing's going to happen there. A little bit of trading in the mid lane, and this is what I always find really exciting. You know, when you watch pro play or stuff like that, everyone's full HP at like 5 minutes. Not in VL, baby. These people are scrapping from minute 1 to minute... Normally the games don't go past 40 minutes, but...
It's great. It means I get to talk less.
Yeah, true, and that's what the viewers want as well.
Great, yeah, brilliant, fantastic. Anyway, as we see these early games cement out, what we do see is we see Kibo doing a triple clear and looking for mid, gets flash out of Shady.
Yeah,
isn't going to lead to much though. In the turn, we also see a gang coming in the top lane as well.
Oh, cheeky though, gang coming to top lane. Vi's going to come in there, do a bit of damage. Gekno's going to have to flash out at that one, but won't lead to anything else. Summon a spell used.
But Lee Sin might be pathing up here. Kibo knows where Decade is right now. Doesn't ward jump and try and go for it, but 3 camps taken from both junglers, and we're seeing flashes exchange in alternate lanes. And I think really the one that's going to matter a lot more is this mid wave, especially because Gekno, as long as he controls his wave correctly, it's going to be slow pushing back into him now. So he's got a really easy time for the next 2 minutes as long as he handles his wave properly.
Yeah, that's the question. Is he going to handle the wave properly? I mean, it's in an okay state at the moment, but a lot of minions there means that probably not going to be able to hold that freeze without taking significant damage. As Decade looking to get that gank through. It was spotted on the ward, but no flash from this Mundo means a flash Q comes in, but it's not going to hit. Wouldn't have mattered anyway because of the passive. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a little bit of a trade, a little bit of a dragon taking going on, but nothing special.
Yeah, just some casual back and forth. As yeah, that flash from Decade was a little bit overeager, especially because Mundo obviously has that passive that goes where he pleases, where he is unable to be CC'd for the first interaction of whatever CC. I don't know how to word it properly, but basically, the first time he gets hit by CC, it doesn't matter. It drops down a little orb for him to pick up and heal himself.
I'm looking at my thesaurus. There's a word for this. It's called immunity.
Oh, that's... So you should be the color caster here.
Oh, right. No, I'm just like I'm going on countdown, bro. That's where I'm going. I don't even use thesauruses and countdown.
No, they use dictionaries.
Same thing. Who cares? They both have words in.
But even with this, seeing them with Gekno be very heavily pressured by Decade in the early game, he's actually built up quite a significant CS lead. Obviously, with this wave shove in, Bobo Bomb is going to get that, close that gap slightly, but. On top of having that wave shove in now, it means he should be able to walk into top lane without burning that TP. So both top laners have their TPs up. So it means first Drake's up now. It is Cloud, which is a particularly tricky dragon to take in the early game. But double TP means that could be an option for either team.
It could be. But Nasus has still got to kind of take another reset. They have got that Sheen. They have got the 3 rejuvenation beads. They're really stacking them up here. I'm not even sure what they build into, but I know they're first item, Pog.
What else do they build into? That's a good question. I feel like I should know this.
I feel like I remember seeing on Reddit somewhere. It's one of those items where it has really good gold effectiveness when you sell it. So like it's like something like 70%, so it doesn't even matter. But what does matter is the fact that Gekno's getting ganked once again. This man just gets camped daily. But it's not going to do anything because Mundo is too strong and he goes where he pleases.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even with Decade getting that gank in there, that passive plus the fact that she used her Relentless Force on the minion instead of Mundo means she wasn't able to proc a W and didn't find the damage. And now the fact that they've spotted Decade in this top lane means that Kibo and the rest of his team moved down, took first Drake, and now they're also trying to look for a dive here.
Oh, Shady, you're in a rough spot. The stun's going to come through. CC chain is good. First blood is there, and ECS makes it look easy.
Yep, and Syndra level 6, so scary. We talked about it in pre-game, and they're showing it fantastically there. But Jaded moving alongside Kibo, getting that kill in the mid lane. But on top of that, look at the bleeding. Look at how much CS Shady loses because of that death. And on top of that, Plate goes over to Luxor, and Shady has to use that TP.
Yeah, TP advantage no longer going to be there. Luxor still has that cleanse, and it's always really surprising when you see a matchup in which one champion has TP, one champion has a more combat-oriented summoner spell, and you see the one without TP actually being up in CS.
Yeah, you've got to make sure to be using, and it comes down to wave control, and I think this is the big thing, and why I tend to lean into combat summoners when you're not, D1 plus, is because if you can't control your waves correctly, especially in a losing matchup, it's better to just take a defensive rune and find the better reset timers when you have that, set amount of gold until you have that lost chapter, because that's really going to be the play you're making for. And yeah, TPs end up getting used either needlessly or when you get killed here where, bleeding happens anyway.
My God, and as you say, that Bobo Bobbin definitely bleeding a lot. Case! Oh, Gekno! No, I told you, man. Mundo slaps and Gekno proving it, but in the mid lane, Shady.
Another one? Oh no.
Might be looking for something. As Luxor just jukes everything. What fancy footwork from Luxor there, and the most impressive part is doesn't even have boots.
Yeah, and this is the best part about Phase Rush being such a common room set on Syndra now, means when you get that stun off the QE, You only need to auto find another auto attack or anything just to proc that phase rush, and he gets to walk away basically for free.
That's, you explained it perfectly there. I don't need to add anything to it. As in the mid lane, Luxa is looking to push. Ultimate going to be used, the final spark there. Rift Herald being taken, which is obviously only going to benefit this side of Violent Impulse, as they're a little bit behind in gold now, and it looks like with Smiley moving towards the top side, they might try, maybe make another play onto Gekno, but we spoke about it pre-game. Gekno is such a good, strong, weak side player. In fact, up in CS, really good wave control, while getting pretty much permanently ganked in this game.
Yeah, and I think the big thing we're going to be looking for with this use of the Herald is there any tower that they can actually use it effectively on? Because ultimates get banned top lane.
They're going and trying to fight to the death as Bobo Bobbin uses that fancy footwork, uses the ghost to get out of there, and Decade was pathing up, but they've offset themselves now, which means that they're going to have to move towards this mid lane, and there is good vision control. I will say that much for Violent Impulses. They've got those 2 pinks in that top river, which allows them to cement themselves up there in that top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot more bot play coming out from Eclipse so far, and through that we have seen a slight CS lead coming in for Jinx. Bigger thing is Kibo maybe getting caught out here.
Kibo has to use that kick to get away, but the flash forward, the ultimate from Decade, and it's going to be an easy pickup for the side of Violent Impulses as they try find a way back in this game.
Yeah, well, really good, I was going to say ult combination, but Lux didn't even use the final spark there to pick up the kill. That goes straight onto the Lux, who was bleeding a little bit, going to find a little bit more space in that mid lane. And yeah, we talked about it. Vision around this boss side meant that Kibo was actually scouting blind in the top side. In return, Decay found a fantastic punish, and a little bit of gold goes back towards their pockets. They are still 1k gold down, with Drake spawning in just under a minute, so maybe they can use that gold and the current wave states they have to try and move into the second Drake.
That's always the goal. That's what you spoke about. We spoke about this Drake stacking, but on the side of Violent Impulses, they're going to need to start making something happen here, as they are starting to clear out vision, but there are just so many blue wards in that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Eclipse have really taken best advantage of their Leona being a little bit more powerful in this early game to really take initial control of this bot side of the map. Obviously, this first rotation, where we see VIS moving down to reclaim some of this vision, that's going to rotate back. The ebb and flow of vision is always going on, and once Leona gets back on map alongside with that Lee Sin, that vision is just going to be taken back again, because it's so scary to be playing into this Dragon Rage Solar Flare combo, and when the Dragon Rage is up, it's going to be, I think, VIS playing on the back foot around this Drake, because it's such a scale.
Big amount of poke there onto Luxa, but it's not really going to do much bar make that reset possibly come out, but it is a big impact on what happens next. Rift Herald going to be summoned. They have priority on this dragon, and the question is, does ECS even go for this? As they are going in, they are going to go for the steal. It's not going to be executed. Nice smite there from DKane as the engage comes through back onto Kibo. Stun is up, but meanwhile in the mid lane, solo kill for Luxa. You've TP'd into nothing there as XCTC is going to go down. Smiley probably going to die here as well. That's a double kill over to Jinx, a double kill over to Luxa on that Syndra, and meanwhile Bobo Bobbins just in the top lane, slow pushing that wave.
God, and Jaden did such a fantastic job of changing targets the moment when he knew who they need to be looking out for next, and a fantastic flash. On top of that, stopping Decay's traversal of the map there means that they pick up 4 kills in exchange, alongside with Luxa finding a really nice solid kill in the mid lane, because remember, he was chunked out at the start of that fight there. No TP to burn back in means that Shady got solo killed, TP'd for no reason. A lot of summoners burnt from VIS for really only Drake being picked up, and suddenly the gold, almost 3k gold lead for Eclipse so far.
Yeah, really big and really nice team play. Kibo did go in a little bit alone, did get picked out on that one, but when the rest of your team cleans it up like that, it doesn't really much matter what you do as that jungler.
Yeah, and that's the thing, even with Decade looking so strong at the moment, I think that ultimate and the damage she's pumping out is really high, but the players aren't there to follow up. We see the Gale Force being picked up for XCTC, but he wasn't able to make use of it that fight. He might not have even had it then.
Yeah, that's really sad to see. But in the top lane, Vi is going to go down. In the bot lane, Smiley is going to go down as well. And XCTC looks to be wanting to get out of this one. DK'd, not long for this world. It just depends on who they give the kill to. It will be Luxor. And in the bot lane, a little bit of hope as Misfortune is able to escape death there.
Yeah, and just gold keeps getting handed over to Eclipse. I mean, we talked about the early pressure from the Vi in the top lane not really amounting to much, and it's starting to show here. Now Lux is 4-0 at the moment. Gonna have that, I'm assuming Luden's being picked up very, very swiftly, and that's gonna keep playing into what they want in this mid game.
Ooh, that was rough. The rocket was so close to hitting, but a flash forward from Kibo. Last auto attack comes out from Refraction. Nice swapping of the turret aggro. Almost there, but Refraction will get traded. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Bobo Bobbin trying to fight Gekno out on this one, but nothing much is going to happen there because you seem to be down quite a few items. But DK doesn't want that action to stop, has the cease and desist, doesn't elect to use it as they saw Luxor moving down, and chaos across the board as Violent Impulse is trying to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Directed Cam keeps panning us this top side, which really isn't the point we want to be looking at the moment. As well, I say that, but Bobbin gets chunked real low, and Gekno are going to try and pressure up for maybe another solo kill happening in the top lane. But yeah, we're seeing Eclipse play best through what we saw their comp doing in the first 15 minutes, and that's Leona, Lee Sin just moving around the map and using as many tools as possible to continually pick up kills. And this gold is being fed into their carries almost perfectly. This is the exact this is what you want to see. You use these early game pressures to rotate the gold into your carries, who will then play through mid game. Big pick onto Luxor.
Huge pick and huge shutdown, but the fight isn't over here. Kibo and Jaded want to turn it back around, know that they can't, but DK jumps forwards. Ooh, risks that one there as Super Mega Death Rocket will hit, but not for much damage as Kibo skirting that line, almost getting that Lee Syndrome, but elects not to go for that one, will keep themselves alive, and Violent Impulses hits back just a little bit.
Then we're seeing a little bit of bleeding from Eclipse. Even through their comp being so far ahead, these double immobile carries means that if Decay does get in position to find an effective cease of desist, that can get comboed so easily with the final spark, with the bullet time to pick up an initial kill. And yeah, big shutdown gets given to Shady Almighty, who now has that Ludens completed, and this is where the luck starts to shine, especially once we hit mid-game, especially when MF is on 2 items, maybe a skirmish in the top lane.
Here comes Braum, but Gekno is healing and is also tanky. Bobo Bobbin uses that Nasus ultimate to try keep themselves alive, has the ghost, but here comes DK, the last member, misses that dash forward, but the damage will be there. The Braum passive is huge, but it's just not enough. Can't quite get it. Gekno's massive. They get the first kill. Are they going to get more? No, just not enough. The dash into the turret gets the double kill, and surely Mundo can finish this one off onto Bobo Bobbin as Luxor looks for another solo killer in the mid lane, isn't able to secure that one, but ECS is just looking like mechanical gods in this game.
They are going so hard for these outplays, and even though it ends up ultimately just being a 2-for-1, which is, you know, decent, but you give that shutdown away from the Lee Sin, it's telling of their comp and how they're playing overall this game. They keep trying to push their leads as much as possible because they know that, number one, it feels like it seems like they can, and also that's what their comp wants to play for. They want to push as much kills as early as possible to get onto these mid-game items to continue to pressure up their lead. I think they're doing it fantastically here so far. And with that heavy skirmishing in the top side, it means that both junglers were dead on respawn for Drake, but Refraction and Jaded are already on it. They're going to try and pick it up, hopefully if Decay doesn't spot them out.
DK not going to spot that one out. Means that the Dragon will go over. Only the second Drake at 17 minutes. It's not quite that 25-minute soul point that we were asking for, but they are on track with these Dragons.
Maybe we're asking too much.
Just asking a little bit too much. Come on, getting Dragon while there's people on the map to kill. You're cringe, man. Pushing out top lane again. The CS lead has become a lot closer in that top lane as we expect Bobo Bobbin to start maybe finding their own stride as they get more items. But Kibo looking for more picks as this seems to be a very common thing. All camps up, jungler just looking for fights. Rift Herald is available, and these teams just want to scrap minute 1 to minute 40.
And that is the thing we're seeing here, is both of these junglers seem to, in every skirmish, have 4 or 5 camps up, and it's ultimately playing to Eclipse's favour. If perhaps Decade and the rest of his team identified, okay, if we slow it down slightly, keep farming up and wait for especially MF2 item spike, because that Lord Dom's built on top is so important for finding big damage in these fights. It could be really a really good time for them.
Decent, this
right now.
The time, but the solar flare is huge to stop that damage coming through. Meanwhile, in the top lane, a scrap's going to come through. Exhaust is used by Bobo Bobbin. Ultimate comes through from Gekno. The healing is huge there, but Bobo Bobbin has a counter of their own, and we see NASA starting to turn that one around ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's just some back and forth in the top lane as we see another pick onto Decade, and even with the Sundra really squishy, we're seeing that power start to fall off slightly. There's just so much damage from the side of Eclipse, and they are so far gold ahead at the moment that, yeah, that initial Dragon's Rage means Decade gets completely blown up, and that leads into the Herald, which then they unlock this mid-tier 2. Suddenly they're going to continue to, they have so much space now to continue their parade of vision and extend it as much as possible, as we see pinks get littered out in the bot side of the map, which no, even with Baron spawning, I'm assuming next eyes are gonna be on 4th Drake.
Oh, absolutely. These dragons are super important, especially when it is that Infernal Soul, especially when both these comps have such a big amount of burst. Lux is on the one side, has that bullet time to follow up from the MF, who seems to be building towards that lethality. But meanwhile, in the top lane, there's no maximum dosage available. Those steroids, they can't come out, so Gekno has to use that flash instead. Summoner spell used, nothing else really traded for on the side of Violent Impulses, and a small advantage eking out for them now in that top lane matchup.
Yeah, Bobo Bobbin, 400 stacks now, if anybody's asking for a stat check in chat. 400 stacks at almost 20 minutes means that he's sitting around the margin where you want to be. I don't know where people look nowadays. It used to be 600 at like 30 minutes, so I'm assuming 420 is decent. As you can see, he's finally starting to chunk out Gekno a little in this top lane. Flash in!
The flash forward, Luxor now trying to run away, but Gale Force will get them killed. TP's coming through. Gekno uses that maximum dosage, but you're 1 versus 4, buddy. You're gonna have to sprint out of there as Violent Impulses finds themselves a fight win in that mid lane, and that should lead to the turret. But no, they seem to be sprinting straight towards that Baron. They see an advantage, and they want to get as much out of it as they can.
Yeah, and the big question is, do they have enough damage to do it quick enough, especially with Leona Jinx being such a scary threat, as we see them actually rotating up to potentially pick off these two instead.
And then forcing ECS into a really rough position. You have to fight this on a 3 versus 5, but Nasus has to TP. Bobo Bobbin is going to be able to TP back in when they get the chance, but Jaded goes in already. So much damage coming out from Refraction, but is it enough? Gekno doesn't have that maximum dosage, is still tanky though, but gets bursted out by that MF, and as much as Refraction is doing damage wise, it's not really availing to much, but they have stalled out that Baron for now.
On top of that, they picked out a couple of shutdowns and created a lot of space on the map, as Bobo Bobbin actually might be getting caught out in the jungle.
He's going to use that Fury of the Sands to keep themselves alive a little bit longer, and that damage is huge! Gets the first kill, can't get that second one onto Luxor. Was withered, but wasn't able to slam down that Kayn. But once again, it's stalling the Baron out. It's creating a longer game, which means that now you have more chances to fight. They've found themselves a little bit of a way back in terms of this gold lead, only 5k down now, and we start to see where they have advantages in their comp. They have a lot of engage, a lot of pick potential with this Vi.
And especially once they hit this mid game, a lot of damage as well, and they get to combo that with each other so easily. We've seen it a couple of times now. But this Cease and Desist and the Final Spark combination is such an easy tool to be using. It burns the flash share from Luxor, and that's going to continue to be an ever-present threat in these fights. Something for Luxor and Refraction to look out for, especially as Dragon's up now. Going to be looking at how these teams stance, as Decade is definitely going to be eyes on this player, see if he can make an effective pick.
Wraps are down. The zoning potential of that is huge. Gekno looking to posture forward as Vi has to move away, which means that is sole point for the side of ECS, and they are just not stopping there. They're moving the pressure up towards top lane as they see 3 people in that bottom side of the map, and they see an advantage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, even with VIS unable to contest this Dragon, they also didn't have waves in position to maybe trade something in return, and the fact that they did this rotation means Baron's gonna Eclipse are looking to potentially take this Baron away. As now, Steel up for Decade right now. They have the equal smite. That's that 50-50 that you're looking for, but they're looking for the fight instead.
Looking for the fight, bullet time used, but not much damage going to come through from that final. Spark is hitting onto the backline. Bobo Bobbin is huge, the damage is there. Cease and desist used, Gekno goes down. Bobo Bobbin still half health. They're so tanky, they just can't die. A Shady flashes forward, hits the root. Slow is going to come through. Counter kill from Luxa is... DK jumping forward onto Refraction is able to get one for themselves, but Luxa, maybe they can play this fight out. That damage is massive as in goes Kibo, gets the first one. No, they don't. They're so low. It's all up to Luxa now as he hits the Q, gets the kill. It's a 1 versus 1. Bobo Bobbin tries to go for this one. Wither is there. DK slams down, and it is an ace over to Violent Impulses.
And a 5-for-4 back and forth we're seeing from both of these teams. We saw an initial surge from VIS as they found their ground and decided, the front line for Bobo Bobbin is so immense, and they were able to use that to kill Gekno first and to start this aggression. In return, we saw a little bit of over-aggression. We saw kills being given back over as Luxa found 2 massive outplays to find that return kills. But then this stat check coming out, this raw damage coming out from Bobo Bobbin means ultimately a 5v4, 5-for-4 coming out from VIS eSports. And, whilst we saw this big gold lead come up in the first 15 minutes of the game, 3k given over to Eclipse. It's still 3k gold lead now. We're now 25 minutes in the game. Lux is almost on 2 kills. Eclipse has been picked up for MF, and this Nasus now. Did I hear? Sorry, did somebody say we having a stack check? 525 stacks on this siphoning strike right now.
And it's getting to a terrifying point because we see in that fight, Bobo Bobbin is getting to that damage cap in the mid game where you're no longer stacking minions, you're stacking champions. And when you're sitting there as a squishy Syndra or a squishy Lux, all Bobo Bobbin needs is to get within that 100 units of you, and you are getting one tapped.
And then you start to question his cleanse usage. Double cleanse coming out from Eclipse as maybe a fight being found, but this mid turret means probably not much going to be happening. But double cleanse actually showing really minimal usage here. We're seeing Luxa repeatedly misuse this cleanse and end up wasting that summon and refraction. I don't know if he's even used the cleanse yet this game, because the only thing you really do have to cleanse is this Wither, the Braum stun, or the Lux Q. So when does that tool actually get effective use before damages come out?
Oh, but that's a big Leona ultimate, but the bullet time is even huger as Gekno's half health now. Kibo's there in the backline, but that's a double kill now for XCTC as Bobo Bobbin has joined the fight. And is angry. Luxa has to flash away, but Wither is still on them. They pop Smiley instantly, but now it's 2 versus 4, and they just can't fight this one out. Luxa trying to zone DK'd away, trying to find the kill, and they can do it. Luxa trying to 1v9 this game, but Bobo Bobbin's there. Bobo Bobbin has a huge amount of damage onto this Baron as Gekno pushing in through the mid lane.
We're seeing a couple of different choices being made by Eclipse. Not only have they managed to almost correctly contest this as Bobo goes after Luxa desperate for this kill, but isn't able to find it. Gekno very correctly gets this shove in the mid lane.
Finds them in the vision, bursts that MF, and now we speak so much as casters about tempo. Tempo seems to be on ECS's side.
Yeah, absolutely. They regain a little bit of ground. Obviously, they don't get that Baron picked up, and we do see the inhib unlocked for ECS, meaning now you've suddenly got that space to work with. If Gekno or potentially Lux are able to pressure in this mid turret, maybe they can potentially look to edge out one of these other objectives. We see fourth Drake, hopefully the final Drake for ECS being picked up. That third Infernal Drake spawning in under a minute. So it's who can regain control of that first and maybe be on the objective first to potentially grab that up.
Bobo Bobbin and XCTC only just leaving the base, not going to be there in time for the start of this Dragon, and we saw there's so much zoning potential from the ECS side, so right now Violent Impulse needs to find a way into this river.
Oh my, a jump over from Decade.
Cade,
actually does end up finding the unleashed power. Big engage from Smiley.
Smiley just goes forward, finds the engage on the Braum. A lot of damage through onto this Jinx. A cease and desist used into the backline, but Cade isn't tanky enough, but Gekno dies. Bobo Bobbin's huge, and he is a menace. Now, as Shady flashes forward, hits the root on 2. That could be the game-winning play as they get a double kill. Possibly going for the triple now. Jaded is going to go down for sure. That's going to be the dragon secured, but can they get anything else? As Luxa going to burst XCTC now. Has the cooldowns, and XCTC stepping a little bit too far, but Shady Almighty picks up the shutdown, and this game is chaos.
These constant back and forths. Where is MF? Why is she there? Why is Luxa stepping up? And Kibo looking for the steal on the Infernal as well. This could be any man's game. No smite available as Nasus picks it up. Second Drake being given on as the final spot gets used as well. Disgusting. Just back and forth. Sorry, I took the commentary from you there slightly as I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on, because these players constantly as Kibo's getting caught out. Wither goes down.
Wither goes down, but Kick is going to be used away, and we saw there excellent synergy from this Violent Impulse's side. Realise they don't have a jungler. They go, okay, doesn't matter. We're going to time our burst with that Siphoning Strike, with that final spark, to basically work as a pseudo smite.
Yep, and that's the thing. Yeah, you're right. The combination means they pick up that Drake, but on top of that, we're talking about the combinations in general. Once they've hit mid game, they seem to have hit their stride. Suddenly, this combination of champions looks so strong with this initial damage they're able to find in each fight. Means that Jaded and Refraction are always playing backwards instead of forwards. It means they're always split apart, and Jaded never seems to find the opportunity to peel for Refraction. So Refraction is finding very low damage in these fights, which means that pickup from the Kraken Slayer, this full damage build that we've seen, actually having very little usage so far in this game.
And actually up on items now versus XCTC, but not able to utilize that item advantage as Baron going to go down, and there seems to be nothing ECS can do as Gekno's in the bot lane trying to push through onto an inhibitor, but with those Baron enhanced recalls, you're not going to have much hope in the split push.
And finally, maybe they can unlock a little bit more of the standing on the map, because this is where they've been bleeding heavily. We see 6 turrets picked up for ECS so far, and only 1 picked up for VIS. Now with this Baron unlocked, they can hopefully unlock this mid turret, and this is going to enable Smiley to maybe get a little bit more control of the map so far. We've seen this constant back and forth of vision, and that's going to, once this Baron starts to play in and we see these waves shoved in, Smiley's going to have so much space to create as many vision pockets as he wants and make more of these picks they've been looking for. Remember that incredibly aggressive flash engage from the fight around the dragon? That time is coming up soon, and if he's able to play to these areas where they can find that AoE, where they can find it in tangent with the bullet time, with the final spark, they can once again look for a successful fight.
And what seems to be the theme right now is, what happens is Gekno, trying so hard to create space for the rest of the team, is sprinting into the backline of Violent Impulses, but it's pretty much a 1v4 pursuit as Bobo Bobbin, instead of doing the same thing and doing what Gekno's doing and getting kited out, they're instead looking to play back, but an engage comes through onto that Vi, cease and assist onto Refraction, but they're alone in the backline. Luxa uses that burst to kill the Vi off, and the question is, can they escape now as Jaded flashes out, Super Mega Death Rocket used, it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
But all these tools have been burnt. Unleashed Power, Super Mega Death Rocket, all being burnt. As Bobo Bobbins, he doesn't care. Ultimate burn. He's looking to unlock this turret and maybe pick up a kill.
Gekno uses those steroids, is going to get a bit stronger, is going to heal up, but Bobo Bobbin does so much damage at this point, it just doesn't even matter. Look at the difference in tankiness. Bobo Bobbin scaled, and my lord, does he look strong.
Yeah, and these resets come in for ECS, and this means that mid turret's going to get unlocked. For VIS, it gives a little bit more space to Smiley, moves down to this bot lane to potentially unlock a little bit more standing gold. And I think Bobo Bobbin, man, pick up some healing reduction. As soon as that is unlocked, your presence in lane will be, inside lane, will be so much higher. But we're seeing, even with that healing reduction not yet being purchased, we're seeing how strong Bobo Bobbin is, how he's able to take turrets and pressure a laner in a single step. And this is the scary thing that ECS is going to play for, because this is only going to get harder, especially once healing reduction gets picked up. Nasus is suddenly going to be this threat. Well, not only can Mundo not handle him, Mundo and Gekno and Kibo can't handle him. What do they do then?
All right, talk to me a little bit. In draft, we analysed about how easy. It doesn't even matter as the cease and desist going to come through. The CC chain is there, and that is a dead Refraction as Jaded gets half health by Bobo Bobbin with 1 siphoning strike. We memed the Nasus pick, or better yet, I memed the Nasus pick, but it looks like it's pretty much 1v9 in this game at this point.
Yeah, my prophecy skills obviously knew this would be a good pick, but I think shout outs to Decade so far. Whilst initially finding some initial pressure, then falling off a little bit, this damage combo alongside with that seasoned assist is just blowing up carries. Big engage from Smiley.
Smiley on the Braum, finding engages, and Bobo Bobbin is so low, but just won't die. Bullet time going to be used. They kill off the backline. XCTC gets them both.
Oh my god.
Gekno goes down as well, and this for sure is game one, as this was a statement game from Violent Impulses, as they wanted to find this victory here. But the question is, can Refraction and Jaded make the impossible come true?
Reset comes in from Bobo. He's going to TP back into the base. Doesn't have the ultimate available, but the pressure is so high.
EK goes straight in. The damage is there from Refraction. 3 items now. Has that get excited? But Bobo Bobbin just tanks it all. Doesn't care as the Nexus is getting chunked down. And that is going to be game one. Violent Impulse is showing that they are a team to be matched.
And what a showing from both sides so far. This is a really close game here. And we're seeing different sides of a draft work in different areas. We saw a ridiculous lead built up by ECS, almost 4k in the first 15 minutes, but that got turned around to when Bobo Bobbin got online, and this is the strength of these counter picks in the top lane. I think the fact that VIS have had such a fantastic showing in game one of this series should be best telling to the set of games we're going to have today.
And real quick, before we do end up handing it off to a break, I just want you to... We spoke about before how ECS's comp looked really well rounded. It had a lot of easy win conditions. They could play multiple styles, whatever they needed to do. What went wrong for them this game to not be able to execute that properly?
I think the Jinx just struggled to find damage, right? Because they were having to play backwards. I think Bobo Bobbin got online a little bit earlier maybe than they were expecting, and maybe they weren't prepared to be having to play this comp a little bit more split apart, and that meant the Refraction wasn't really able to find the same damage that XCTC was able to find, and that in turn meant that alongside with the lack of effectiveness from Gekno on this Mundo compared to this Nasus, meant that you're bleeding from two players in two, really, we talked about these players all taking different roles in the teams. Well, two of those roles fell apart slightly, and that's where this draft started to struggle a little bit, because it was Luxor and Kibo really fighting to find damage for their team against actually a team with a lot of defensive capabilities.
And just... that's the first game out the way. Everyone's got their jitters out the way. There's always that first game jitters of kind of what we expect from this. And we said that ECS was a really strong team, but Violent Impulses has showed they can definitely keep up with them. When you're going into this game too, is there something that you think ECS needs to change, or is it a lot more about the execution rather than the draft?
Well, I think they could maybe see some turnaround in draft, right? We might see that they actually have an answer to the Nasus in draft 2, and we'll be looking towards how they seem to handle this top lane in general, because that did seem like that was a little bit of an issue for them. But you're right, maybe there's a rotation for them where they can draft similarly like this, but actually find a little bit more success, and that'll be piloting, finding areas for Jinx to pilot these fights and navigate these fights successfully. We may see itemization changes, but there's definitely a lot of steps for Eclipse to take to potentially take back game 2.
And that is going to round us off for game 1. This, remember, is a 5-game series. First one goes over to Impulse, but anything can still happen in this best of 5. Make sure you don't go anywhere as we head off into a quick break so we can find out what happens in game 2. Hello, once again, welcome to game 2. I have to make a real quick apology. So I griefed this one. I saw this, and for some reason I thought it was Violent Impulses, but it's not. Violent Impulses isn't in this game. It's VIS eSports. So I'll put some respect on the name. I'll apologise for game 1. It's ECS Eclipse versus this VIS eSports. That is the final. That is the matchup that we have. VIS won that first game. Violent Impulses wishes they were here, but they're not. So we're going to cast this from game 2 properly. Talk to me a little bit about what happened in that game 1. Break it down for anyone that's fresh here to the stream.
I think we could ask who let the dogs out. That would be the big question for me, because Nasus came in as quite a questionable pick and draft. I was 100% on it, obviously. You know, everybody, I knew what was going to happen from
100%
the start
faith.
of draft. You were questioning it quite a lot, which I did notice in draft, actually.
You got to call me out, man.
But yeah, Bobo Bobbin, I said this is my favorite player, and this is why he pulled the Nashus out. And after an initial kind of interesting early game, they found a lot. This champion created so much space in fights for them to find effective damage. And I think XCTC and Shady likes that Nasus a lot, and that's why we're going to see it banned away as well. Immediately banned away as well. As ECS have opted to take blue side, which means that alongside with getting rid of this Nasus, it does give them once again the opportunity to blind pick something worthwhile, which I think is where we can start to look at how other reasons why their draft in game 1 fell apart slightly. And I think we can question the jinx a little bit. It seemed like it wasn't able to find enough damage in fights, and you could probably argue it was both a case of the fact that they did start to fall behind in actual fight power, and that meant the jinx was never able to play forward, was always having to play defensively, and without a proper peeling support kind of struggled. But on top of that, maybe it just wasn't the best angle to be looking for in B1 of your best of 5 final series, when there are stronger picks that I think we could potentially be looking at, like Graves, for example, which I would love to see. By the way, any of the coaches watching, put it in, boss.
Put in the Graves, swap him in, rotate him in here. I mean, he has been slightly nerfed, but probably shouldn't affect him a massive amount. He is a very overpowered champion, and it's not really due to the champion. It's a lot due to the items that are quite overtuned. AD carry items OP. AD carries will hate you saying this, but we've got to admit when it's true. You know, your role sucked like 3 seasons ago, but now it's like really OP.
And we're seeing a couple of adaptations come out. So obviously we saw the Nasus banned away. We also see the Felios taken away, which means that a little bit more targeted towards the spot side. But that means that maybe they seem to have a plan, and they know that Eclipse are going to be drafting once again towards one of these more heavy damage threats in the bot side, these scaling picks. As Viego gets locked in, which has been a big pick for Kibo. I'm not surprised as well, because I think this champion still looks incredibly dominant, even after repeated nerfs. People love to play this champion, and it slots so well into drafts sometimes, because especially if you see champions drafted against you, which is particularly strong, it's like, okay, well, cool, I got that now. Thanks. Appreciate the pick.
But we see ECS obviously have just left still the same picks that kind of wrecked them before. VIS available, Lux is available, and yes, Nasus did a huge amount of work in those team fights, but it can't be doubted the fact that the VIS cease and desist into the final spark, that CC chain that pretty much just one-shots any backliner that you want it to, was massive at making sure that Refraction could pretty much never play any of these team fights.
Yeah, but it gives them some adaptations to potentially look for. So how can we handle the vibe would be a big one, right? That cease and desist is such a powerful individual pick tool. Is there any way to restrict its usage? And one of the big things that we're looking towards, Lulu, right? That champion is a fantastic big single threat diver kind of counter. Polymorph is such a strong tool to be targeted towards, and that could potentially be a pick that they look for. Instead, they lock in Samira and Victor. Now, I think that Victor specifically, any player who's watched a couple of games of Luxus will know that Luxus Victor is the cream of the crop. This man loves to play Victor and looks incredibly good on it. He's a man after my own heart. So we're going to be looking towards this mid lane once we hopefully see the Victor Lux matchup in full effect, and be seeing how he pilots his champion in the early game. Because normally this is a champion that people think bleeds quite a lot in the first 10 minutes.
Shady has that Lux already. It's a matchup that I feel like he will be comfortable with. Obviously picking it because they're expecting Luxor to pick one of these mages like we saw last game and trying to outrange it. Tristana picked up to try counter that Samira. There's quite a lot of micro outplay that can happen between the matchup. Obviously Samira can windwall the Tristana bomb. take away a lot of that burst damage that can come out, but XCTC obviously can look to outplay that in certain ways. In terms of these bans, VIS takes away that Nautilus, takes away that Alistair, stuff that's super strong with this Samira.
Yeah, a lot of support's being banned away, and this is one of those key things we're looking at. Okay, well, three of these melee bruiser supports being picked out. There are still a lot of Enchantresses left available, and I think these champions both function really well. Okay, well, the Leona gets taken. And that was the one big question mark I was looking at, is where's the Leona going to slot in? Why hasn't this been banned here? It doesn't get banned away by ECS, and this means that Leona immediately locked in. And this is the final, that trifecta of the Leona, Nautilus, Thresh combo that we've seen in draft. We might see the counter pick, and we see a Rel being hovered, which honestly you'd have to point me towards, because I have not seen enough of this champion as it does get locked in.
Into the Leona matchup, you're fine, because you can cancel her E anytime she goes in. You use that W, you swap down, you can knock her up, CC chain her away. It is a bit strange for that Tristana, because it's really hard to hit your skill shots onto them. You're very reliant on that Samira so that you can use that E to proc the stun, the attract, repel. I feel like Thresh might have been a better pickup in this one. Counters pretty much both Leona and Tristana, and kind of works well with Samira, but Ornn locked in. Let me know your thoughts on that one.
I don't know if you know this, but I do like a bit of Ornn. I'm a bit of a fan of this champion. He provides so much gold for your team just through those upgraded items. He seems to pressure every point of the lane. I recently saw a tier list in top lane tanks, with Sejuani being S tier, which I thought was quite funny. Apparently she is actually very good, but Ornn also being right up there. And I think it is true. This champion is one of those tanks right now that actually can find a little bit of space. Into the Vladimir, however, though, I love this adaptation. Vladimir loves to get those lanes where he can scale for free, essentially, and Ornn is one of those matchups. He gets to pull Ornn's combo really easily, and in turn, Vladimir is such a looming presence in this mid to late game. You want to punish it as much as possible, and I think Kibo Gekno, that CC combo, is going to really struggle to find effective damage on the Vlad. I mean, we're going to see how it plays out.
I think what we're seeing here is what often has been happening in this meta. I know I've had a lot of in-depth conversations with you yourself about this. It seems like to be one of those things where whichever team goes in first is most likely going to be able to win these fights. And it's just been the theme of League of Legends for Season 11.
Just so much damage in the runes, in the itemization right now, and I think you're really right, and that plays really well into what both these teams are looking for. I think once again, Decade on the Vi, that cease and desist is such a good initial tool to be putting in combination with the final spark, and this time they have Leona available as well, so that Solar Flare can come out on top of that to maybe start a little bit of a CC chain. The changes in support and this AD carry does swap things up a little bit, because suddenly we have, you're right, we have that wind wall available to block out Tristana's combination, to block out a couple of Lux's skill shots, but Rel functions a lot better in one of these peel conditions, because she gets to use that attract reflect on top of that ultimate to pull targets away and generally disrupt fights a little bit more, and that might be the space for Luxa, who already had an incredibly good game one, to find more damage with this comp, because we're seeing actually this comp has fantastic turnaround potential alongside with that Ornn Horn to maybe initialize fights, to have that potential walk in because of the just sheer size of that ultimate. On top of that, they can actually use it for turnaround as well. If they're able to keep Lux and Refraction safe for an extended period of time, that Ornn can come in to effectively peel out Decade and Smiley and find damage on them in return. And Samira, Victor are, I think Victor especially is a very, very scary damage threat for a tank once it gets on item.
And I'm just picturing the combination that you can have. Magnet Storm, Chaos Storm. That's a whole lot of storms and a whole lot of damage coming out from that. You've got the Samira there to clean up after that.
Yep.
And the benefit is for Jaded, at least within this composition, playing a Rel, there doesn't seem to be much that counters that engage. Normally, the reason why Rel is not so great is as soon as someone picks something like Alistair, like Set, like even Thresh, you've got so much cancellation of that W into R combo, that big CC chain that we see. But versus this enemy team, all you've got Tristana, that's okay. You've got VIQ, but if she's using that on you, then it opens up so much space for the rest of your team.
Yeah, I think looking at VIS eSports draft, we're actually seeing that that initial CC rotation, that's it. once you burned Vi's Q and the Leona engage that Zenith blade, there's not a there's not a lot of CC to back that up. I'm going to speak English at some point. And that means that VIS eSports, they're in turn, we're seeing how their draft has kind of altered from game one. Whilst they do have this initial engage combination, this time instead of this incredibly dominant frontline we saw from Bobo Bobbin in game one, instead they've rotated into Vladimir. Now, this champion functions very differently, although he has the same kind of core goals, and it's get through early game, hit certain item spikes, and then and those in turns are his stack. He's going to see, that sounded so silly. But he's going to see how he can potentially pilot through the early game, because I think Vladimir on the Rabadons and a couple of other items can be such a scary backline threat, especially if he's able to find effective flanks. So different aim for Smiley and Bobo Bobbin because they're performing different roles this game. So it's up to Smiley to create some aggressive vision points for Bobo Bobbin to potentially look for TPs in, because if he's able to find effective flanks, it's disaster for Lux.
And Smiley, last game, we saw the guy engage on Braum. That's not something I thought I'd ever say. Engages on Braum are pretty nutty. W's into flash ults in. That Fisher was used so excellently in certain team fights. So definitely playing the Leona instead. Expect to be able to have the same kind of impact on these engages. We are going to see, when we look across these rooms, it is going to be that Predator Vladimir rather than anything else. Ooh. What's your thoughts on that one?
Well, that's the thing with Conqueror being knocked down. Not only are people seeming to find, we've seen
of technical difficulties coming out of that one. We are going to be back with game 2 of VIS eSports versus ECS. We gave a rundown of the teams before. I don't know if you want to do it again, Oak. We can do if you want. I want
to jump straight into it because I want to see these level 1s are going to be really important. Hopefully we're going to see some level 1 shenanigans. It's always fun to see in VL because we always get to question what they're doing as well. As actually, you know what? We're just seeing a regular 5 points, so maybe we should have done the team intro.
Yeah, 5 point, keep it simple, keep it classy, and on that note, might as well, I feel like I don't know you enough, folks, so what did you have for dinner tonight?
I had a chili con carne. It was lovely.
Oh, yeah? Make it yourself?
I've got a little rice cooker now, so you just, you literally put the rice in, wash it, put water in, and then it gives you perfectly cooked rice every time. It's actually the best purchase I've made in my life.
A life hack right there.
It is a life hack. Yep. The rice comes out so good. So you haven't had any dinner yet, have you?
No, I haven't ate yet. I feed off of VL inting, so hopefully they have more deaths because last game was quite close. So I want more people to run it down because I'm quite hungry.
They were messy games, but I wouldn't say it was particularly inty. Other than XCTC did have that really funny walk-in after Drake into the Krugs. That got me. Other than that, it's been pretty just constant back and forth, which is what we want to see from finals. To be honest, we're seeing regular starts from both of these players. The same starts from game 1 actually is Shady once again starting on this tier, and I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest, because it did mean he bled quite a lot early game, but he got that tier stack so quickly, which meant he was just constantly shoving every wave after like 15 minutes.
It just seems to be the kind of thing that the way that VIS has elected to play out against Eclipse is we have top lane scale, we have mid lane scale, and as soon as we get to that mid-late game, then we're just going to beat them with pretty much our scaling champions having that advantage. And it seems to be the same thing for game 2. The only difference is, with a Vladimir, there's not as much priority in that side lane as they got with that Nasus.
Yeah, and the big thing is we're seeing both top lanes actually kind of scaling in different ways. Whilst Gekno on this Ornn, level 2 comes in bot lane.
Level 2 comes through. Ignite is there. A lot of damage as well, as Smiley has to use that flash, and we see already how strong this Samira Rel combo can be.
Yeah, only one summoner burnt from the Eclipse side comparatively to both Exhaust and Flash being burnt from Smiley and XCT. So yeah, good summoner exchange for Eclipse so far. My
really nice
words are melting at the moment. It's kind of hard to speak. Maybe I'm having a little mini seizure.
It's okay, buddy. You'll get through this. You'll manage. I'll just have to speak a little bit more. Everyone's gonna hate you for it, but it's okay because we'll get.
I don't get to speak much anyway. See, he's aggressing. Finds the Q.
Why are you playing a trade?
Because you said I didn't get to talk enough, so now I'm taking that space back. But yeah, these top laners are going to be scaling in different ways. So, Bobo bobbing on the Vlad, just pure damage output and HP in some of these fights. This man is getting aggressed on.
Oh, they don't want to scale in this game as VIS diving forward, getting at that first blood onto the jungler. But now, Lux is going to be here. Refraction has to escape, uses that flash away. Decade has flashed already. Follow-up from Jaded. Auto attacks are there, but Luxor, you seem to be in a rough spot. No flash available to use. Jaded, nice CC chain. Luxor goes down. So will Jaded, and it's 3 kills to 1 for the side of VIS.
And Decade, that is the most confident flash Q I've seen into 3 members of the enemy team, and he makes it work. They pick up that initial kill then, even though the kill is Jaded finds the kill back. That's ultimately a 3-for-1 in the favor of VIS. That gives them this bot lane so much space, especially because this sword start from Trist, this is focused around getting your mid-game items just a little bit quicker with that triple pot. You're not as strong on the first 3 levels, but after the first 3 levels, those triple pots come in, and then you get to that shield bow a little bit quicker. But in turn now, Noon Quiver picked up at 4 minutes. This item is such a strong spike for ADs, especially that the precision usage means you can see it so easily. Big flash mistake from Bobo. He's getting picked in the top lane. Disgusting.
Yeah, gonna be an easy kill over to Kibo. That's definitely not what you want from Bobo. Failed flash there, and I think, you know, I would have loved to hear the comms from that bot lane play, because it would have pretty much been something similar to Leroy Jenkins.
He went so ham in that.
I mean, it worked out in the end.
Yeah. I'm surprised Gekno didn't freeze up this wave. He cleared through it almost entirely, and now he's trying to freeze it out, which is a mistake, because he could have burnt Bobo's TP. Instead, Bobo's just going to walk up to this top lane and they're going to shake hands a little bit and agree to just minus the wave clear. Smiley's, now that they've got this initial kill lead, we're seeing immediately, not only is that Noon Quiver being picked up, the Lucidity boots being picked up by Leona. And this is specifically to work around, I'm assuming, to work around that Ferromancy, the Rel's big exchange of moving from her horse mode, I'm going to call it, where she has a little bit more movement speed, to that melee mode. What's it called? Mounted?
What is she? She's mounted!
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Apologise to all 3 Realmains in the chat right now. Sorry, all 3 Realmains in EUS.
Yeah, literally.
They're angry at you.
Jaded being one of them. If you're able to find repeated trades into it, those spell cooldowns start to matter a little bit more for Jaded, and that's really how they're going to continue to pressure out this leaders and keep fishing for these engages and see which one works, because I mean, Tristana can commit so hard with that rocket jump.
And how molding are you seeing the way those 2 top laners just played around those waves? It's first Gekno doesn't push it out so that Bobo Bobbin picks it up, and then Bobo Bobbin has a freeze and then makes it a slow push.
It's all positivity in the chat right now, guys. We're going to keep it up positive towards these top laners. Bobo Bobbin had a fantastic game 1, so, you know, we're not going to... No flaming coming out from me today. As we're just seeing, the constant back and forth of these waves. These players repeatedly try and shove in and maybe try and create a little bit of a CS deficit. And I think, you know, we've been looking at bot lane a lot. Right now we're looking at mid lane. Obviously, Shady picked up one of those kills down the bot side, which meant that double amp tone got picked up. Should be a little bit more early pressure, but even through both of those mid laners roaming, Luxus seems to have caught a little bit of a lead through that. 10 CS lead at the moment, and even though this Victor and this lack of potential early game means that Ashley, DK and the rest of his team might be picking up first rate.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you have early game, if you've, you know, just got a Vi taking Dragon solo. The bot pressure is absolutely huge, and while Shady's not able to push out in that mid lane, doesn't really much matter, because you know, Luxor's not really the kind of player that makes a lot of those roaming plays, likes to scale, likes to farm up, get to mid game, and that is when they come online as a real carry threat. Not really known for that early game playmaking.
Yeah, alternatively, the carry threat from this top lane and Mr. Bobo Bobbin, we're seeing how he's going to work around this lane. In particular, using that pull to avoid Gekno's knockup with that E and the EQ combo to then avoid the damage from his brittle proc with his W. And that's going to be how he's going to continue trading. And he's probably going to look, I wouldn't be surprised to see early Lucidity boots as well as a little bit of CDR picked up from Bobo Bobbin as early as possible, just to trade as much as possible with Gekno. Because whilst Gekno and Bobo are going to be evenly trading in the early game, once Bobo maybe caught in the top lane.
The Ornhorn going to be used. Nice stun at max range there, which should be the death sentence as Kibo gets another kill onto Bobo Bobbin. And I think VIS weren't expecting this because in that first game, Bobo Bobbin seemed to be getting a lot of jungle pressure. But in this game, Kibo's kind of flipped the switch and is ganking Gekno a hell of a lot.
Yeah, Kibo playing to this top side really works around as catching.
Yeah, gets the kill in the first point, but shutdown going to come through as a bit overzealous going for that. But now a teleport going to come through from Bobo Bobbin onto Gekno, and a bit of a chaos as amassed.
Yeah, just constant back and forth as people are using summoners, willy-nilly as Bobo TPs just to trade a bit on Gekno there, maybe pressure him out and force his TP in return. But yeah, as you mentioned, Kibo been around this top side a lot, and that's probably in response to XCTC and Smiley getting such a big lead early in this bot lane. Even actually, I mean, I just said it, but we're looking at the CS right now, and especially this wave that Refraction and Jaded have managed to poke out, and that might be because Smiley's been moving around the map a little bit more. We're seeing actually largely Smiley has cemented a little bit of a vision lead for his team in this bot side, but in turn, CS has been given over to Refraction. What looked like kind of a lost lane from that level 2 and level 3 encounter has actually turned around a little bit as Refraction's sitting in a really nice spot at the moment.
I mean, the issue is that Refraction, Nuclear is a really strong spike, but Samira's pretty much full build, has that Vamp Scepter now, so that point.
Yeah, true.
I think the main issue is that when you're playing Gleona, it's really difficult to engage into a Rel. Because as soon as you go in, she can stun you up, she can counter-engage super well, and Rel's one of those champions where if she's engaging second, she is so useful at just shutting down any form of potential CC.
Yeah, and that's something you highlighted in this draft. So Smiley's
going to jump forward on this one. He has the jungler there, but it's a 3 versus 2 as they went in blind. XCTC is here now as well. Does manage to save Decade, but all of that used pretty much for no gain from the side of VIS.
Yeah, fantastic exhaust coming out from Refraction there. Perfectly timed to choke out the damage from Decade and XCTC. And we're seeing suddenly some bleeding coming from this bot side at the same time. Kibo found a little bit of early gold in his top lane and is now trying to turn it around on this bot side, and a little bit of gold lead coming up from Eclipse, kind of mirroring game 1.
And they are starting to build a bit more of a lead. It seems like in this early game and this mid game, like you say, they are able to make more things happen. But we saw last game how that scaling really worked. And Luxa has been putting on a clinic this series so far. Game 1, multiple solo kills, was pretty much the main threat of that ECS roster within that first game. And game 2 looks to be no different.
Yeah, and Luxa, even though we're seeing a lot of early game pressure from him, he's really looking towards those Hex Tech upgrades. He's trying to unlock his enhanced E so he can wave clear consistently and find better trade. So whilst we're seeing him take a little bit of control in the lane now, just wait until he's on that upgraded point, until he's on that level 9 spike. Well, he's level 9 now. Can't say that. Wrong. Incorrect.
You tried, but Kibo lands a nice little stun. Flash going to be used by Bobo Bobbin again, and I just want to ask what your opinion on the amount of ganks and pressure they've put onto this Vladimir, because traditionally Ornn is not really a champion that you want to put a huge amount of resources into.
I mean, this is always the question mark I have, especially as a used to be top laner, is when I'd be playing a tank and nobody would gank for me. It's like, well, okay, you can find gold through me, as Decade's trying to find a little bit gold into Jaded here.
Moving on to Jaded, but that Rel is so tanky. Cease and Desist is going to be used onto Kibo, and Final Spark is huge, but Jaded just hasn't gone down quite yet. Viego almost able to get that kill onto Decade. Luxa in a really rough spot now, flashes out, but here comes Gekko, and here comes the Horn as the CC is huge, but XCTC is here now trying to make this fight carry on. Exhaust is going to be used. Luxa just about survives, and some really nice mechanical play leads to a double kill for Refraction and 3 kills across the board for ECS.
Yeah, Luxa just barely surviving in that fight there. On top of that, Gekno finds a fantastic TP. The fantastic Call of the Forge God means he finds so much extra damage in a fight that almost looked lost for them there, and they end up trading that initial kill onto Kibo for 2 more players and pick up second Drake. This is a really big pivot we're seeing from this team, who actually, remember that early game skirmish and the bot lane looks so doomed, but suddenly Refraction has the Shield Boy completed, 12 minutes into the game, another Infernal Soul insert as well, which I'm sure we're all very excited to see. I'm tired of Cloud Souls. Let's bring double Infernal, baby. Yeah, but Shield Boy picked up a Refraction. 12 minutes, 13 minutes into the game. On top of that, Merc's built as well means suddenly this CC combination from Shady and Smiley looking a little bit more limited as he's looking really strong.
Yeah, so strong. And we're talking about strong. Let's look a little bit about this. Viego has given away a few deaths now. We saw a couple of questionable plays. Shady Almighty looks for that burst, not able to find it, but still, Kibo has that Divine Sundra. It's heading now towards the mid game and is an item up on Decade, who should be getting that Divine Sundra themselves soon, but having that item on Viego is a really huge power spike to have.
Yeah, Viego is one of the reasons why he still sees play is through these as the ultimate misses there from Smiley. They're still going to aggress in it though. TP comes in.
TP comes in, which means a counter play is going to come in too. Smiley should just be going down on this one. It's only a matter of time. But resources are used to keep Refraction safe. And we're seeing that right now, this ECS side is, I don't even get to talk because Luxa is going to carry on with this as Decade has the damage, has the chunk, and they can't look for more. The flash over the wall is huge. The stun there from Rel. The execute damage is there as well. The dash forward from Kibo is they look for more onto Shady. The stun is massive, putting on a clinic on this Viego, but the blast plan will keep the Lux alive.
Yeah, and again, back and forth's happening. Decade finds an initial pick onto Lux, and that damage from that Vi in early game definitely more threatening than a Victor right now, especially with an item unable to be completed from Luxa. But his team's on point. Rotations come in, and this is the strength of the Viego. Multiple build paths from this champion means he has multiple ways to play, and going into this Sundra means he gets to have so much space against this relatively tanky but actually quite HP stacking front line from VIS eSports. Smiley, Decade, and Bobo Bobbin. Well, actually, the only person who's going to be building a lot of armor will be Smiley up until this third, fourth item coming up from the Decade and potentially Bobo. So actually, this gives Viego free reign to abuse that Thunder as much as possible and look for these resets. And I mean, look at the champions he has to pick up. Leona and Vi both have really, really easy and powerful single spell rotations that he can pilot through and continue these fights onwards. So even with that pickup being made, his team's able to find so much.
And I think when you look at all of these champions, Vi, Leona, Tristana, even Vladimir, maybe Lux in certain situations, they're champions that you can pick up, throw all of your spells out, do a lot of damage, and then instantly swap back, having correctly utilized their abilities because they're relatively simple champions to use.
Yeah. Honestly, a really good draft coming out from Eclipse so far, because we've seen once they hit this mid game, this comp's looking really strong, and their scaling presence only going to get stronger as a big engage on bot lane.
As Refraction goes in, but Refraction has that life still, has that Immortal Shield Bow. The Infernal trigger's there, but so is the CC from Leona, as Gekno's going to go down in the top lane as well. Rift Herald was popped. That might be a possible tier 2, but Lux is going to go over there to defend it as XCTC seems to be getting greedy as Kibo's found their way down here now. They get the first kill, and Smiley, you're in a bit of trouble. Flash is going to be used, and Kibo doesn't feel like chasing that one today.
I can't talk about one fight without two more happening before I get the opportunity to talk about the first fight. Oh, this is the strength of the Leona. With that initial fight there and that initial pick onto Refraction, the real key to dealing with Samira is repeated small CC chains. So, and Leona does that perfectly. That low cooldown Q means he's just always able to single target, stun her out of her ulti, basically for free. She always has a spell to stop that ultimate from going on. The counter engage, fantastic pick onto XCTC as he's over-aggressing for a tower. And then the thing to note here now is that first turret already picked up, and that went over to Bobo Bobbin and Decade in the top lane. So whilst XCTC and the rest of his team know that this bot turret can be unlocked, they can play it slow. They've already unlocked the big standing gold on the map. Maintain as much control as possible because Lux has actually hit a really strong point now. Luden's built already as well as the stopwatch means that she's in a perfect position to play for the second Drake. So now get your wave shoved in the mid to top side and get Bobo down as Smiley gets caught.
Smiley gets caught, has no flash, should go down here. Solar Flare keeps him alive that little bit longer, forces Viego to use that Heartbreaker, and it's always a pet peeve of mine when supports are allowed to run around and ward for free, so really happy that was punished by ECS there.
And not surprised to see this bot turret unlocked in exchange for that kill But this is going to mean that this third Drake, the first Infernal Dragon of the game, going to be picked up for Eclipse. And, big pick in top lane.
Cease and desist can be used. It is going to be used in the turret. Ornhorn is there, but knockup won't come through. And Decade just about gets out. And more gold onto Bobo Bobbin is definitely what you want in this game.
And these constant skirmishes are kind of taking us away from the core goals of each team, because ultimately we do see different goals aligned for each team. Whilst Kibo and Refraction are definite, really strong mid-game champions to be playing through as much as possible, once Gekno and Luxor get online, that's a really scary late-game combo. On the opposing side, we're seeing, whilst a lot of kill pressure initially coming out, Solar Flare lands,
but Immortal Shield Bow is available and active, but it doesn't matter because DK just pops Refraction as Jade is able to get the solo kill almost back. Looks at TP's in. It's an absolute scrap in the mid lane as a flash E forward from Kibo gets another kill. Bobo Bobbin's here, but can they get anything? No, they can't. Zonya's going to be used by Shady. Luxor not going to be able to finish that one up as a flash is used there, and Bobo Bobbin looks to be in a little bit of trouble. Knockup comes through. Healing is going to be able to be used after that pull, but no. Nice timing from Gekno means a shutdown will come through, and it's a mess, but it's a mess that goes in ECS's favour.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on this game so far, because we are seeing, it seems like Eclipse is largely taking control of this game. But the kill lead and the place that gold is going means that repeatedly VIS eSports seem to, whilst they are losing a couple of these fights here and there, they still seem to be relatively in control. 35k means they've still got an initial gold lead, and a lot of these players, especially XCTC, is able to find really big damage in these fights. So it's all about how can each team protect their carries. Luxor, huge in that fight for the entire team. With that Leandrews being built now, meant that he was able to be a very large part of that total overall damage output from his team. If XCTC and Shady Almighty are able to survive longer in these fights, however, we may see that turnaround.
And I'd like to point out a really interesting build path actually coming from Jaded, opting for that Thorn Mail first, looking to get that healing cut onto multiple members from this VIS side, and so far it's looked effective in these team fights.
Yeah, big thing with the Thornmail rushes, you want to make sure you're repeatedly CCing the targets you're actually going to be looking at. And I think actually, is he ever going to be looking towards Bobo Bobbin and Decade? We're going to be keeping an eye on Jade to see if he actually does target selects correctly. His flash comes in from Decade.
Flash comes through, but peeling is good from Jaded there, but cease and desist means that you will go down Refraction. But meanwhile in the mid lane, Kibo going to pick one up onto Smiley. Second kill goes down in the top lane, and Director Cam doesn't know where to take us because there's just constant fighting all across the map.
Yeah, back and forth repeatedly, ultimately playing in the favour of VIS as they get a 2-for-1. We do see Eclipse actually very aggressively staging towards this mid turret, but their members down. Final Spark comes out.
Final Spark comes out, damage will come through, but nothing to be found there. Almost a tier 2 turret there for that ECS squad. And the benefit, kind of, for them is the fact that that tier 2 is down already, which means that Bobo Bobbin has to push that wave so far out, and it's super easy for that Samira to just respawn and pick that wave straight back up again.
And there are strong members on the both side right now. We're going to keep eyes on Luxor and Bobo Bobbin because both these players are sitting on a lot of gold at the moment. Both the highest members right now is, I think actually, well, Luxor and Kibo are very close in gold. We're going to see obviously how strong this Viego is in the mid game, especially if you can get initial picks and how that scales. But Luxor got Sonya's picked up now, and with each item we're going to see Luxor have more of an impact on each fight. In return, the Void Staff picked up for Bobo Bobbin means now how he handles Gekno in this side lane might change a little bit. We've seen a little bit of struggle without Decade being on the side, working alongside him to potentially pressure Gekno up and sieging these turrets. With that Void Star being picked up, that power might just swap over.
50 seconds now until that dragon spawns. VIS seems to have control of this river, which has been super important throughout this series so far. That first game, which whoever was there, always got their kill, but Luxor is going to go down, possibly to Bobo Bobbin. Zonius is going to be used to stall out, but it does not matter. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, an engage comes through. Smiley tries to land the CC onto Kibo, but can't quite get it there. It's Chaos is in the back line. Gekno is chunking onto Decade. Smiley's going to go down. Kibo has the reset now. Are they going to look to get onto someone? Yes, see, the flash forward onto Decade, gets the kill, gets the execute, and it is now controlling that Vi, who was so strong. Another kill comes through, triple for Kibo, who just keeps jumping forward constantly, and that is another one fight for the side of ECS.
Yeah, even with Luxo, we talked about how important this play would be. No, he wasn't, because he got picked off by Bobo Bobbin in the side lane. Even with that player being knocked out, we're seeing Kibo show his control of the game so far, planning repeated resets and taking K down first, which means he gets to pilot through that champion next in the fight. It's really well played. The damage!
What was that? His refraction's just dead instantly. Dragon is going to go down, and Gekno wants to avenge his fallen comrade. Lux is moving forward as well, but this could be a big mistake. Gekno's going through into 2 by himself. Knocks Shady over the wall. That could be huge, but no, because Smiley is going to find the CC chain, is going to find the Zenith Blade, is going to find the Shield of Daybreak, but Gekno seems to have escaped. Luxo wants his revenge. As the pull is going to be used, the flash forward from Shady will do nothing, and it is just a mess all across the board. But my God, am I loving it!
He's walking in. It's just the constant back and forth are incredible, and yeah, it is it's crazy. I love seeing these kinds of games. They're so messy. We get so much bloodshed, and in turn, we get to see a little bit of rivalries forming there. As Luxo specifically paths out of his way to pick off the kill onto Bobo Bobbin there, and look for that revenge kill, and in turn means that whilst Eclipse did bleed a little bit, we saw Luxo get picked off early in that. They continued to continue to how many times I'm going to say continue to get control of this game, and even with this very minimal gold lead they have, it seems like large part Reflection gets caught out,
and more pigs come through as the cease and desist is able to counter kill onto Reflection. Oh my lord, that damage is mental.
This is why we were talking about it. Which team chooses to fight first wins first, because look at the amount of damage on board as a pick onto Smiley doesn't ever end.
It doesn't end as Luxor's going to get a bit of damage through. Flash comes out, and if we're looking at key players in this game, we have to point out Kibo. Got those 2 kills early, died 3 times, but since then has went 9, 0, and 1. Going towards this mid game, has been an absolute beast since those first 3 deaths, and has looked like a monster in this game. As a cheeky pick is going to come through onto Decade, has that flash available, isn't even going to get to use it.
Yeah, and this is the big pick they're looking for now. Whilst we're going to... Director Cam obviously loves to troll us into this bot lane, but we're seeing this Baron be started by Eclipse. Now the counter engage option is there. Whilst the Vi isn't able to pilot through, the solar flare can come out as Gekno's looking for the solo kill. Paul comes out though.
All comes out, which means a heal can come out as well, but Baron's already at 5k and there's no jungler around. Are you really going to flip this one? The only option is really that final spark steal, and they go for it. Aren't able to get it. They hold off on the damage for that final spark to come through. Nice secure from that side, but meanwhile in the mid lane, XCTC is pushing in.
And a fantastic adaptation from XCTC here. Goes into the Phantom Dancer. This item is the second item you'll be looking for individual damage towards targets. He knows he's going to be targeted by Kibo. He goes into the Phantom Dancer second to just try and find as much damage as possible. And we're going to see how effective this is in the next couple of fights. Even though they're pressuring down this bot side, it's 2v3.
Oh no, jump away going to be used. Kibo's in that stealth, but doesn't look like they'll be able to find this fight, and the game is going to settle for a brief moment so we can both take a breath for just a second.
Oh dear, yeah, we're going to see how this vision starts, because the back and forth has been so repeated. This constant ebb and flow of vision has meant that we haven't really been able to talk about it because it's always being taken away. But maybe finally, with this little bit of safe spot, as both teams are getting their resistance, we're going to see Jaded try and set up some initial vision. This plays really into what they've been looking for so far. We've seen repeatedly they look for individual picks, and once again Decade maybe getting caught out here.
Going straight onto Jaded though, that's not the person you want. That is a tank. Cease and desist already used, which means Refraction's free to do what they want. The damage can come through here. Jaded is going to go down first, but a lot of your carries are alive. Luxor has just arrived. Bobo Bobbin is also strong, but Bobo Bobbin is also dead as Refraction's in the backline. Gets instantly popped.
Oh, the Heartbreaker.
The Heartbreaker's massive. Gekno's going to zone out Shady, and Kibo looks for more onto XCTC, who has to flash, but here comes Luxor. Here comes the damage, and there goes the Zonyas, and that might be a few more turrets.
And that looked so good for VIS there initially. They found that initial pick, but just some interesting choices coming out from Bobo Bobbin there meant that he got blown up in that fight. No chance for him to threaten backline. So Luxor immediately moves forward with Kibo to pick up the turnaround kills. And that's 4 for 1 ultimately in the favor of Eclipse. Third Drake given over, as obviously we've seen this 4th Drake spawn in under a minute now. With this Baron, they've been able to unlock this inhibitor. This is really hard for VIS to play out. Now they've got to decide how they want to handle this. Can they get these waves shoved in time to try and get initial control of this dragon with their respawn time is coming in so late? How are they going to walk in and handle this Drake?
7 seconds. The timer ticks down for this dragon to spawn, but the VIS members seem to be more clumped together at the moment. Shady has that flash, and this could be another fight breaking out soon.
Yeah, and TP comes in from Shady, but the back line is split. We're seeing a united front from Eclipse, as well as Gekno looking for towards that third upgrade for his team now.
Are they going to call the horn here? It's just about to come off cooldown, and items can be built by Ornn, so this war of attrition is definitely going to work out in your favor as they're looking for something, and it's going to be onto DK. The CC chain is there, the cease and desist is used, but it's onto Kibo. Kibo, meanwhile, is so close to death, but the resets are starting to come in. The first kill comes through, the second kill, it's a double over to Refraction. Shut down though onto Bobo Bobbin. It's huge. Lux is on a killing spree. Refraction once more, but XCTC gets a kill. Return for themselves. Shady's going to go down, and the question is that the game?
And yeah, that's going to be Infernal Soul definitely being picked up with that 2 for 4 for Eclipse. Means once this Infernal Soul has been picked up, what are they going to be looking towards next? First thing eyes are going to be on is this open inhibitor in the mid lane. On top of that, look at all the standing gold they have in this top lane at the moment. We've seen, even though Eclipse have looked largely in control of the game so far, gold difference has been really minimal. Only now have we seen a concrete gold lead open up for Eclipse. They're going to look to further push that up now. Jaded and the rest of his team, we're going to see them pilot towards this top lane most likely, alongside this mid lane, as well as the bottom opening here. I didn't even notice that. They're going to look to pilot towards as many objectives as possible whilst this Baron's potentially still up. Now that they have this Infernal Soul, and unlock some of this standing gold and start choking the enemy team out.
And I think the key thing to kind of point out is this composition that ECS seems to have built works so well around this Vladimir. Vladimir is normally a champion that just wants to get in, burst these squishy backlines, but when you've got a Viego that has so much sustainability, we saw VIS throw everything plus the kitchen sink plus the dishes that were on the side and a few different bits of cutlery at them, and Viego still came out with pretty much full HP at the end of that fight. It's just mental how strong this champion can be with a lead, and Kibo is pretty much playing it to perfection right now.
Yeah, and the big thing is we're looking at itemization. Where is the healing reduction from VIS eSports? That's really limiting how much they can stop Kibo, but Decade is looking for a pick onto Gekno. This is one of the bleeding points for Eclipse so far, and it continues to be so. 2 versus 3 in the top lane now.
It's going to be a dive as Jaded jumps in, followed in by Kibo. Jaded tanking that turret is definitely what you want. Really nice turret aggro, really nice set of kills. That top turret is going to go down, and what do they get from here?
And as we mentioned, they're going to start to open up these top turrets now, and they're going to continue to pressure out. With those 2 members down, though, we're going to see a couple of rotations. These teams are going to try and maybe look to get this shoving in the mid lane and maybe unlock even more. Double TP available from both Luxor and Gekno. So we have the Baron spawning in under a minute. They use that Baron so well to open up this Infernal Soul. And now that they've unlocked those turrets, they may open up that Baron again and try and get more.
And it's what we want from them. We want them to get more, constantly keep pushing this lead. It's what they kind of failed to do in that first game, but now they gave themselves what seems to be a few more scaling options, and it's working out a lot better for them.
And the real big thing is, how do they handle the effective threats from VIS eSports? And VIS eSports are definitely looking towards Bobo Bobbin. What a fantastic carry performance from Game 1, finding so much damage and giving so much space for his team. Now he's on this Vladimir, and this Vladimir's on this big spike now. Rabadon's completed, Zhonya's and Voidstar picked up as well, means that he is an ever-looming threat towards Luxor and Refraction, who are largely undefended because this team is playing so up front. How can Gekno and Jaded act in response to this single backline threat, and how can they handle this effectively?
And it seems like their only way of handling it is pretty much avoiding it, as they're going to start this Baron up now.
And this is the best way to choke out this map, right? They had the double open in Hib. so long as Gekno gets his Baron online, it means they can once again walk towards this top side boss. Gekno is going to pilot towards mid lane and try and choke out the enemy team as much as possible, because I mean, this team looks so in its stride.
And it seems to me that VIS's kink is definitely not choking, because they don't want this to happen, as they are going to look to fight for this top inhib. I feel like in this situation, if you get 3 inhibbed against this composition, the game is pretty much over.
So now eyes are on Decade, right? How can he find the effective fight? Solo flare, flubs, they still have the cease and desist. On top of that, it's still a Bobo Bob, and he could potentially look for a flank here. He's diving forwards.
Predator goes straight in, but it's going to be cancelled out as Jaded gets a counter engage, but Bobbin's down straight away. Smiley's going to go down too. Jaded survives on a tiniest bit of health. Refraction gets the double kill. That's 3 over, and it's only Shady and XCTC alive to tell the tale, and they are not the 2 players that you want to carry this one. Bobo Bobbin wasn't able to pull it through in this game, and it seems like it's going to be a 1-1 series altogether.
And whilst we saw those final floods and vids kind of spell out the rest of the game, I think eyes largely now on Eclipse, because in game 1, the early game looked so dominant. Coming into game 2, they managed to find that lead again, even through initial bleeding in the boss side, and then push it so heavily with key picks that they played throughout the season. I mean, eyes always for me are on Luxor when he gets his victories, how well he can use it. And I think very well, we could say that.
Yeah.
He played it. And on top of that, it wasn't just the victor though. I think Kibo was the real standout for me. He got that lead and he cemented it very firmly. It wasn't the biggest damage dealer. That was by and large Luxor on this victor, but the amount of resets he found, effective HP and CC and disruption in fights meant that XCTC and Shady weren't able to find effective damage. And on top of that, Bobo being so limited on these flanks from really good vision control from Jaded and the rest of his team meant that this team looked so choked out from it looked like minute 10.
And it just such well played by ECS, and we have to give credit to both teams. Both teams are playing so well. I want to point out in that game, it's a game of pretty much inches. That one small micro thing goes wrong and the play ends up messing it up, but both teams are playing to pretty much what might be called their maximum potential. They both look so good in this series, so make sure you don't go anywhere, as we're going to take it to a slight little break before we head into game 3.
Echoes of pain. VIS are good, VIS are good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. VIS are good, VIS are good. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die on forever.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Valence League Division 1 playoff finals. It's happening, and it is 1-1. I mean, anyone that watched Worlds, this is a bigger banger than that. Like, down 1, who cares about those teams? We've got VIS eSports versus Eclipse Solar. Banger matchup. The hype is there. The rivalry is there. It happened throughout playoffs. The question is, can VIS make the impossible lower bracket run, or is Eclipse Solar going to carry on looking oh so strong within this series and close it out?
Yeah, maybe this is World's final. Maybe it wasn't Damwon versus SKT or EDG versus R. Maybe this is World's finals. What we're watching right now.
It is.
Just think about it.
I mean, you don't even need to think about it. It just is. It is World's finals. All right. So while we wait a little bit to get into this pick ban, it gives us a little bit of time to talk about what happened. Briefly in game 1, to mention anyone that didn't watch the stream, it was a very close, very back and forth game. We saw a really nice rounded out draft from ECS kind of get outscaled by a really out of nowhere Nasa's pick that just pretty much 1 versus 9 came around 600 stacks at 25 minutes. D Kane one-shotting carries, and then talk to us a little bit about what happened in game 2.
Well, in game 2 we saw, I think ECS seemed to draft very differently, but ultimately towards similar goals. We saw the Victor come in for Luxor, which is obviously one of Luxor's favourite champions. He wants to be on the champion if possible, and he found fantastic damage numbers in the fight, and that was one of the many reasons why they won. But I think actually seeing VIS rotate the Nasus, obviously the Nasus got banned away in game 2. They rotate into the Vladimir, which whilst Bobo Bobbin I think has had a very good showing so far in playoffs, the Vlad's found was really limited in how it could interact with ECS's backline, and that in turn meant that Luxor and Refraction were actually able to find effective damage, and that was on top of Kibo finding kill after kill and pushing his lead as much as possible and making best use of the different build paths that Viego can go into to find a really nice tank bruiser build, and then just multiple repeated I don't know what to call it, like when he picks up the champion, what do you call that when he becomes the champion? What would be the name of that?
Them. I don't know.
When he became the team.
Google it real quick. Oh, Google it. Viego passive.
Managing to use his passive repeatedly to find these just disrupt the backline and the team from
when Viego uses his Sovereign's Domination.
Oh my god, it's cool. That's such a sick name. Reminded guys that completely off topic, Akshan's E has more text than Nasus' entire kit. If Nasus gets picked, we can talk about that. That's quite cool, I think.
Yeah, how does that relate to gameplay?
It doesn't.
Okay, fair enough. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to relate to gameplay. But I think just one point I want to hop back on. We spoke about it a little bit in our pre-game analysis before we went into that first game. A matchup that we said was going to be super important is this top lane. We've seen a lot of play around this top lane, and I think what's happening is ECS is they've found a smart way to draft. What's happened usually is people will pick a tank against Bobo Bobbin. He'll lock Gwen. Gwen obviously does super good into tanks. We'll demolish them. We'll get super strong. We'll win the game solo. What ECS has done is go, okay, we ban away the Gwen and then we pick a tank. And what do you do? And we saw this Nasus pick was kind of the option in that first game, but second game they banned it away. And ECS they sort of started finding their groove more in that second game.
And on top of that, I think the way that ECS have the early game draft towards this top, or movement towards this top side to repeatedly gank this on. Now, a lot of people don't like ganking tanks. Why would you put time into getting your tanks again? Nate, he said in the crowd in the back. The thing is, though, all of that gold goes onto your jungler, and then you get to use that gold to then extend it onto the rest of the team, and that's how ECS played out the early game. And it functioned so well for them. Even though they initially bled in the boss side, those 2 kills in the top lane, that gold rotated into the rest of the team, and suddenly Samira got a couple of kills. And that in turn means that you've got stable AD damage in the early and mid game, and then obviously then in turn, suddenly Luxor has a little bit more space to find the big damage combos in these mid game fights and find damage in himself.
And I forgot what I was going to say.
It's fine. We can talk about in tangent with that, because whilst we saw how ECS were able to effectively handle fights, we did see some real big back and forths come out from VIS as well, and that in turn means we're still seeing how ways they can find leads. And this was once again through this find, which we might end up seeing in game 3 as well. He looked incredibly good in it, both in game 1 and game 2. Really, I think the seasoned assist in combination with this Lux looks so strong, and I think whilst we saw ECS find a way to draft around it, in turn we might see, okay, well, how can VIS eSports identify what draft ECS might be looking for and draft around that as well. And that could be rotating back into these tanks in the top lane. Kench, I think, surprised we haven't seen in this series so far. I think his champion's ridiculous. Just such a strong front line for your team and such a good lane buddy in the right situations. I think you can definitely find space for Bobo, Bobman, or Gekno to path onto this champion in draft. In turn, if you're able to find a more tanky front line, that gives you a lot more space for you to put more damage in your back line and go, okay, that's our initial damage combo. Instead of this Lux Vi combo, we can find a more looming carry threat that scales hard. And in turn, then that front line and Decade's just pure CC and disruption in fights can then play through that.
Decade has kind of been a very solid standout player in this first and second game, was getting leads in that second game, was finding a few solo plays as well. As it got into these team fights, was finding a rough time of really finding a lot of abilities, especially that cease and desist was used onto Kibo quite often. But we are reeling through these bans real quick. Vex is gone again, Corky's gone again. VIS has opted to move on to the blue side for this game 3, and that's definitely going to change up the draft, because before, the past 2 games has been VIS on red.
Gonna see what first pick they're leaning towards, and we saw Viego be really dominant in game 2. Maybe that's a potential pick they're looking to steal away. On top of that, the Vi, they looked really happy to repeat it, do it. Maybe they're going to look for that in game 3 as well.
Gwen going to be banned away once again. Misfortune is going to be that first pick lock in. It is a little bit surprising to me, because obviously it doesn't seem like Refraction wants to play that champion. They were getting it every time absolutely fine on red side, so maybe they've got something in store in terms of this 2-3 that they're thinking of, rather than explicitly that first pick on blue side.
Yeah, on the other side of that, I think MF has been such a strong blind pick so far in this current meta. Handles so many champions like a breeze. You can pick so many supports with it. And whilst you saw the initial Mumu MF combo come in, that Curse of the Sad bullet time was a lot, has lasted a millennia and still being used today. Can be a lot of champions can be put into it. We see the Samira locked in for Refraction again. This champion, forgive me if I'm wrong, seems to struggle against MF in the early game just a little bit. MF's dominant laning does get a little bit of space in that in the early game, but in return, I mean, Refraction looks so good coming into mid game, especially because they were able to put a little bit of gold on him once that 15-minute mark runned around, and once he was on that shield bow, he was able to find these ultimates seemingly every fight.
And it looked like an absolute monster in these fights, absolutely one-popping everyone.
Okay.
Adaptation come out that Amumu's going to be locked in. They've played it both in the jungle and the support role, and then Shady is going to be on that Yone.
Yeah, Amumu, such a wonderful flex to be picking at this point. It does actually have a decent matchup into the Viego, because you get such an easy early option of Tabai Bramble, especially when it's picked alongside that Samira, meaning he could potentially try and find space to put it in jungle and then just navigate through the first 5 minutes of the game. And then finally, the Yone picked up for Shady. This has been one of his key picks in solo queue. This man loves to play his little assassins, and this champion functions like one of those. We're going to see how Luxor handles it, because normally he would default onto something like the Victor, which gets banned away, or the Rise potentially. There are a lot of options he could be looking towards, so will we see the Orianna, potentially the Rise coming in to try and handle the Yone?
We saw the Syndra in the first game, could still be a possibility within this one. Has the CC to kind of negate that Yone just that little bit, but we'll have to see if this is kind of on the ball and decides to ban that one away, or if they leave it up. There we go, it is going to be banned, so Lux's options are definitely a lot shorter as 4 mid lane champions banned away. Yeah.
Going to be seeing the mid laner most likely locked in here. I'm assuming Rise. I would go ahead and 5-head it. We do see alongside this 4th pick that they're going to be locking in now, double ban towards top side to get rid of both Kennen and Vladimir, and opting to pick the Ornn early to potentially give counter pick for mid lane in case this Yone gets flexed into the top lane. This is an interesting adaptation from ECS.
ECS is going for that Ornn, and this in turn means that Bobo Bobbin has the choice of what they want to pick. Kale,
We're seeing, by the way,
I
we're
don't
seeing
think it's gonna
almost
be
a salty run back.
yeah, kind of ECS, but it is going to be like Kale locked in.
Mm-hmm.
It's another one of those. It's a champion that scales super well into the late game. It has pretty much a free lane versus Ornn. Obviously, he has a tiny bit of kill pressure in the early levels, but once that level 6 mark hits, Kale should have no problem in that lane at all, and in fact, can start to dominate that matchup. But with Lulu hovered, it might actually be that Amumu jungle.
And we talked about the Lulu in game 2, and again, we can bring it up here. Polymorph is such a disgusting tool for limiting these individual divers, and Viego is one of those. Whilst he is able to be unstoppable through a couple of Lulu's key smells like the Wild Growth, that Polymorph's going to come in and shut down any initial damage he wants to try and find onto XCTC on the MF here. And so now we're looking towards what other damage ECS can potentially find here, and they're hovering. I was going to say, we might see the Yone. Okay, we see the divers picked into the Yone. This is a skill matchup there and there. I mean, people seem to be going back and forth on where this matchup wants to be lined up with. The big thing is, how can each person effectively use that Fate Sealed to find the turnaround on this lane? This level 6 spike is going to be really important to be looking towards. But Luxor, you might not even be looking towards the mid lane, because you have Wild Growth, Curse of the Sad Mummy, and the Kale ulti all to steal away. And these are all really heavily impactful ultimates that he uses really, really well. Alongside with Call of the Forge God and the other engage and CC tools that their team has, suddenly we're seeing what looked like more of a skirmishy comp suddenly pivot really heavy towards potential. Well, whilst we may see it only really work well in skirmishes, it has some heavy teamfight potential coming out of ECS.
And you've seen Grenada Mumu, you've seen the full AP Mumu, the amount of damage it can do. Imagine that, but instead it's a Silas, able to use all those basic abilities, able to be absolutely as oppressive as usual, but now it has an Amumu that can one-tap your entire team. Or a Kale ult, so he can survive super long and do a lot of damage to your team. Or a Lulu ult, so that he can knock everyone up on your team. Basically, there's a lot of good Silas ults for Luxor to use, and it's not really a champion that we associate much with Luxor, this Silas, but obviously if he can pull it off in this game, it's definitely something that VIS needs to be afraid of.
Then VIS on the counter seems to have drafted very heavily into this is a 5v5 comp, right? We're seeing multiple heavy initial engage to, I mean, well, really just this Amumu MF combo being a really good initial CC combo that they can play towards. But on top of that, Yone and Kale can, whilst they can definitely traverse fights easily alongside with this Lulu and Amumu kind of helping them play these fights out, they also have really strong side lane potential, especially Kale. That level 16 spike, we're talking casting levels of, once this 16 is unlocked, this Kale is going to be an incredibly dominant force we're looking towards. And whilst casting is scary, ever looming, rotational presence in turn, Kale just gets the most stat checky champion you can ever imagine. This champion just gets given a ball of damage and goes, here you go, just run with it. Getting that level 16 unlock is going to be such a big point for us to look towards, because Bobo Bobbin seems to be always opting to play towards these later game scaling champions. How can he navigate the Ornn matchup in the first 10 minutes of the game is going to be really important. And then once he hits level 11, how is he going to start impacting the map? Because Kale is always seen as a big bleeding point in the first 15 minutes of the game, up until that level 11 point where you really have very minimal damage, and especially pre-6 is so vulnerable. Is Kibo going to decide to pilot up towards his top lane again?
And we saw last game piloting towards that top lane, Kibo getting multiple ganks off, getting a small early lead, which then, despite a few shutdowns and a few deaths later on, led to a really hard mid-game spike on that Divine Sundra, and they were able to carry those fights from there. I think the one thing that I want to mention when you talk about this top lane is how difficult it's going to be for Gekno to itemize. You've got two really heavy AD threats, mixed with a Kale, who is pretty much like an AD carry, but dealing AP damage.
Yeah, and that mix damage is going to help so much with potential itemization coming out, because actually Viego on Ornn suddenly are feeling really limited in terms of what they can build, because whilst you'd want to still see potentially Thornmail be picked up, as well as these Ninja Tabai to deal with the Kale Yone MF combo, actually Yone and Kale, they actually pump out really meaningful amounts of magic damage as well. So how are they going to handle this in mid game, especially when Ornn's unable to get onto multiple items at once? What itemization is he going to choose? So a lot of things to be talking about. for both these teams.
And one lane that we've kind of negated to talk about a little bit until now, until I bring it up, is this bottom lane. We've got Misfortune and Lulu on the one side versus Samira and Braum. More traditionally with that Misfortune, if you're going in Enchanter, we have been seeing that Yuumi, but you spoke about how much Lulu can offer in this comp in the form of that polymorph. So how are you feeling looking at this 2 versus 2 matchup? How are you expecting this one to play out?
Only we wanting to see MF Lulu kind of abuse this first 3 levels as much as possible. I think Braum plays really well with the Viego, especially with this kind of vulnerability from the Amumu until that Curse of the Sad Mummy is unlocked. So I'm hoping XCTC and Smiley try and abuse their double range matchup as much as possible before Viego can potentially look down towards his bot lane. But then, yeah, I mean, whilst we talk about Braum potentially being one or more of these more passive support in the bot lane, pairing that with the Samira, having the opportunity to double dash forwards towards a very squishy bot lane means, I mean, Refraction and Jaded have been quite aggressive in these first 2 games so far. Maybe they'll continue that here on the Braum.
And that's the thing, if Refraction has good reflexes, you can windle that polymorph, and all of a sudden that useful champion that was that Lulu that you're expecting to shut down this Samira in lane so becomes a lot less useful in that 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
And we are going to load into game now. We're going to start heading on into this one, and I'm not expecting to see many level 1 shenanigans. Obviously ECS has that Braum, can make something happen in the early game with a lot of easy to stack auto attacks with that Samira, auto into Q, with that Viego double auto on the passive. But they are going to 5 point, they are going to keep it nice and chill for this one as they set up for just a simple early game.
We are seeing, interestingly, Luxus opted to, just like game 1, go for more of a combat orientated summoner spell, going towards his Ignite instead of the TP. I am surprised to see this. We're going to see how he potentially plays out in lane, as we're also seeing triple Conqueror from Eclipse so far. So that's on top of Refraction as well, who opted to go into Conqueror instead of PTA. Means he's probably looking towards more extended fights. We're going to see how that plays out.
And I think when I look across this, Lux are going for that combat summoner. In the past 2 games, we haven't really seen Shady have great effective use of that teleport. We've often seen them be down in CS, and you spoke about how that's a lot due to wave management and not able to properly find those pushes or those shoves at the times when they need. And I want you to talk to me a little bit about how the jungle affects a lot of that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately down to keep. Oh, well, I say that, but it looks like a little
Nothing's
bit.
going to happen here.
I mean, we're going to see some grass trades as Gekno just walking. It doesn't actually get the grass buff even, which is surprising. Big thing is Bobo starts the coal, right? And that's going to be a early game gold income for Bobo if he's able to hit that 100 CS point. But that gives already quite a vulnerable KO a little bit more weakness in this first three minutes of the game, because he's going to be so squishy looking towards that first game.
Talking about level 1s, Luxor looking to find something there, jumps forward, only passive auto damage will come through. A lot of damage taken from those minions, and you spoke about before in the bot lane, it is a bloodbath as these teams are just looking to trade continuously.
And that's only going to play into what Kibo wants. Because he started on the spot side as well, we're going to see him pathing towards top mid lane. He wants to see trading as much as possible because he is the early game jungler right now. Even with, Viego being one of these more passive until level 6 junglers, as Gecko finds really big trade in the top lane. Because of this Amumu and how safe it does have to play within the first 3 levels, he has 3 opportunities to decide to either full clear and potentially look to contest both scuttles with a little bit of pressure in this mid lane, or he can choose to 4 camp and potentially look towards his top lane for an early gank or the mid lane.
That plan might fall through just a little bit if they do end up going for that double scuttle, because the bot lane is pushed in for the side of VIS. So bot scuttle is going to be safe for Decade if they want to go for that one. And Smiley seems to be looking towards pathing towards that to make sure that that one stays safe. But in the mid lane, an engage comes through. Nice bandage toss hits, which means the flash will come through. But second bandage toss, a lot of damage onto Luxor, who is going to go down for that first blood. But Kibo is here now, lands that stun, is going to let an assist go over to Gekno. And we saw last game, a lot of early kills coming through, but Kibo being the one that picks them up does give you hope if you're an ECS fan.
In return, though, this melee versus melee matchup mid lane is so snowballing, and getting that first blood kill onto Shady, on top of the fact that Luxor, again, no TP, means that he's going to miss out on these initial first couple of waves, means that big XP lead and kill gold going over to Shady. He's going to try and push this as hard as possible, because this is his matchup to snowball now.
Big wave going to be pushed in for the side of ECS, which is pretty much going to give that bot lane a free base to match those items, and they're going to have more gold than XCTC did on the side of Refraction, so we'll have a bit better itemization, is going to be able to move towards that Vamp Scepter, is going to be full build at 4 minutes. God, we love Samira.
And Bobo bobbing, because Gekno burned that TP in the mid lane, suddenly unable to have that TP, whilst Bobo one's going to have to navigate how he plays around Kibo. In return, a little bit of CS lead, and having that TP available means suddenly this very vulnerable Kayle has a little bit more space to breathe.
Space to breathe is what you want for your Kayle. Has that cull is going to be scaling up, and when they get to that level 6 mark, we should see that those trades start to go a bit more favoured towards Bobo Bob, and it's not going to be great. Gekno obviously still has that threat, you know, being on the mage, assassin, tanky, DPS carry that he is, but I do expect that Bobo Bobbin is a player that knows how to play around this matchup well.
Yeah, and his laning in the first 2 games was really good too, so hopefully he'll continue that. On top of that, alongside that, Jaded once again, vision has been concretely in his favor in the early games it seems so far in this series, and he's continuing it. Even on LeBron, we're seeing a really clear vision line come out from him and the rest of his team working in tandem with each other, and this means that Kibo gets to have a little bit of control of the court and decide which lanes he wants to be ganking, and on top of that, Luxor, Gekno, and the rest of his team or his laners even, get to play a little bit more aggressively, because they should be able to identify when Smiley's on roam timers and when Decade is out of the jungle.
And it seems like you're really happy with the map state at the moment for both teams. They're kind of getting what they want from the VIS side. Kayle is getting a free lane to be able to scale up, and you've also got a bit of bot push, but what we are seeing is Luxor looking to push a little bit of an advantage, starting to push these waves and starting to get a bit of pressure, and when Luxor gets ahead, we know that they can be a player that absolutely pops off.
But Yone, on this matchup, he's looking towards as much attack speed as possible. Zerg is now completed as a little bit of trade happens in the top, and this is really the strength of Gekno. Level 6 comes in though.
The level 6 spy, the grasp proc, the brittle is there, and flash going to be used by Bobo Bobbin, who does not hit that level 6 mark yet, so still in a lot of danger in this lane. As a flash forward from Gekno is going to hit level 6, just hits in time to get the ultimate through from Bobo Bobbin. An absolute clencher on that one, as we see more trades in the bot lane, as Decade seems to be moving down to try gank this one.
Yeah, and Shady, and interestingly we saw there was Refraction and Jaded. Whilst we saw this little skirmish in the top side, we see eventually that flash being burnt for the Divine Judgment. In return, this bot lane, they're fishing for a gank.
Flash is available for Jaded. First bandage toss misses. Flash W gets them out, as Kibo is looking for the counter gank now. The slow onto Decade. Bandage toss does get them out of danger there, and we did have TP available from Shady Almighty, so ECS a little bit scared to fully commit to that one, but level 6 mark hit for Bobo Bobbin now, and this is where this top lane starts to turn around.
Interestingly, if we can, I don't know if we'll be able to pan to mid lane quickly, but Luxor actually ends up using his ultimate to pick up that Fate Sealed from the Yone. The way this ultimate works is when the Silas picks up this ultimate, he's on a minute timer to use it. And then once that goes on down, either he uses it or it goes on cooldown. He then can't pick that ultimate up again from the same champion for a set amount of time. This is going to help Shady so much in this matchup if he's able to either stop Luxor from using it entirely or just restrict his usage and force him to use it in a bad situation. Means that whilst right now he's being pressured up and seeing a bit of a CS lead be built for Luxor, in the next 3 minutes, Shady hopefully going to be able to press his lead just a little bit in this lane, especially having that TP available.
And 15 seconds now until that Herald comes up. We do have Decade pathing up to that top side. A big trade of damage for the side of Bobo Bobbin, which is definitely going to favour them if they look to pick up that Herald. But at the same time, Dragon is being taken for Kibo.
Yeah, little steal away there, and we talked about their vision control, and it's really playing well for them here. They pick up the first Drake, which, you know, everybody loves a Cloud Strike. It's the
Oh
favorite.
god, is it going to
My
be
favourite.
Infernal Soul again?
Honestly, I'm down for it. I had my NL, I did the NLC series. Oh, I can't talk about it. I'm sorry, I was talking.
You don't get to
Flash
talk
out the
because
Ignite.
looks with the Ignite almost gets a solo kill, but Flash
Big.
forward from Evo gets that one for them, and now you've got a decently itemized Yone fighting into Smiley, who is very squishy right now. Decade gets knocked up, Kibo jumps over the wall, he's going to get a second one, in comes Luxa as well, but the smite is there, the healing is there, Bobo Bobbin is there, but it's not going to be enough as the kill goes down, and that is 2 over to ECS and possibly this Herald as well.
Yeah, and just continual leads being found for ECS once again, playing out exactly like the first 2 games. Big kills go on to Kibo. On top of that, I think this Viego, we saw repeated use of the Heartbreaker to find so much damage, and I think actually using the Yone really well there to slow down the fight and wait for Gekno to get in range to use that Call of the Forge God meant that top laner Bobo wasn't able to respond. So 2 kills picked up, Herald now as well. We're going to see how they can use this, because we see big bleeding happen in the boss side. First plate has already been picked up by Refraction and his co-part. Where can they place this Herald in the next 5 minutes to effectively use it?
Why are you asking me, man? You're the colour today.
Well, no, I'm
I know it's a rhetorical question. I thought I'd throw a little bit of spice, a little bit of memeage on there.
No, just hardcore flaming. Cheers, thanks. Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
just call you out on that one. You know, that's how bros do it. You know, bro.
Telling everybody that I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Just a bit you don't know, but who does know is Luxa knows that he's possibly going to be dead on this one, as so much damage comes through, and Decade is going to pick up that kill.
And the worst thing is that Lux actually used the hijack there to pick up the Curse of the Sad Mummy, which means he's now locked into that ultimate once again, and that means he's not going to be able to grab it in the next potential skirmish. So he's going to have to use that Curse of the Sad God? Curse of the Sad Mummy at some point. They've got the ultimates sound very similar. You got to give me that.
Just look at those vision lines towards top side.
Oh, mama.
Oh, don't get too excited, but it's Jaded once again. Just, you can't all put it on Jaded. The whole team as a whole has been so well sort of coordinated around playing around vision. But while we say that, on the bot side, there is nice vision for this VIS side, and a wave pushing out away from Refraction and Jaded could be their death sentence.
And it's difficult because Refraction and Jaded had this wave that's now slow pushing into the enemy team. They're going to have to walk forward at some point, and Decade has Curse of the Sad Mummy available.
There's somebody available. Shady has TP as well. Curse of the Sad Use bullet time is there as well. Jaded blocks a lot of the damage. That might just save Refraction's life, but no, it doesn't. Here comes Gekno. Polymorph! Huge to stop both of them as the cleanup crew is here, and they are going to clean this one out. 2 kills back over, 2 for 2 in the end. Maybe Kibo wants to make it 3 as they're going for the dive on this one. Gekno goes forward. Gekno does a decent amount of damage and Kibo picks that one up. Luxa now looking for a 1v1 in the mid lane. Nothing's going to happen there, but Kale still farming in that top lane.
Yeah, Bobo using that TP in lane means doom for that whole team. We got so hypey for that polymorph, but it didn't matter. The numbers are in the favor of ECS, and Kibo being oh so strong right now, getting that rotation down means all of these tools burn to kill Refraction and Jaded. That all of that damage is now burnt onto those 2 players, into that Braum shield and the Windwall from I'm gonna call it the right spell next time. From the Windwall from Refraction means that that counter engage was so strong, and 2 more kills picked up. They sealed. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Fused.
Very unsealed right now. I guess the fate is sealed, but it's sealed in the way that Lux is definitely staying alive. Weird trade on that one.
Yeah, just using that, and that's the thing with the Yone is you've got to make sure you're using your spells on the correct timer, because if you do use them too late into your rotation, you're not able to find that kill chance.
Smiley?
Yeah,
okay. Weird champ. As Smiley's just going to maybe go down here. As Kibo super strong. Is looking for this one. Doesn't have the Heartbreaker just yet. As here comes Bobo Bobbin. Teleport used. Flash away from Kibo. Keeps him alive. And Gekno's coming as this might be a 5 versus 5 for this Dragon priority. As it's 5 seconds now until this Mountain Dragon Luxa goes in. The follow up from Jaded. The kill onto Smiley. Now Kibo onto the backline is going to be able to kill Bobo Bobbin. Gekno flashes forward, gets a knock-up. Infernal Trigger used to get another one. That's 4 kills already. Shady, the only person alive to tell the tale, but under the turret maybe means not for much longer. As the pause comes out, Kibo apparently has 800 ping, and I'm going to pass it over to Oak to break that one down.
It's quite hard to break down, to be honest, because it was a little bit messy. I think the ultimate thing to look at is that, yeah, Luxa found this initial engage that was oh so well done. The face sealed in combination with his W and then flashes out to find huge initial damage onto Shady. And that in turn leaves Kibo to have the strength to jump forward with that Heartbreaker, pick off Smiley, who, remember, this is the peel point for your team. Other than that, Decay didn't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy available, which means they're kind of at loose ends in terms of how they can protect XCT and Bobo Bobbin. And even with that early uses, we're going to get the pause by coming here. The early use of Divine Judgment meant that all of the damage coming out from ECS was super effective. Found multiple targets. They pick off 3, and this leads right into this Drake. And on top of that, remember this Herald usage. Did Herald get dropped? I'm not paying attention.
I didn't see the Herald drop come through, so it might have just timed out. But the real question is when this pause comes through. Jaded, the turret shot! That's what I was waiting for. I was so tense because I saw it flying and it just about hit. But it's 1 kill back. You know, you're never going to be sad about getting 1 free kill over for Shady. And Dragon's going to go over, like you said, and we'll have to see. Is it that Infernal Soul?
And the big thing is looking at how Kibo can retain this lead now. 7-0-2. He's so strong on this. As we're going to see which dragon it goes into. Infernal Soul for game 3, baby. Let's go.
3 in a row.
Loves an Infernal Soul.
Everyone buy a lottery ticket now because 3 Infernal Souls in a row, that's got to be some kind of good luck.
Yeah, there's some shenanigans. ECS rigged? Rigged.
I mean, they've rolled the dice on this one, and you know, you got to cast 3 cloud. You got 3 cloud drakes in a row, and then now you get 3 infernal drakes in a row. So you get some boring, some exciting.
Yep. Well, that was good then, because this is obviously Valence League, a lot more important than NLC Div 1.
Yeah, clearly.
But it's more exciting because you're seeing constant skirmishes back and forth from these teams. And the big thing is, whilst we're seeing, I think, some adaptations come in, so big thing is Shady opts to go for the, this is an interesting build, opts to go for the Mortal Reminder Rush. Now, this is obviously in response to Samira, Silas, and Viego healing. Now, I like this adaptation. Problem is, Smiley,
you sound very confident.
Smiley has the opportunity to first item Putrid Chemifier. Is that what it's called?
M-Tech Purifier.
Oh, come on! I was so close. I just got them the wrong way around. Okay, you had the option to do that first for your team, and it's so easy to place that buff on your whole team. I really would have rather seen this and seen Shady go towards that shield bow as early as possible, because look at the damage output from the enemy team and that CC lockup. If you get caught in the Ornn combo and Kibo dives on top of you, you need to be as tanky as possible to survive that and get your damage out in response. So whilst getting the healing reduction is like a good thing, you should build your core items, please.
It's just a horror at the moment for VIS, as they can't even seem to walk into their own jungle. Topside, it's lit up like a map. So many red wards on the enemy side of the jungle, and yes, they have a little bit of defensive vision, but it's not really going to help you when you're contesting for this Rift Herald and you're going in blind.
Yeah, and as we look at gold real quick, I want to talk about Bobo Bobbin, because whilst he has 0 kills and just 1 death to his name, he is 700 gold above his enemy laner, and he's actually above every other carry in terms of gold right now. So we're going to see, especially once level Smiley's getting caught out, I think he's fine. Once he gets level 11, just unlocks it now, we're going to see how he starts to become a threat in this team, because such a strong presence in side lane, he's going to hopefully start to unlock some of this side gold, these side turrets, get a little bit of that standard gold off the map, and in turn, this is gold for the rest of his team. Big engage.
Big time, but it's all onto Jaded. The Braum is absolutely huge in that team fight, but the second Vantage toss is there. The knockup comes through. Kibo does use the Heartbreaker to get out of that one, and while it's a really good play, this Braum pick cannot be flaunted because it was so effective in that little skirmish.
Yeah, and Jaded has done this 3 times now. 3 times he has so effectively blocked out this MF bullet time. What's it called? Is it just called bullet time? It's called bullet time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And handled it so well, and that's limiting so much of VIS eSports potential damage in these fights. And when you use these multiple tools in tangent with each other, you know, this ultimate tempo is going to be so important. We're going to see how potentially, especially if ECS can hold on to the Call of the Forge God, and especially this hijack for potential turnarounds, if they're able to hold on to those tools whilst we see this Mumu and Meth engage happen again, this can be disaster for VIS if they continue to fight.
And it seems right now that ECS seems to know where they want their gold, where they want their XP. As Kibo level 11, while his mid lane is only level 10, but XCTC is going to have to flash away. Teleport being used by Shady now, and 1 minute until this dragon, ECS has complete control.
And this is the big question mark with the Ignite into the TP, because if you did have the TP on the Silas, you would be able to funnel a little bit more of this side lane gold onto your mid laner. In return, Luxor now, 90 CS is 18 minutes. This is the bleeding point for this team so far, as he's looking for a potential pick into Bobo. He's a level down.
Going on to Bobo, a lot of damage traded back, and like you said, no teleport available means that Luxor doesn't really have that option of basing. Is level 11 now. Vision control going to be cleared out once again. Jaded just always moving with Kibo together, but Shady's found Gekno. This could be a big trade. It is a very tanky boy though. Has that Bramble, has that plated steel caps. Fate Seal's going to be used. XTC's in this fight as well. That's going to be a kill onto the mid lane. And Dragon is up in 11 seconds.
Big thing is though that they burnt the Fate Seal dead. That's a big engaged tool for VIS eSports. In return, Silas actually manages to steal this Divine Judgment from the Kale. I've still got 30 seconds left on that. How are they going to use this tool? Mumu jumping in.
Luxus into the backline as well. Has that Kale ultimate to be able to use. There's so much damage coming through, but Cade, Decade doesn't hit that one. Bullet time goes wide, but down goes the AD carry. Decade moving forward again. And Mumu's so busted with that bandage toss as Luxor and Kibo run for the hills. Do try to turn this one around. It's just not close enough, as a 1k gold shutdown will go onto this Kale, and they will stop the dragon stacking.
And a big turnaround for VIS eSports. We saw how strong Kibo looked in these fights, but the rest of his laners actually looked quite weak, and this is where they found this point. They killed Gekno first, who's been a big counter-engage tool for them. Alongside with this Heartbreaker, they've been using that Call of the Forge code consistently to counter-engage the Mumu. They pick him off first. In turn, they managed to unlock this Drake and pick off 4 members of the enemy team. Now they're gold ahead, 3k gold ahead as well, and bounties on not only on the Kale, who's looking now highest gold in the game so far, 88,700 gold on his items. As Decade's gonna get caught in the mid lane. I don't think it's gonna mean much though. But on top of that,
they do no damage.
Shutdowns on Decade and Shady Almighty as well, who's also sitting on almost 7,000 gold.
So much gold now, as the gold has pretty much just swung completely the other way. It was 1.5 thousand gold ahead for ECS before that dragon fight, and now it's swung so far in the other direction, as VIS just looking to make a statement in this third game. And I think one issue that's looking to arise is this Amumu is armor stacking, and your 1 AP threat in this Silas is really far down in this game at the moment. Only 100 CS in 20 minutes. And
I love this adaptation to build the Thornmail. We talked about how important it is to get CC on target if you build this Thornmail second item. Amumu finds it so easy to layer CC onto multiple targets. This is going to really restrict Luxor and Kibo in terms of how much effective healing they can find, and as well as Refraction if he even gets picked off at that stage in a fight.
And they've pretty much put all the eggs into the Luxor basket. They've said, okay, Luxor, you're not having the greatest game of your life. You're playing on Silas. You're not farming very well. So we are going to stack full armor, and you're going to have to make plays in this game, or your team will lose.
And the thing is, with this build coming up from Luxor, especially as we see, big pivot come in, they're trying to pick up Cade.
Time comes through, but Jaded once again is able to block all the damage. But here comes a TP from Bobo, and Luxor's into the backline. It's almost huge, but not enough items, not enough damage. Means that he will go down in this one, and VIS just looks to push through the mid lane and possibly move towards this Baron.
Yeah, even with that one kill, look at the HP coming out from ECS. There are different avenues that VIS can try and extend this lead. Obviously, unlocking this mid tower would be really big. But maybe just regaining some vision control and playing for the pick as they look for it here.
Oh boy, Bobbin looks so strong right now. So much gold. 2 items already. Has that stopwatch, which makes it really difficult for this Viego to start getting those resets. People don't really often talk about it, but things like this stopwatch, like the GA, like Zonya's, become so important at nullifying Viego's usefulness in team fights.
Yeah, and at the same time, also minimalizes as big pick onto Smiley.
Engage comes through, but Bobo Bobbin's so strong. Kiting back, has no auto, and now here comes the Amumu. Kibo just can't finish off the Kale as here comes Luxor, and this seems to be the last ditch effort for this team. The Kale's not even going to die. They will go down in the end as here comes Gekno, but all your damage dealers are dead. All your carries are down. XTC is here now, and it might take them a while to kill him, but they are going to get it eventually, and it is an ace over to the side of VIS.
We are seeing opportunities for ECS to try and find a way back into this game. They found multiple shutdowns just now, but even with that 3 for 5, and XETC and Decade have decided, okay, cool, we unlocked this mid turret, we got top turret as well, we're gonna look for Baron now. And through this Baron suddenly, especially if they're able to wait on these timers and get it both on the Kale and the Yone, we're going to see Decade's getting real low right now as bullet time comes out as well. If they're able to get the Baron on multiple members as well, they can really start this split push threat, because once again, Luxor isn't on the TP, which means that Shady and Bobo have free space to just play as aggressively as they want in these side lanes.
And my question kind of for you is that we see now that VIS has had an adaptation. They've gone, okay, Gekno's only going to play these tanks. We'll pick Kale. They had the idea before. They had the Nasus, they had the Vladimir. Now they've opted into the Kale. They're going for these super carry top lane threats because they know it's going to be a free scaling lane where Gekno's not really going to have a champion like that Camille, like that Fiora, like Darius that can hard abuse it. So is this something that ECS needs to look at to maybe change around in their draft?
I mean, can they? I know VL's known for just rotating players into different lanes. This could be one of the avenues for it. On top of that, yeah, I mean, does Gekno have no carry options available? You can potentially look to either choke out draft in a particular manner to restrict some of these carry top lanes, or draft more heavily to stop them from having this side lane threat. I think one of the focuses for them could be through getting more of these ganking present junglers and getting a roaming support. So get off the Brom and get on the Leon and punish these top laners more as Bobos get caught out in the mid lane.
Kibo goes down. The burn is huge. The Gale Force is there. It's in the top lane. Shady's looking for a 1 versus 2. Fate Seals Yudes gets the kill onto the Samira, and Luxor has to run away with his tail between his legs as VIS is the dominant team in this game 3.
Yeah, gonna see how they continue to use this Baron to maybe unlock this inhibitor here. Fantastic outplay from Shady as well. Handing that 1v2 means that Luxor's gonna have to deal with this now.
Shady's not done, but Luxor the 1-for-1 trade in the end. But in the mid lane, Bobo Bobbin and XCTC still pushing this one, looking for the end.
Yeah, they really are looking for it. Bobo not even 16 yet. He's decided the game is over. Big bullet time comes out to clear the wave. Picks off the Braum as well, and only 1 member left standing. Kibo just respawns now, though. We're seeing a load of low HP targets.
Oh, but the polymorph comes through, means then Kibo can't move forward. That Heartbreaker's not quite available. 3/4 of that cooldown used, and no Nexus turret goes down, but it is really low. And that inhibitor is going to be spawning those super minions now. A lane's worth of pressure is going to be used as almost a 10,000 gold lead for this side right now.
And whilst we talked about how strong Jaded has looked for this vision control in the early to mid game alongside with this team, as we're seeing them fall apart a little bit, we're seeing holes being made. And this is playing really well into, Smiley gets caught just in the finale of his recall. They're going to get picked up by Kibo. But we're seeing that get a little bit choked out now. And even though the focus for VIS isn't on creating these big vision lines, in turn we're seeing them create a lot of vision pockets for this Amumu and this MF to safely pilot through and find damage.
And damage is really what we want to see in these games, because right now VIS has a lot of it, and ACS doesn't seem to have a lot in return, and most of it is from this itemization. So much armor stacking coming through. Even this MF XCTC has those plated steel caps, and Luxor can't really do much in this game as the Silas, because anytime they go to jump in, instant polymorph can come through, CC chains for days, and Luxor doesn't really have many options in this game.
Yeah, and this is the real strength of this hybrid damage comp that we've seen from VIS. We talked about it in draft, but we look at the itemization from ECS, we're seeing triple mercs come out. Even against this MF, Yone, Kale comp, we don't see Tabai's built on anybody other than Gekno, and that's because the Amumu, Lulu CC threats are so heavy, last so long as Jade is getting picked in the jungle.
Instantly obliterated, not even close.
And yeah, just seeing, and you can see there how squishy this Braum is. Even with that Solari being built, doesn't matter. Instant kill, even through those Merc treads. And that's the thing, because the CC combo is so strong, as big curse of the Sad Mummy.
And Jade is not there to block the bullet time this time. The damage will come through as Luxa is trying to get away. He's going to use that Kale ult to stay alive a little bit longer, but it does not matter because here is Bobo Bobbin, here is XCTC. That's going to be 2 kills over. Looking for a 4th now onto Refraction. Super simple triple kill. Going for the Quadra possibly. And that should be game 3 in the bag.
And Decade is such a strong threat that Smiley is deciding to just buff the Amumu instead to keep the damage on and to use help picks onto Decade, and that's finding so much damage. They pick off 4 members and they win game 3. So wasn't even taken for Drake's overall 27-minute win. What a concrete win for VIS.
And this just showing up in this game 3. A bit of a slower early game, but I think that might be what we needed in this series. There was so much chaos early on that the teams never really got their footing, but now that VIS decided, okay, we'll play a bit slower, we'll play around our jungle mid synergy, our support roaming around, and they played these team fights so well, and Bobo Bobbin once again looked like a beast, but above and beyond that as well, XCTC really came into their own this game.
Yeah, and honestly, even with maybe some people will be looking at the builds as well and questioning what was going on here, but ultimately this draft that they found with the earlier map leading into this really heavy team fight comp works so well for them. I think the default is when you're question marking what you can do, just do front to back, and it works so well for them here, especially against what ECS actually drafted themselves into. We saw how successful they looked on the Viega game too. We talked about what potential adaptations they'd have into it, and here we go. Lulu comes into instant polymorph, Kibo or Luxa diving in. On top of that, they have these really heavy initial engage tools because they know that whoever fights first wins, and they've been using these effectively to find first fights and win them.
But we see the issue was that you're fighting into an Amumu with 4 melee champions and a low range Samira. Decade didn't even have to play massively cracked, but did play well on that Amumu, was consistently hitting bandage tosses, was finding 2-3-man curses of Sad Mummies, linking up with XCTC well, and I think if Jaded wasn't on that Braum, this game could have been over a lot sooner.
Yeah, I think the Braum was the only real highlight here. I want to give a shout out to Decade as well for a fantastic build path going into the Thornmount and the Abyssal here, man. The team just got so much damage overall, but I want to give shout outs to Decade specifically for not only that Abyssal Mask being a fantastic purchase here, but on top of that, he actually did more damage than anybody else in the enemy team.
What an absolute monster.
Crazy.
And this, in this game 3, has now made the statement. There is a curse that's been happening at Worlds. Every team that was 2-1 up did end up losing the series. So make sure you come back after this break to find out if this can beat the curse or if ECS is going to come back strong.
It's not a
Hello once again. It is game 4. Welcome back to Valence League Division 1 Finals. It is VIS eSports playing against ECS. Game 1, very close. Back and forth matchup. ECS, VIS able to scrape that one through. Game 2, also close matchup. ECS able to scale, bring that one back. Game 4 was a little bit different. Talk to us about that one, Oak.
Yeah, well, I mean, it did look kind of close at first because we saw once again. I thought I did that. Once again, we saw that ECS build up a little bit of an early game lead through this Diego, and it looked 7-0. We thought this man's on board. There's no way they're shutting this up. Bam! Kale hits level 11.
Bam!
Slammed in. And I think this combination with the Amumu getting so strong in mid game, this super easy combo that they can do every fight with the Curse of the Sad Mummy and the Bullet Time looks so good. And we saw ECS find some counter engage options initially, but once mid lane started bleeding and suddenly Silas gets shoved onto the side lane, okay, well, now they start to struggle a little bit. And that's where we really saw ECS fall apart slightly. And I think, honestly, it all stems back from that TP on the Silas. I thought the Silas was really good into it. But that having that ignite on the Silas meant he was so limited inside, and he was like 90 CS at like 170 minutes because they immediately swapped the Lulu MF into mid lane, and now Silas can't CS. And then that chokeout continued to affect them because the Silas was the only magic damage coming out from that team. So once again, it's always these back and forth because game 1, VIS won it. ECS adapted in game 2. VIS adapted in game 3. Now we're probably going to see ECS adapt to the draft that VIS did last game, and maybe we'll continue to try to pilot into this game, and we're going to see how they handle that. Maybe Luxor gets back in comfort. Maybe they get a little bit more magic damage than the rest of the team anyway to mitigate if their only magic damage falls down a cliff. And
And that's always that was the issue as well. Is he had the pick number 5, and yes, there are a lot of strong ultimates to use, but I feel like especially in these longer series when it starts getting towards game 3, game 4, game 5, comfort is key because you know how to play it, you know how to play it well, and especially in a composition like that where there's only one AP threat, looks are playing one of those mage carries like that Rise, like maybe something like a Cassiopeia. It would have been so pivotal for them, but they were so short range. They weren't really able to do much in these team fights. And you mentioned the Ignite as well. Me, I'm not an Ignite connoisseur. I mean, I like it because I play support, but when you have it in the mid lane, I remember I used to play with a mid laner, and I used to say to him, if you take Ignite, I expect 3 solo kills in this lane because that teleport is going to be so useful. And if you aren't killing them 3 times in lane with that Ignite, there's no point having it.
And then on top of that, I think the fact that the Silas didn't find really big leads in the mid lane, and on top of that, obviously, remember, the big thing in that draft was they opted to not pick mid lane in the 4th pick, and they left counter pick for mid lane in the 5th pick, even though the Yone had already been locked in. Doing that meant that we talked about how important this top lane matchup was, and that Bobo was fishing for this scaling threat onto what we knew was coming in from the top lane, which is getting on this tank. Because of that, Bobo came in mid game looking so strong because he got the free matchup in the early game. How can they handle that now? And the big thing I think is now they're on blue side, so we're probably not going to see the counter pick in top lane, but want to see better draft angles come from that. We want to see them looking towards, picking your champions in the right slots.
Yeah. And I'm expecting a lot more. You spoke about how we know that Gekno is going to be picking a tank, so it makes more sense to pick that tank early. Pick something with priority, something like that, or pick it early. If you're going to be playing it anyway, blind, you might as well pick it early and save counter pick for a really important role that needs it, like support, that can counter pick their enemy laner and absolutely dominate that matchup, when instead you're just going to be blind picking top lane a bit later, and it just ends up not really being the situation they want it to be.
Yeah, so definitely some draft adaptations got to come out. I'm ultimately looking towards this mid lane because I think that really was the one of the pivotal points. I love seeing mid lane interactions happen, and there weren't actually too much that game.
Is it perchance because you're a mid laner?
It might be. Remember, I'm also a top laner as well, and I've already highlighted the top lane matchups. I've just got it's a move now.
Solo
Plus,
lane
jungle's
scum.
boring as heck anyway. Right, yeah. So all I want to see is how can Luxor and Shady find these two? Because Luxor, I think, actually, to be honest, we talked a lot about Luxor kind of looking a little bit worse that game, but I think Shady also looks a lot better. I'm surprised they've been piloting him onto the Lux so often when this Yone has been available for him.
Yeah. And once again, We're going to see Gwen banned as we move into this draft. It's been a huge pick for Bobo Bobbin. Pretty much every time I see this man on Gwen, looks like an absolute monster. So ECS not letting them have that all. Corki taken away from Luxor again. Probably going to be very similar bans NASA's taken. We might see that Akali once more. And VIS is kind of in the driver's seat right now. When you've won that game 3, you only have one more game to win. You have the advantage of the other team needing to adapt to you.
Anyway, going to see what bans come out. You're seeing the usual stuff come in. Big thing is that Carly once again gets taken away from Shady, and it seems like that's been consistent in this series so far. So they're definitely trying to get him off this comfort. As we see first pick come in, the VA obviously looks so strong, but there are a couple of other picks we can look towards. I mean, I'm going to say it again. Graves is an option, MF is an option. Okay, see the MF hovered in. Maybe they look for this. They lock in the MF.
Okay, and that's a big pickup. We saw CTC do so well on that, and it gave them so much lane pressure early. While yes, the Samira was okay playing into it, it didn't have the roughest time. It was able to get quite a bit of damage out. They almost won some of those 2 versus 2s. The pressure that came out from that pick was huge. But now we see that Ashe locked in to try counter it. That utility role that CTC is going to be filling on this team now.
And locking this Ashe early is so important to taking best advantage of the MF as Nunu gets locked in.
Oh boy.
I'm cautiously optimistic. I think this champion, everybody makes fun of this champion because it's like the champion junglers that can't play jungle pick because you can kind of path the way you want to because of Snowball. We're going to see how Decade uses this champion because sometimes his champion can just look ridiculous. Consume and biggest snowball ever just gives so much space for this champion to find effective play in the early game and you know, clear as this basically utility tank.
Nunu's locked in, and on the flip side, Kane and Rel. Big engage comes through. Kane, obviously a jungler. I think it's specifically to try counter this Nunu. Gonna go possibly that red Kane so that they can lifesteal away. But then we see Smiley's gonna be on that Lulu once again, a cat champion that counters stuff like this Kane super well.
Yeah, and that's going to be piloted so well through this Ashe. These champions work so well in tangent with each other. So I'm happy to see this early lock in. On top of that, yeah, you talked about the Lulu having a really good time into the Kane, but it also has a really good time into the Rel. Rel's engage rotation is really telegraphed and actually kind of slow. Whilst it is massive and very powerful in turn, you get a lot of time to pump out that poly and disrupt that Rel CC rotation. So gonna see how well that lane is handled now because we're seeing alternate sides of it. I think Lulu Ashe probably has a little bit of early pressure to the MF. MF can be so potent on before this one item. So we're gonna see how Refraction can play on it now because I actually think it looks really decent on the Samira previously. How's he gonna look on the MF?
Yone going to be locked in for Shady again. Put on a really nice performance mechanically in some of those team fights. That 1 versus 2 in top lane was absolutely insane. And we'll have to see what Luxor has to pick into this because obviously the Sylas didn't quite work. He did okay in the early game, but then he fell really far behind in CS. We said that it might be a lot due to the teleport, but still a lot available for Luxor. We'll have to see what's locked in.
And Kench, finally! We talked about it in the first 3 drafts. I've been saying repeatedly, I think this is the pick that needs to come out. It's like one of the most potent tanks in the top lane right now. I think it's so strong with Grasp, and it can really become a really heavy lane threat. And this is what you need into Bobo. Obviously, they've given counterpick towards this top lane to ensure Bobo gets on a similar pick like game 1 or game 3. So now that the Nasus is taken away, as well as the Kale and the Kennen, so 4 bans going towards Bobo Bobbin, what can he pick into?
But look what's available. Mordekaiser. Another one of these huge AP threats that does really well into tanks. You can beat the hell out of Tahm Kench early. You take him into that death realm, beat him up constantly, and in team fights, you can be so useful against stuff like this Vigor. But Malphite, that's a bit of a surprise to me.
So, the way Malphite is normally drafted into is you pick it into, either you go the Comet route, and you go really heavy pressure into a squishy target, or you can go PTA or Grasp and try and out-trade a lot of these auto-attack heavy champions. Now, Kench loves to trade with autos, so we're going to see how well this matchup leans towards, but Malphite, obviously, he wants to draft as much armor as possible, and with Veigar, Kench, that you're going to be most likely laning against, you're going to want to build a little bit of MR, probably Merc Treads as well, so it's going to really limit his armor building capabilities coming into mid-game.
it's confusing to me because they were missing AP damage. Malphite gives a bit of AP damage. Obviously, he could be a for funner and just go full AP. That would be hilarious to see. But
it's unstoppable, by the way. It goes through Veigar cage.
True, and it does get onto that misfortune.
Yeah,
I think what they've hyper focused on the fact that this MF was able to get off 3 bullet times in every team fight in that last game. That's what it feels like to me. They saw MF, she was getting 4 channels of bullet time, it was doing so much damage, and they don't have the Braum. At least when they were playing the MF, they saw how useful it could be. So they've, to counter it, gone stuff like Malphite, Yone, going to try hard engage onto that backline, and we'll have to see how effective it can be.
Yeah, I mean, in turn, the rest of the comp from VIS eSports looks really cohesive. You have very clear goals aligning. You know that the Ashe and Nunu want to play very heavily towards initial picks. They want to make that pick with the Crystal Arrow and the biggest snowball. So how can they use those tools to find the first initial pick? And I think, you have easy targets to be looking towards. Whilst obviously the obvious targets would be MF, Veigar, Rel, especially in the early game, can be particularly squishy, especially to some more AP damage, which Nunu will be providing alongside this Lulu. And then on top of that, this Kayn as well, especially pre-transformation, is going to be a really big weakness for potentially this team to try and pick off and tear apart.
Now I really want to see what this can do with this team comp, because it seems different to what they played in that last game, most definitely. I mean, the Nunu is a big oddball pick for me, and it's really difficult, I feel, to pilot into this composition that he is against. So Decade, a lot of eyes on him since that was the second pick in their draft. So clearly there's a reason they have so much priority on it, and I'm looking to see if they can make early game plays to start snowballing this Yone and this Ashe, because if they don't, that Tahm Kench is going to be a menace come mid game.
Yeah, and then yeah, that's the thing, is that this comp does have such a and once it kind of like game one draft, right? We're seeing different spike points for different players. Whilst MF and Tahm Kench can be really strong in the early game, this Veigar is scaling towards this mid to late game, as is Kayn once his upgrade is bought, and Kench will consistently ride along whatever player is spiking at that point in the game. So I'm really liking ECS's draft from here. I think the big question mark, obviously, is how can Lux and Refraction play? Because Luxor was a big bleeding point in game 3. How can he handle the really pick focus? And remember, Yone as well, also unstoppable during multiple interactions through his Q knock-up, as well as his ultimate. Is he going to be able to handle the Yone matchup? Because actually, in game 3, last game, he actually looked decent into it as well. It was only through macro choice from VIS eSports that they were able to take best advantage of the Sylas and its summoner counterparts.
And it is Luxor on a mage. It's Luxor on a mage, back on a mage.
True.
That looks an amazing player on mages. Didn't look so great on Sylas, but they are on that Veigar now. Has been a huge pickup for them in the past. I've seen them play this in fives multiple times. Been an absolute monster. I've played against it. Been one-tapped by him many a time. Was not enjoyable. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. It's Shady on his comfort style of champion, something like this Yone, something that can go in, something that's a bit more assassin-y, versus Luxor on one of these more traditional mages.
And now, finally, before we get into game, I want to talk about Kiba real quick, because he's been a real early game navigator for this team to try and find gold leads. This Kayn is a lot less focused around this pre-6. A little bit less initial gank opportunity for this champion to set up, and playing for small skirmishes, for concrete wins in terms of fights, who then get to that upgrade point, become either the Darkin or the Assassin Kayn, and get access to those extended tools. How is Kiba gonna path around his laners to find these repeated ganks and choose who he's going to gank as well? Because if he's looking towards getting this blue Kayn, obviously he has to gank towards his bot side. On the opposing side, if he's going towards red Kayn, well, he needs to be looking his side, and is he prepared to not play through MF Rel, which is his most concrete way to find kills in the early game?
And I just want to point out, you spoke a lot about this Malphite before. It is going to be that Comet Malphite. What is your thinking in terms of this? Because obviously it's into that Tahm Kench. You spoke about how normally that Comet wants to be against squishier champions.
I think Comet is bait. Now, I've seen Comet do really well in matchups where I've said I think Grasp is better. So maybe I'm just like three-headed analyst here, but I really think grass when you're able to repeatedly proc it, and then just going into blue tree for the mana flow can be such a better choice for Malphite to consistently find trades because it's so much less mana dependent. And if Gekno decides to do the correct runes, which means going into second wind, getting that Doran's picked off as well, to really restrict how much early damage this Malphite can have, especially this level 9 part where this Malphite becomes such a looming threat with the Doran's Dark Seal combination. I want to see how that really affects his lane.
And that, in part, comes from Gekno's on that comfort once again, you know, always getting to play those tanks and into what might be considered a good matchup as you kind of alleviate to. In terms of jungle pathing, he's like
Hey, nothing. Sorry. Would have been more exciting.
Okay. And then I saw it happen and I was like, what's going on here?
And we love this. Early red trinket comes up from Kibo just to pick up that first ward. And that's just, I know it's a small amount, but it is a little smidgen of XP gold going over, and it really does restrict Noon in terms of what information is being given over to junglers.
And we love having information. It is so useful in the game of League of Legends.
Yeah, we like
so. Oh, so yeah, and a champion that offers a lot of info is Ashe. It's a champion that can be super overpowered in high level play because of the hawk shot alone. So I'm looking forward to see if they have effective utilization of that ability within VIS, because knowing where the jungler is pretty much constantly is never a bad thing.
Yeah, one of the best ways to do it is through these first 3 waves. Especially with the Lulu, abuse his shoving as much as possible. Set up a slow shove, so you hit level 3 right when that wave is getting under turret, so you get that clean hawk shot through the entirety of the map. That can give you excellent info on how many camps Kayn has taken, what pathing he's going to be doing in the next 3 minutes, as well as if he's going to be contesting a scuttle, ganking top lane, or moving down to get a scuttle for free.
And right now we're seeing a little bit of Gekno on comfort, walking up, getting that grass proc. Comet comes through, does basically nothing, and I am a bit worried for Bobo Bobbin in this one, especially because it's game 4. Bobo Bobbin has been a really big carry player for this team, and they've opted to move away from him playing these carries and instead put him on a tank, which doesn't seem to be his comfort.
Yeah, and Gekno, real quick, we talked about it just when we were loading this game, has gone the correct range. So we've seen second wind come out alongside with that Doran's, means that, this Malphite Q actually can do really minimal. Already gone through 2 corrupting parts. There's big flash.
Big flash, big knock up. The CC chain's huge. Double flash is used. Here comes the snowball. It's onto Jaded. The return damage is there. Heal is going to be used as the first blood is going to go over onto ECS. It's so close, but just not enough as Decade going a bit too deep.
Yeah, I mean, just fishing for it when they really didn't have the cooldowns right there to look for that turnaround. I mean, it looks so close, but ultimately, first blood goes over to Refraction. That's a big win for Kibo. We talked about how he wants to try and find successful fights in the early game, as all jungler does, but it's especially important for this Kayn because, you know, a single fight going poorly can be doomed for the next 15 minutes, getting that upgrade as quickly as possible. So, fantastic for Kibo to pick that up. And on top of that, gets boss scuttle as well. Big question mark is now, is Decade going to be able to find a counter for that? Is he going to be able to invade this top side? Because 3 camps are all available, but Jaden has actually pathed it correctly around that. Fantastic rotations from Eclipse.
Shaded is up here as well, like you mentioned before. The support difference is absolutely huge. A Shady for sure going to have to use that flash, will use it to get away, and that topside jungle is not yours anymore, VIS, as ECS really putting on a clinic in this early game.
Absolutely perfect play coming from Jaded and the rest of his team to find that rotation out, choke out the not only to choke out the Nunu further, but then also you get to choke out the Yone too as well in this matchup, where he really wants to press his lead as much as possible for Veigar gets a little bit of AP under his belt, and this gives Kibo such an easy reset option, because now he can reset and he can either opt to path towards Krugs and do a full bot to topside clear and then continue to gank towards this potential melee upgrade, or he can do what would be probably the best route for him, which is start on his top side, get his blue buff as quickly as possible and try and press through this MF as much as possible.
Oh, and if this gank fails, it's not going to be very good for Bobo Bobbin, but ECS Gekno trying to move forward, trying to get the damage, is going to pop themselves out of there, but a flash forward from Decade provides a little bit of extra damage, but it's not going to be enough, and the issue there is Bobo Bobbin lost an entire wave to go for that play.
Yeah, you were seeing the Malphite already kind of bleed a little bit. Now, this Malphite build really doesn't come online once you picked up a Doran's as well as got that level 9 spike. So hopefully you're going to see him itemize into a little bit of AP as he does completely the opposite. To try and press this lead as much as possible in lane, because this is the strength of the Comet. You really want to be pushing your lead in lane as much as possible.
Yeah, and the issue is that he's not really got a lead, so
Nope.
there's not much to push in that department. You know, maybe try pull something a little bit back, as Gekko just constantly pushing forward, constantly pressuring, and the issue is, until Bobo Bobbin gets that level 6 mark, he never has to worry about Jaded. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, is going to move forward, is going to get that Ignite flash forward from Refraction, is able to secure the kill with the Ignite. Nunu's down here as well, but nothing will come from it, as really firmly in the lead now, ECS.
Yeah, and the big info for ECS as well, because they see Nunu snowball down boss side, and they know that the red buff's coming up soon, so they should know Nunu's pathing as well, and this is exactly the kind of information Kibo's going to use to, again, navigate through this early game to look for a big pick in the mid lane.
Gank into the mid lane. Shady is just bursted by the unlimited. I can't even remember what it's called. The power, the big ult from Vigar demolishes him.
Burst?
There you go. There you go. Good job. Proud of you.
I think what his W was called. I think his W's the dark matter, isn't it? And that's the one that I always confuse it with.
I mean, this is why Google's great, because you can just always search these things, and then you just look great.
Kill onto the Yone means that they can stance this Drake here. They got the mid wave shoved in, bot wave is slow pushed in as well. I mean, they're not going to opt into it, which I can understand. Want to get a continued clear on and keep their lanes in a good state. In turn, obviously, remember, with this kind of comp, you're looking towards, potential late game scalings, especially because this level 6 is suddenly going to become really scary for ECS. Even with this big 2k gold lead in 6 minutes, it's a big lead, but once Ashe comes online with this enchanted crystal arrow and the fate sealed in combination in tangent with each other, suddenly it's so scary for these individual plays to keep happening.
Base time has come through from ECS. They needed to spend a little bit of that gold lead they had, so the free dragon is going to be taken from the side of VIS eSports, which does get him a little bit of something.
It's an Infernal Drake.
Oh my god, it's not going to be the soul!
It's not going to be soul! We're going to have a Cloud Soul now. I'm putting bets on it.
Please, no.
Bet 365, it's 10-1. Cloud Soul this game.
Oh my god, that's very high odds for pretty much a 50-50 coin flip.
It's nice. It's 1 in 3.
No, it's not. Because
have you heard of the Monty Hall problem?
No, please tell me more.
I don't know if it's too long-winded to be doing in a cast, but basically it's this thing where like there's 3 doors, and behind 1 door is a car and 2 doors is a goat even. Okay, and so what happens is, well, that's the thing. Doesn't matter. I can't talk about it. Fight in the bot lane.
I mean, you'll be able to explain it a bit later, maybe, as Jaded flashes in, gets the knockup, gets the CC there, but Polymorph is huge to stall out Kivo, so they can't really get any damage out, and really nice play from Smiley is able to get their jungler out.
Anyway, yeah, just a little back and forth here. These games have been nothing if not skirmishy, so we're going to continue to see that happen through the rest of the game. I mean, Lawrence keeps bringing us back to the top lane, so I feel it's only fair to talk about it, because the counter pick Comet Malphite is suffering in this lane. 15 CS down, 8 minutes. And on top of that, this is, whilst we set a pretty minimal lead, right? Well, actually, this is the lane that wanted to be really ahead early game. This is the counter pick. Kibo gets caught on the bot lane. Big engage.
Time used in the bottom lane as a double kill goes over there. Flash for playing another kill in the bottom side of the map, and Shady's kind of looking across his teammates going, what's going on? But Luxa flashes forward to get the event horizon. The damage is huge. The kill will be there, and Shady all around me are faces.
You know what? I'm just thinking now. I just realized ECS stole the MF combo from last game from VIS.
Yep.
They just took it away and they picked it alongside with this Rel, and it functions so well there. Smiley suddenly wishing he was on Brom. Now 0-3 in this bot lane so far. Actually, every person, there is yet to be a kill picked up by VIS. And level 6 is still not unlocked for this bot lane 9 minutes into the game.
And that was the adaptation from draft that we saw. So often what was happening is XCTC was getting that MF on 2 or 3 for free, not being contested at all. But a flash forward from Decade is going to CC up Luxor a little bit. Fate Sealed is available to be used. Big Ash Arrow comes through. Fate Sealed onto the backline, shut down over to Shady Mighty. Double kill will come through and a nice little injection of gold onto the VIS mid laner.
American snipers in the game. XCTC with a fantastic enchanted crystal arrow keeps Kibo off of the damage threat from Shady and stops him from disrupting DK's complete channel of the absolute zero. Means that, yep, 2 kills go over to Shady Almighty, an assist also for the Ash, and we talked about the potency of this level 6, and it comes out almost immediately. Big thing is lane rotations come out, which means that Refraction and Jade are both now on this top side looking to contest this scuttle.
And not only the
Herald.
Scuttle looking to contest the Herald, but it is going to go
They
down
used
to
to mix
the
those
cave.
up all the time. It was awful.
I mean,
But
they
we
are
just-
pretty similar. They're from like the same family.
One's just bigger than the other, right?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. Herald is just Scuttle's big brother. When you kill Herald, like when you kill Scuttle, Herald comes out and starts beating the hell out of you. Wait, that would be a change I would love to see. Imagine you're just taking Scuttle in the top side, and then like Herald gets like any.
What if you
with
could
Tibbers.
have the biggest? This is preseason for sure. Okay, secret preseason change. For each scuttle you take, Herald takes 10% more damage when you pop its eye. Huge.
Or for each Scuttle you take, Herald gets more and more angry and just beats the hell out of you.
No. That's stupid. My change is better.
You double Scuttle someone, and all of a sudden, just Herald shows up in your lane, just beating the hell out of you.
Oh my god, the flash! Oh my god, man, it's crazy. Oh my god. Well, yeah, I mean, well, even with the bleeding, they're still playing aggressively at least, and this is kind of what you want to see. They want to keep the ball on their foot, so to speak. They want to keep the aggression up because
Did you say the ball on their foot?
the ball on their foot, the ball on their flaps.
What are you saying to me?
It's because of Flappy Ball. Was it
Isn't-
Flappy Ball? Was that what it's called? Slappy Ball.
Slappy
Sorry.
Ball. No
Ball
one
on their
gets
slap.
that reference. That's like 40 people
don't
playing it. But what we do get is Nunu going like using that phase rush to get out. I mean, now you.
I want to talk about it though, guys, because there's a game on Steam called
Yeah.
Slappy Balls, and it's
no,
free.
Slappy balls,
and
that makes it sound weird, man.
No, it's so good. It's free party game. It's like volleyball, but you play as like walking around hands. It's so sick. Go get it. I've been having. It's literally the funnest game I've played in a while.
It's,
get
we're
it.
Gonna, it's VL's next tournament. It's going to be Slappy Ball
Literally, you
tournament.
could do a whole fucking VL tourney for it too. Like Cradden, if you're watching, bro, get on it.
Get on Slappy Ball, man. Well, you get on Slappy Ball, it seems like ECS is going to be getting on Dragon as we're going to get that final reveal. It's the Cloud Soul.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
How am I this laggy? Are you just
watch
ahead?
the
I think you're just
stream,
ahead,
man.
bro. I'm watching the stream. It just popped up now. The cloud winds quicken.
I've got
Big
I've got it.
skirmish.
Oh, big
DK
skirmish.
win.
DK just gets obliterated, but Shady's in the back line. Can't get anything through there. Lux is onto his body now. Primordial Burst is going to be huge, but Kibo's alone. Kibo gets a 3-person knockup. The bullet time is massive. Bobo Bobbin for sure. He's going to go down, but
Holy. They
That was
all.
mental.
Akibo lived on a sliver. Luxa lived in relatively low health too. They pick up 3 more members and they are just snowballing out of control. 5k gold lead in 15 minutes. I can't even tell you how massive that is. And it's completely onto Refraction and Luxa here. They are so gold fat. It's ridiculous. Oh my god.
oh no, and then teleport in means that Shady Almighty's instantly
Yeah,
going to get
okay.
popped to 4. Oh, but that big arrow, the American sniper hits again as another kill will go on to Luxa, and XCTC is an absolute monster, and Luxa doesn't seem to be happy about that as many pings of Ashar come through in their all chat.
Nice R. Tar. Nice. Yeah, no, I mean, he's fair. The R was fantastic. Enchanted Crystal Arrow across the map. Lands onto Luxa, picks up a kill there. And suddenly, we're seeing, even with a lot of gold being given away, as Gekno has to flash away from the CC combination of Decade and Bobo Bobbin. Even through that, and all the bleeding they've had, Ash is in a stable spot, and the Yona's 3 kills. these are plays you can continue to pilot through. The scary thing is obviously is, can you keep making these initial picks, and will it outweigh the repeated fight success that ECS have found as a big flank comes from Luxor?
they've pissed Luxor right off, because he TPs straight into bot lane to get his revenge, takes XCTC down, and instantly gets that kill back. And Herald in return is going to be summoned in the mid lane. Will it be able to get that charge off? It will, but it's not going to kill the turret, and it's essentially a useless Herald in that effect.
Oh, Gegno's looking for a bit of fights here. Burns the unstoppable force, which when you're this behind, burning these tools is such a key tool to keep your tempo up, to keep control of the map. And once again, we're seeing with Jaded being a little bit in control of this game, we're seeing Vision in really the spots you want it to be in. And immediately, as soon as they roll up to this mid wave, we're saying mid lane, we see rotation, Vision all around. Absolute focus comes out.
The arrow misses, pretty much the first one that he's missed all game. Magnet Storm's there, Fate sealed. They're putting so much onto Jaded, who just gets eaten up by this Tahm Kench. The CC's here now. Here comes Kibo. Knock up onto Lulu ult already used. Lux is here as well, as there are two people caught in their cage. Down they go. And the only negative is you haven't even got a Baron buff to take.
Yep, Baron's not up for another 4 minutes as they push up this open, this mid turret, and that, you know, only standing tier 1 now is just top lane. So we're going to see if ECS are going to try and continue their lead and maybe pressure up for this top turret. We're seeing all rotations up from it now. They've got this bot wave pushed in, so this is the next objective we're going to be keeping eyes on.
And I am just amazed at how this series is kind of going, that it's devolved from really close games to now both teams are being calculated. They're measuring their plays out, they're taking the game a little bit slower, and it's not as bloody, it's not as big of a FunFest fiesta, but it's definitely cleaner gameplay. And ECS really showing that they know how to play this composition and play around these lane matchups as they pick them for themselves.
Yeah, I think after game 3 we saw VIS secure themselves such a concrete win. You're thinking, they're 2-1 up, guys. There's no way ECS come back from a 2-1 deficit. Well, they've done it, folks. They've done it in a concrete manner. It's the curse. They've done it in a concrete manner. They are now 8,000 gold up, which means that we're seeing big item spikes come out from the team. Big thing is, obviously, is that we're really close to a Zhonya's pickup. A second item Zhonya's pickup from Luxor. 17 minutes into the game, and this is such a huge purchase to limit the usage of that enchanted crystal arrow and the unstoppable forces. It stops the dash from Gekno.
A 4-person gank onto that Tahm Kench in the top lane. They're going to try to donate this kill over to the Ashe if they can, but Gekno is returning damage onto Bobo Bobbin, who almost goes down. Shutdown is there, and it's all about what you lose in return. You make a play in the top lane, you burn all your tempo, and the enemy team is going to be able to answer.
I don't even know if they're going to be gold even, and on top of that, they burn all their 4 pick tools. They burn the Unstoppable Force, Absolute Zero, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and the Wild Grave, all to get a pick onto the tank, who doesn't really care if he dies. You lose a little bit of space in the way, but in turn, these waves are shoved into bot and to mid lane. They don't have any pressure to contest this dragon spawning, which means third Drake being given over to ECS.
But who cares? It's Cloud Dragon anyway, right? Like, no one really bothers about that one.
Cloud.
Obviously, Cloud...
Well,
you know,
to be fair, Ashe, Nunu, Yone would love a Cloud Zone.
all that movement speed that Nunu gets in all would be so useful.
Oh, come on, man.
I know. Memeing aside, obviously that dragon then sets up
my god,
but so much damage coming through onto Decade, and that jungle's not yours anymore, buddy. You can't be there. You've got to sit under your turrets and pray that ECS gives you a gift.
Get out my jungle, man. That's what he's saying.
It's like, roll up, I'll shank you outside Tesco's, blood.
This ain't your space no more, blood.
it's Gekno in the top lane looking for a solo kill onto Bobo Bobbin. Stun gonna come through, damage gonna be there, and Malphite Unstoppable Force used just too late, as meanwhile the Jaded cancels out that Absolute Zero. More kills coming over, and at this point this yeah, they kind of seem to have just given up, but Kibo gonna get knocked by that arrow, but there's no one else that can follow up, and this game just gets worse and worse for VIS.
And I was really worried we were going to see a blue Kayn this game, and we are going to see a potential weakness for this team to come back on. But Red Kayn, Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Are you allergic to blue cane or something?
Yeah,
Like,
literally.
you smelt it and just
Red
went away.
Kane and Kibo playing this role perfectly. 9 assists on the board. Gordrinker rush plus that means that he's just endless frontline for this team, and in combination with the ender scaling that Luxor brings alongside with once again incorrect building coming out from the MF as we see a collector second. I wish we saw more. Just this whole series, by the way, we've seen more collectors than Lord Doms, and it's really upsetting me because like. Reminder, guys, collectors after 33 armor, it's a better item for pure damage penetration. Then you're looking at the fact that you're playing against Wild Growth plus Nunu and Malphite. These are all HP stackers. Like, just build Lord Doms. It's not that hard. It's just better. Everybody's onto it as well now. It's not like it was like 3 months ago where people didn't know that Lord Doms was better. People know now, and people are still building collector.
It's you know it feels nice to buy. You know, it's like a gun.
Yeah,
you're playing MF. You get three flintlocks. Oh, the way that when you build that serrated Dirk, it feels so satisfying when you go back to lane. And I mean, it's pretty much at this point. It's like, oh, we've got Tom Kench, we've got MF,
It doesn't
we've
matter.
got Veigar,
Yep.
we've got Ratio, we've got Gekno coming
I
in.
wish you had ratio.
Yeah,
You're the kind
I
of guy
mean-
who posts on Twitter and gets ratioed.
Yeah, I always get ratioed, and I mean, at that point, Shady's kind of getting ratioed in that bot lane as Gekno.
Check.
Yeah,
You'll love Kench.
yeah, definitely
That's
what
I
you want
was
to see.
saying. Like, Kench is just so ridiculous. This man literally stat checks your whole team. Like, he was doing it in top lane too. Almost killed Bobo Bobbin in a 1v5. Anyway, yeah, Baron getting picked up because they saw the rotation. They bring in TP2 as well. So now contestation tools are really limited. Nunu can't jump over, has the flash though.
Oh, but the knock forward comes through. Tom Kench is in the back line. Magnet Storm hits 3, but Malphite's them into 4. They don't have the gold. They don't have the damage, though, as down goes the carry in the mid lane. The jungler on the side of VIS, and that Baron is for sure going to be taken now.
And that was their turnaround point, if any was. What an absolutely disgusting coming out from Bobo and Decayed. But the damage isn't there. They can't find the return kills. That's 2 members locked down, including the jungler, which means 3 Baron being given over to ECS. They bled 0 members. Huge shutdowns across the board.
Baron is going to go down now.
It is.
13,000
second.
gold lead now onto this ECS side. I tell you what, if VIS wins this one, this is the most legendary comeback I think I have ever seen.
I love that you're saying it like it's going to happen. Yeah, guys,
It
Viz wins this one.
Yeah, when VIS wins, then we'll all be running in the streets, celebrating, streaking, doing everything.
Like
And it all starts at this next Dragon fight.
World War II all over again. We'll just be, hurrah! Viz won this game.
Why do you sound so upset about it? Hurrah!
It's a fantasy, mate. Not I mean, I don't know. They're a turnaround.
You say it's a fantasy, but this dragon fight, it's it, man. 30 seconds,
think it-
they're about to scrap, they're about to rumble. They're gonna. Let me tell you the story of
thing is-
when. Yeah, tell me.
Big purchase here. Bramble completed for Bobo Bowen. This is the turnaround
boy.
item for this team as Decade gets picked off. So squishy with the items.
Oh, but the phase rush, possibly gonna get him out there. No, flash used. Third dragon should go down. Okay, it's the next one. It's not this one. It's the next one where they fight and win. Yep,
It's
yep,
soul.
It's
always
yeah,
the turnaround. It's always
the
the
soul. Exactly.
You made a fool's error.
Listen. All that's happening is Bobo Bobbin is just baiting them. Like he's building tank now.
Oh!
What's gonna happen? Right before the
talk
last
about-
fight, he's gonna build an AP.
What's he doing? Bobo?
The Ash Arrow, the American sniper, back again, but
Oh!
and eats him away as Bobo Bobbin goes on to Jaded, and I don't think that's the target you want, as you just don't have any damage. And look at Luxor, so much damage. The Primordial Burst almost one-taps Bobo Bobbin. They're able to get the first one, they get the dragon in the background, and yeah, Jaded might go down, but Luxor now just looking to one-shot XCTC. Here comes Kibo. Nunu's just running around having a real fun time, uses the absolute 0, does a little bit of damage, does a little bit of chunking. Luxor's going to clear up another one. Fate Sealed used though onto that Veigar, but Zonya's OP item, man. Stop. What? Lives on 1 HP. Oh, that is not what you want to see.
And then ECS Kibo's lagged out, so that's it's a nice
Yep.
point to be talking about. So whilst this pause is happening, we can do one or two things, Tom. Either we can talk about the fight that happened, or I can explain the Monty Hall problem.
Yeah, tell me about gates. Goats, gates,
Okay,
gates,
cool.
and goats.
So it's like this TV show in the 70s, yeah?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
there's 3 doors, okay? Behind one of the doors is a car, brand new car. Behind 2 of the doors is a goat, okay?
Yeah.
And it's like a probability thing, right? Okay, you pick one of the doors, then after you pick one of the doors, the presenter, he shows you one of the doors where it goes behind it, and then he asks you if you want to swap. Now the crazy thing is, right? You think, oh, it's always a third chance you pick the car. If you switch, you have a 66% chance of getting the car if you switch after the goat's revealed.
Okay.
Make it make sense.
What does this have to do with the game?
It doesn't. It's probabilities. It's math, mate.
It's math.
Well, we said that it was because of the drag.
Shout out.
Because we took one of the dragons. There was 3 dragons left, so it's 1 in 3. And then I thought I'd bring in a problem about the 1 in 3.
I mean, I thought you
don't like math.
Yeah, I'm not Big Shaq. Okay, I didn't know that 2 + 2 was 4, but Man's Not Hot came out and it was revolutionary to me, and now I'm very happy about my math skills. But
I'll say you became a color guard. That's no problem. And we're gonna see how VIS can try and hold out this game.
Go on, bro. Go on.
Let's do it. And the big thing is Runans for this Ashe is going to be such a huge pickup to try and find this AoE damage on.
I honestly thought you were going to say MF. I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean Runans is good on MF?
No, the real big thing is how do ECS actually close out? How do Eclipse close out this game? Choking, just like we saw in the last game, right? We're going to see once again when this Baron spawns eventually. They're going to continue to choke out this map as much as possible. But this open inhibitor, they're kind of 5v6 as Smiley's getting caught out in the jungle. It's 2v3, but they don't really care.
Yeah, they don't care. Big Ash
again.
But they just don't have any damage there at the moment. It's a Nunu, a Malphite, and a Lulu. Is that Kane, Umbral Trespass is going to heal him up. He's going to keep him alive. He's going to carry on moving forward. And you spoke about choking out, and it's happening a lot quicker than you would expected. Unstoppable Force keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but here comes XCTC. Shady's like, yeah, I guess I'll join this fight. One last bit I think I can do as Tom Kens jumps up, and I was going to make a joke about, you know, if VIS didn't want to lose, then they could have just not gave consent, because you know you can't choke them out without consent. But it turns out they just run into the jungle and just die one by one. So I guess consent was given in that one, boys and girls.
And that was the most concrete win we've seen so far. Eclipse looks disgusting that game. And again, it's this back and forth of draft adaptation, right? We saw once again they seem to. Well, I mean, the fact that maybe Ashley, you could say that Bobo Bobbin kind of drafted himself into a bit of a corner there. But mostly it was a fantastic draft adaptation from Eclipse. They get Luxor back again on one of his more comfortable champions. They get Gekno on a tank that can actually bully. And then through that, they get a really easy avenues to play through all different plays of the map. On top of that, they still they steal the map. It was just a really, really good draft from ECS, as well as played really, really well.
And I feel like the big mistake that was kind of made is your big player in Bobo Bobbin, who has been super solid all of these games. You put him on Malphite into Tom Kench, and he goes Comet. I feel like and Mordekaiser pick could have done so much more there. I mean, Gwen obviously was banned, so you couldn't pick that one, but there's so many other champions that he could have picked that do better into Kench, and that he could have done the same thing he's been doing this whole series. Scale up, be a big late game threat, and look to carry the game that way.
Absolutely. I think I'm just trying to think, like, what kind of draft adaptation did you even find here? Because how do they find because I didn't feel like it was largely a draft. Obviously, Boba Bobbin on the Malphite was a bit of a question mark, but overall, we're looking at it and we're going, okay, well, all the lanes bled anyway. So how do you really play around that? And I think mentality is going to be a big thing. They need to recover their mental, stay in the game. It's a best of fives. Mental is the most important thing, but continuing this game, they look so good in the games that they won. So VIS, keep your hat on, brother. Bring it in for game 5, because this is still your series to take.
It's always super difficult to maintain mentality in a series like this, but we'll have to see who can pull it out in this game 5. 2 each to each team. It all comes down to this last game. The hype is there. The gameplay has been there. Now we just need you guys to give your energy for one last game as we see you after a break to see who can close this one out.
Silver Scrape, going to game 5. Going to game 5.
Welcome back to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, and everything else in between. We are here watching Valence League Div 1 Finals. I'm the Snow Spy. I have been joined today by Mr. Oak. His smooth, silky voice is going to talk through what happened in this series so far.
I mean, through the whole series. Okay, well, I mean, to be honest, I don't know if my mind can paint back 4 hours ago. Obviously, we've had a lot of back and forth, and it's been the name of the games. I think somebody was saying in chat, has Blue Side won all the games today? I was trying to get confirmation, but I don't know for sure. But I think it has. ECS won game 1 with quite a close game, but ultimately, I think Luxor and Kibo had a really strong showing in game. Oh no, sorry, that was game 2. Game 1, we had obviously the other side take the win. Then game 2, we saw ECS win it back. Then game 3, VIS once again came in with a counter draft, and that's been the name of the game, because now we're going into game 5 with ECS having taken game 4 with a fantastic counter draft. And my brain, honestly, I've been doing this for 5 hours. My brain's a little bit
Okay, I'll break it down real quick. Game 1, super close. Both teams were close. VIS pulled that one out in the end. Game 2, super close. ECS pulled that one out in the end. Game 3, kind of a slow, staggered, really choke them out, cut off all the resources game from VIS. They were able to pull that one out. And then game 4, ECS came back and just absolutely obliterated. Start to finish, looked like they were in control. From minute 4, they were pretty much winning every trade till the game ended. They ended like something like 18k gold ahead. I think at 10 minutes, they were like 7k gold ahead. It was insane. Now, we're moving into game 5. The same bans that we've seen consistently over and over again. VIS has picked blue side though, and MF has been banned. So this changes the dynamic of the draft just that little bit.
Yeah, the Akali, there it is, immediately locked in for Shady. Now this Akali's been banned in all games previous. The last 2 drafts, MF has been picked first side in blue in B1 both times, in the blue first pick. So banning that away meant that Shady is immediately like, okay, it's Akali time. And this comes in right in line with the Akali buffs that came in last patch. She got buffs to her passive, increasing the AP ratio on it. And I think the base damage and maybe the energy return as well. I think it's just the base ratio and the AP. But so Akali, obviously, having not been played in pro play a lot of times, suddenly people seem to be onto her again. So Shady, being a very big Akali player, obviously very eager to take that away. In return, ECS now deciding to worlds up a little bit, hovering the Yumi, which has been a really common pick at the moment. The champion's so strong, blindable. You can pick it with a lot of different ADs, but instead they opt for Jinx Thresh.
Jinx was a pick that they did utilize in that first game. It didn't go quite to plan, wasn't able to do that much damage. It was versus the Misfortune, though. So they picked Jinx Thresh, a nice safe lane that can play well together, has decent synergy, a common matchup. Depends to see what they'll have to play into. Leona picked up by Smiley, obviously confident in this matchup. Normally Thresh is seen as sort of a soft counter because you can negate a lot of that engage with the Zenith Blade. It's going to be linked with that Jhin, possibly.
And the thing is, when you're picking the Leona with the Akali, you're not always looking towards this Jinx, as these champions work very well with each other. And generally, I'm actually surprised to see the Jinx picked into the Akali blind, because you know what the Akali wants to do. It's a dive-heavy champion. Wants to be on AD, if possible, killing it as early as possible to restrict the damage output from the enemy team. And I think you're playing into it slightly with the Jinx being locked in, but ECS obviously comfortable with it, putting refraction on that. Especially if, unlike Game 1, they managed to put it in a position in draft where it can find effective damage, because that's really where they struggle.
Kayn, going to be picked up again. No tanks as of yet for the side of VIS, so we don't know if it's going to be that Rast Kayn or if he is going to go towards a more assassin build. We'll have to see what he's up into. Kayle banned away. Tom Kench taken away from Gekno now. Obviously was a big pick that was pretty much dominating in that top lane. So we do see some adaptations in this draft, this game 5. And right now, from what you see, what are you expecting to come out next?
Well, with these bans earing towards top side, you're going to be looking at this 4th pick, because ECS have continually decided to counter pick mid lane. They want to leave top lane as a blindable, as a blind option. So with the Kench taken away, we're probably earing more towards something like the Ornn again might come out. We might see, alternatively, well, we say that, but Luxor looks so confident on this Veigar. Looks like they're happy to pick into it as well, and they know that their red side, name of the game. This final pick in red side is such an easy counter pick option, and it seems they identified that Bobo Bombing's an issue in this top lane, and they want to ensure they have counter pick for it.
And Veigar going to be locked into that Akali. Shady going to be playing into that matchup. We'll have to see if he's played it before. Xin Zhao being covered. Super good champion into the Jinx. Also the Veigar, if you can stay out of range of that ultimate, the execute damage won't be done. The damage won't come through, and you can negate a lot of that threat. So that's locked in. Helps round out that comp a little bit more. Makes to me, seems like he's going to be very dive focused at the moment.
Yeah, and then we want to see some kind of champion that works cohesively with that. Either a scaling threat to help them mid to late game in case the tank is picked. So GP could be an easy option. Alternatively, you can you can double down with that. You can go into the Gnar or the Ornn. They opt into the Gnar instead. Now, this champion's seen a lot of blind pay. However, there are a couple of counters, and they're leading into it quite easily here. Not only is the Irelia available, you can also go into stuff like the Yasuo. There's other picks like GP. People seem to be very comfortable into that matchup as GP. This I like less, but I guess it fits more of what their comp's goal is. They want to have this cohesive front line for this Jinx and Veigar to pilot damage through, and they opt into it here, picking the Ornn into it. Now, this matchup is rather unique because Ornn does have kill pressure in this lane, but it revolves specifically around burning through Gnar's E early and then making sure he can kill him in a single rotation. And this could be when Gnar is just coming out of Mega, or when he's burned his E aggressively in. So we're going to be looking towards the top side. And remember, Kibo has been on it in this top lane of ganking this lane, this tank lane, to get gold on himself instead. So hopefully, number one, he can continue to look for those options if Bobo Bomb plays over aggressively. And maybe in turn, Decade can identify that and look for counter ganks. Because this 2v2, this skirmish option that Decade and Bobo Bomb has is so strong.
I find it funny that Jaded obviously hovers to Irelia, and then it's Ornn because it's Gekno. It would have been absolute scenes to see Gekno's Irelia. I would have loved it every second of it, but opts into that Ornn, rounds off the camp nicely, giving them a nice little bit of a tank in front. And I think one thing that we haven't mentioned too much of in the series, because it hasn't really played out that way as much, is the 2 versus 2s and the 3 versus 3s. Now, in this game, who are you favouring for that when Xin Zhao and Kayn link up with their respective laners?
So 2v2s, top lane side, I'm leaning generally with Kayn pre-6 or pre-10 minutes. You're leaning towards the Xin Zhao anyway. I think with the Veigar, you'd obviously want to see the Kayn and the Veigar playing in tangent with each other a lot, because that initial CC combo can be so important between these 2v2s. Around level 6 though, we're looking all towards Zinzao playing through every lane if possible. This level 6 spike from this comp looks so potent in comparison because we're looking and we're seeing a lot of scaling come out from ECS. On Veigar Jinx, this is not a super early game focused comp. So, other than this pre-6 mid lane where you can potentially interact with Akali, suddenly Kibo's really limited in what lanes he can gank. So, vision is going to be oh so important in this game. Jaded has to be on point with resets and vision points so that Kibo can play around Decade's pathing, because otherwise, if any potential counter-ganks come in, it's Decade's early game to take it best to best take this game. It's game 5 as well, so any initial snowball can be so important for morale.
Exactly. The morale is definitely something they need to build up. Since last game didn't go super well for them, was a bit of a stomp in ECS's favour, and it seems like ECS, I always like the different game 5 mentalities that teams have, and it seems like on the side of ECS they've gone for, okay, we'll pick scaling, because at the very worst we can play passive, we can scale up, take this game to 50 minutes and become better in that way, whereas on the flip side we've seen this VIS squad go smash through into this early game, pick stuff like Jin Leona. That combo is so strong early, so much pick potential. Jin Zhao to gank lanes. This Akali is going to spike mid game super hard, and Nah, you're expecting to be able to push in and win that ranged into melee matchup. So I just like seeing the different philosophies in how these teams wanted to draft.
I mean, Spotland is going to be really pivotal for that, because we talked about briefly how Leona actually stopped countered by Thresh. Flay can really limit her usability in lane, so we're going to see how Smiley can potentially interact with Decade and the rest of the map. But if Jaded isn't on point with his laning, then XCTC and Smiley, especially around level 6, have such high kill pressure on this lane. Thresh and Jinx actually quite squishy within these first 6 levels. Really easy pick point for them to be looking for this 2v2, and I think XCTC and Smiley have actually been looking for that quite a lot this series so far. And remember, Reflection now off these heavy early game ADs onto this Jinx scaling and have a really limited game 1. How is he going to perform now 5 hours later on the same champion?
Same champion. Maybe the positioning's gone a little bit better. The team can play around that a lot better. I think the worry is, when we look at this, obviously early game, the ball is in the court of this VIS side. When it gets to this mid game, these later game fights, it looks like it's a lot more about execution. Can you get onto this backline? Can you get past this Ornn? Because you don't have the same reliability you had, say, in that game 1 where this Nasus was super tanky. He's going to stall out fights super long. Instead, you have a Gnar. If he doesn't time that mega well, it's super hard to find that frontline threat.
And remember, Gnar is all about either jumping straight in, which is super limited by Veigar and Thresh. So just like in the Kayle and the Vladimir game, we're going to be looking at flanks. Now, in the Vladimir game, this didn't work well for their comp. Bobo Bobbin was almost forced into frontlining for his team repeatedly as the Vlad, because Jaded was so on point with vision control and having his team limit Bobo Bobbin's potential flank options. But then in the Kayle game, being able to just do that walk-in with the same carry potential and just stat pad was really good for him. So we're going to see which one works better and if he's actually able to find the flag points that I think he's fishing for this game.
And what I want to ask you is does this side have enough damage? Because Jin, not seen as the biggest in terms of hyper carry threat. Akali, she has a lot more burst than anything else, and I just want to think of your thoughts of that. Pick your brain a bit.
I mean, have you seen Zinzao recently? The champion just builds Gordringer and then stat pads your AD carry anyway. I think whilst we're seeing not a cohesive carry come up from this comp, there's a lot of medium damage threats being tangled together with a Leona. Leona is a fantastic damage enhancer, right? The usage of her passive effectively can be really big for winning early game skirmishes, but it continues on into mid game. And I think especially with those buffs coming to Akali and Shady being on one of his favorite champions, I think definitely we want to see. And the big thing is, how can they put the damage out? How are they going to find the Akali and the Zinzao? How are they going to put that damage effectively on the board? And that's the real separation. Is our Geekno and Jaded going to be able to limit Smiley, Shady, and Decade from getting damage onto Refraction and Luxor?
And that's what we're looking out for, whether that damage spread can come through and whether they can utilize that dive effectively. And the question this whole series is pretty much whoever can dive first normally been winning these trades.
Yep. And that's it. But to be fair, remember, if you harken back to bygone ages of Game 3, We saw how effectively this Ornn was in the earlier parts of the game, where through the initial engage of that Ameth Amumu combo and the Braum limiting some of that damage, the counter engage with the Call of the Forge God was so key for ECS continuing to create space in that game until obviously they got turned around on with the scaling potential from game 3. It comes back again. This time they also have supplementary with that. They have the box, they have the Veigar cage. Both of those tools to limit initial engages and then counter engage with the Call of the Forge God as all this gets spotted up by Gekno. This is a classic invade. We call this the RG patented invade because only RG players did it and it was always terrible. And luckily it gets spotted out here and we see flashes exchanged as well. Big thing is, are they going to use it to create? Nope, they don't. And this is the big reason why you do this invade. It is one of the quickest routes to get initial vision on this enemy buff. They don't get it through in time. They're going to look for it now, but this doesn't give Decade enough time to reset, get a red trinket, and get back to his jungle.
And that's what we wanted to see. We want to see him have correct pathing in this game and really look to gank these lanes early on and force the pressure before Kibo could look to counter that. But we are going to see them go for a cheeky invade right now, and maybe a little bit of a catch might come through as a level 1 fight could break out.
Yeah, and they don't know where laners are. We see Luxor moving down as well. This could be a big pick as Smile XCT, the hook.
What? But they don't seem to go for it. The Flay comes through instead. The slow is there. The CC, the aftershock, flash forward from Kibo. Ignite is used as well, and no flash from Smiley means that is going to be first blood over to the CCS side.
Yeah, they knew who their targets were, but I think the Flay start was made that a little bit hard. Either way, they find the first blood. They put it onto the Jinx as well, which is really big. Already 400 gold up now. And on top of that, they get that initial red buff onto Kayn. This is going to make that suddenly all the jungle dynamic changes. Because now, Decade is having to play to his top side because the jungle has been separated.
But at least with that, Bobo Bobbin is a player you like to play towards, but XCTC is taking so much damage in this bot lane as they were chased down by this Thresh and Jinx combo, who are soon to get level 2, and the lane becomes really dangerous from that point onwards.
Yeah, gonna see especially how Kibo can maybe interact with that lane, because now he's got this linear jungle that he'd maybe looking for to play repeatedly towards the Thresh Jinx, because suddenly this lane becomes a very easy lane to continue to snowball. Is he going to be able to get the correct transformation? Because remember, if he's opting towards red K in this game, he wants to be ganking mid or top lane when it's Mega Nars. So
Big wave was about to be pushed in. Teleports were available. Maybe if it's LPL, we see a dive there, but BL not quite mastered the level 2 dive as of yet, so they opt not to go for that one. Instead, Jaded is looking for a roam towards this mid lane.
Yep, and Jaded, repeatedly has been using these roam timers to try and not only just get roams into mid lane, but just to create pressure onto Shady to see. You can see this wave shove in here is key to that. Shady obviously unable to contest the wave previously because he knew Jaded was on roam timers, and also just to set up some initial vision. Even though Jaded doesn't find it there, repeatedly you'll see him rotate through mid just to drop a ward down.
Sum's available for XCTC, so could get out of this one. Uses the heal, still has the flash. Smiley's trying to escape now. Nice route comes through, but the slows are there, and Smiley has no summoners to get out of this one. It's going to be really close on whether they can make it out. Last auto attack from Kibo will finish it off, and this split map is working perfectly for this ECS side.
On top of that, the Xin Zhao, remember we talked about how it wants to interact with the Kayn early because it's been so limited in that. Kibo gets the repeated ganks, but he also gets Scuttle and a complete 6-camp clear as well. This is perfectly in line with what Kibo wanted, especially because, remember, which comp is early game focus? We're looking towards Shady and Decade from playing aggressively in the early game through Smiley. This has been inhibited so much, and suddenly, now the ball's on the enemy's foot.
Yeah, I still hate it. Every time you say it,
what's wrong with that?
The ball's on the enemy's foot. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. We'll talk about it after the casters. Right now, Shady is getting ganked and is going to escape that one easily. That's the benefit of having that shroud. Is even though the event horizon is going to sort of be like a placebo lockdown for you, where you can't escape that one. Being stealthed helps a lot with not taking damage.
Yeah, crazy that. Imagine being invisible, lol.
IRL, maybe. That'll be.
That'd be
What
sick.
is your?
I'd
what is
rather,
for
I'd rather
you?
fly. Yeah, fly,
Yeah,
fly. Yeah,
for sure. Why fly
Yeah.
though?
It's fucking amazing. I would take the whole wings now. I'd have fun, like,
DK'd as he flashes forward to secure that kill back, as Shady's able to pick that one up, and it's definitely what you want to see.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression, especially because Jaded wasn't on roam timers, so it was quite difficult for him to have any backup there, especially with Luxa being, you know, not particularly early game focus and very low on mana. So return kill gets given away, which is just a little bit of space that Viz need to look for this first Drake.
And how come? So I never heard the explanation. Why are you flying? Oh, Gekno, stop interrupting us.
Nah,
Try
it's
to talk
fine.
about superpowers here.
Like, well, I would take it, like, even with the hollow wings and like shit, and the hollow bones and shit, I still take it because it's sick. Movement. You don't need to own a car, so good for the economy, good for the environment.
And speaking of good for the environment, at least good for the economy, DK going down here is going to give them a little bit of gold over to Jaded, who flashes forward.
TP.
No one clicks that lantern. TP
Mega
looks to
Gnar
be
gets
cancelled.
cancelled.
It gets cancelled in the top lane by Gekno. That means there might be a possible turnaround, as here comes Shady. Going to be able to get one, looking for two now. Is going to go forward under the turret, but no. Kane is going to finish that one away. Refraction gets excited. It's an absolute mess in the bot lane, but here comes Luxa. And here comes Kibo wanting to clean this one up, and it is 6 kills to 2. And in the top lane, Gekno moving forward isn't able to find that kill, but we are seeing a gold lead develop once again for this ECS squad.
And I'm wondering if Shady Almighty just held a little bit too long there to use the perfect execution. He had the pathing there, but I think it just went off cooldown as he was about to use it. Big shame. Almost found the triple. Gets 2 instead. So, yeah, whilst we're seeing ECS create a little bit of a lead for themselves as TP comes in the top lane. Not going to be much, though. We are seeing a little bit of gold come into VIS, and that's through this mid lane. It's through the Akali, which, remember, this was their first pick. They chose this primarily, and even though it's bleeding a little bit in CS, Shady has looked real good in it so far. Hook comes in.
Nice hook from Jaded. Steps just out the lantern range, meaning that there's no follow-up there. And Shady gonna emote, gonna drop the shroud, gonna walk around and look to pick up some of this wave that comes in. But DK'd is tired of this split mapping, and he's just gonna look to engage onto Kibo to stop this.
Yeah, perfect execution, not available yet. So I think he's gonna mastery and slide out of there with the lantern. But he's got 4 camps to clear as well. So whilst it could look to contest this, it probably would be better for him to just path up to this top side instead, as Smiley's aggressing in the mid lane.
Going in and going forward, but a big event horizon from Luxa keeps him safe, as Smiley now should be going down from this one. Made a mistake there, as perfect execution used. The first pop is there. Second one is going to be able to get a return kill for Shady, which is a nice little bit of gold to get back onto you. But Luxa is now up 15 CS and looking real strong.
Yeah, even with those kills being given away, if you take a brief look at the gold, we'll see they're relatively the same. Only 200 gold difference. Oh, it doesn't matter though. Luxa getting caught in the mid lane, and DK picks up that kill. Really good pickup there. And remember, a vulnerable early game pick in the mid lane. At the same time, remember, Smiley's been roaming around through the map, and Jaded has been in this lane. That means maybe a second plate going over to this Jinx, and 10 CS lead already, 2-0-4. Actually, the Jinx is sleeping through this early game.
And top lane is getting really spicy right now, as both top laners are super low. Pretty much whichever jungler gets there first can kill, but Gekno tries to come in. The E is going to be used, and there's a fight in the river now, as Bobo Bobbin just can't join because they don't have access to that Mega Gnar, but Rift Herald will be stalled out, which means that no one is going to finish that one off, and maybe we'll have to see what happens as the bot lane from ECS, starts to roam up.
Yeah, big thing is, Call of the Forge God is such a longer cooldown. Doesn't matter. Kibo's ganking top lane.
But the
Doesn't matter.
double
He's
jump.
going to miss. He gets the double jump. Call of the Forge God is such a longer cooldown than that Gnar ultimate. It's literally just called Gnar, so I can't call it by its name.
Gnar!
Gnar! So, and he has that basically every transformation, especially after level 11 when it gets that reduced cooldown. So when we see Gekno burn his ulti almost meaningless there, that's a really big pivot point for Bobo Bobbin to continue to express his lane lead.
And he's just bullying out Gekno continuously, and it seems to be building towards that Divine Sundra. Wants a bit of that extra damage coming through from those Sheen procs, that tank killing ability. As it looks like, once again, Kibo moving towards that Red Cane, that Rast, and are you agreeing with it in this game?
I think you still want that concrete front line, even though Gekno provides quite a decent front line. Jaded, obviously, on this Thresh is that this is by and large like half utility mage, half like bruiser support. So you want to have a third front line to help support Refraction and Luxor, because man, these are really these are Solar Flare comes out.
Oh, flash forward as well. Lantern is there. Knockup should be able to come through possibly, but the slows aren't there. Refraction is going to be able to kite this one out. The Crescent Sweep is used to keep Decade alive, but Smiley was a little bit caught out, and not the best Solar Flare we've seen from this player in this series.
No, but that's the thing. Cooldown is relatively low enough. I mean, I think every ultimate is at a stage now where you can throw it out every 2 waves. That's just kind of the state of league at the moment, which means that, yeah, you can throw it out, pray the play up, and the big thing is you're giving away this Drake, right? And they picked up the first Drake as well, and this could be a really big way to limit the potential scaling that this comp has by picking up this soul, giving you that extra team fight potential. So we're going to see which soul gets unlocked. Gonna be Mountain Soul, a little bit more flexibility, and the best thing is both teams are looking towards this as well, because we're seeing very clear itemization options come up from both teams, because you know, Merc Tread's probably mandatory for almost all players on both sides of the board, and then on top of that, easy armor builds to be going towards these more tabi heavy or auto attack heavy champions. So
yeah,
Bramble probably being built too.
Dragon goes down. The tempo that was gained by VIS by not having a play happen at that time is going to be used to get this Rift Herald, and we've asked it time and time again, where are they going to put this Rift Herald? Because I feel like this series we've not really seen much effective Rift Herald usage.
Absolutely, and the big thing with Rift Herald obviously is you get that Baron Enhanced Recall, which can help you with your initial clears, so you don't need to get the Herald and immediately use it. It's a really important thing to be thinking about. And then on top of that, the best way to be using Herald is dropping it when you're below 3 plates of damage, because that's when you get the opportunity to, number one, unlock those harder to take plates, but also potentially unlock first turret as well. And that's the real big play you want to be doing with Herald, because remember, you're investing time into a resource which is only going to give you gold if you use it effectively, and it gets used here in the top turret perfectly because Bobo has been choking out Gekno. 3 plates already down. This is going to be first turret for Bobo and Decade.
And the gold is going to go over onto Bobo and Decade, like you said. And Bobo has been a big carry point, and the side lane threat that they'll be able to get through this Gnar is going to be super pivotal as the game goes on. And
they get second charge as well. Huge. Jade and the rest of his team would want to rotate up when that first turret gets done, just to CC the Herald to stop it from getting their second charge, because it is so important for Bobo to continue to pressure up this top lane up until these inhibitor turrets. These turrets don't regenerate HP.
And they don't, and the flash is going to have to be used by Luxor to keep himself alive in that mid lane, as a really nice snipe from XCTC shows that he has a decent amount of prowess on this Jhin.
Yeah, he's looking, honestly, he's had a pretty decent performance in the games on this game so far. I remember the big bleeding that's been through Smiley on this Leona, who's looked a little bit questionable so far on this champion. Definitely a little different to the Lulu play that we've seen so far. Gonna see how it can start to play more effectively once we get into mid game, because these skirmishes are going to grow larger and more players are going to participate as some of these towers start to unlock. So we're going to see, especially with this top lane turret being taken and with Bobo being able to do these wave shoves and rotate down, how is Smiley going to play aggressively? He looks for it here.
Smiley's looking for it. It's going to move forward. Perfect execution is used. The Shroud is there and available. They can see the Cane. Oh, but Gekno with a really nice interrupt might have just kept his carries alive. And yes, he'll die, but he'll die for his team's sins, as Bobo Bobbin jumps forward, but not quite tanky enough yet. And plating has fallen, and so will bot lane turret. The question is, can VIS get anything back?
Yeah, trading this bot turret for the mid turret might not seem valuable, or the same exchange. You know, if you're looking at the face of it, remember they bled one member on this mid lane and still managed to trade a tower. It's actually really good. In response, they get the TP out as well. And yeah, I just want to give shouts to Gekno there for a fantastic use. Call it art, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, it's more fights are going to happen as the primordial, the damage coming through, but the Super Mega Death Rocket is blocked by Bobo Bobbin, and it's just We spoke about it before. Game 1, Game 2, those were super close as well. It's a game of inches. People surviving on 10 HP, 5 HP, 1 HP, almost as is the case for that one. And it's just so close, and VIS just able to eke out that advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird that we ECS looks in so control after that initial skirmish in the bot side. Now, again, harkens me back to Game 3, where we had this, was it last game? Was it Game 2? It's all a blur at this point. We saw this initial, lead in the boss side, but they found a really way to pivot, or VIS even have found a really good way to pivot gold into their ideal carry, this Akali, this really important pick and draft, and it's doing really well at the moment. Whilst it is down a CS, 3 kills up at the moment, and the big thing is this Akali only gets stronger. When Merc Treads and Riftmaker are upgraded with this Conqueror, but a pick onto Smiley.
Here comes the Smiley, but Aftershock is popped, so he is going to be tanky. The kite is kind of there. Flash forward from Kibo. Umbral Trespass can be used, but the knock-up comes through. CC is there, and down goes Kibo as Shady's in the backline now. 1 versus 3, but the Shroud just gives so much zoning potential. The perfect execution. They're able to take down Refraction. Gekno is here, gets a knock-up, but his team's already dead as the ultimate's going to come through. First shot doesn't hit, second shot does, third shot hits as well. Bobo Bobbin gnaws him backwards, and it's a double kill, and VIS have taken control of the game.
And look at the ultimates on the board right now. All ultimates spent from VIS, 4 available for ECS. Call of the Forge God, I'll give Gekno the excuse that Call of the Forge God only came up a smidgen after he died. But ultimates weren't exchanged there. In turn, that gives 4 kills over to VIS, who were already taking control of the game. That's third Drake given over as well, and they're creating a lot. Oh!
No, it's not.
Refraction goes huge with the Super Mega Death Rocket. That's why he didn't use it in the fight. He was saving it, baby. Steals the dragon away. And suddenly we're talking about, the scaling from this team, but they're leaving for 2 Drakes. Potentially like a 30-minute Salt. No, 35-minute minimum Salt now.
Yep, instantly taken away. And talking about taken away, Decade might be taken away to the Death Realm to meet Mordekaiser afterwards as damage is coming through onto them. The Kayn is moving forward, the ultimate used, and Decade is so close to death. The shutdown will come through for Kibo, who is looking to be the carry for his team.
You know what upsets me? Completely off tangent. Viego, right? Okay, yeah, king of the what's it called? The green smoke. Right,
the Isles, the Shadow Isles.
The Shadow Isles, okay. Mordekaiser, he's the mass, he's the king of he's not the king, but he's like the warmonger of the Shadow Isles. He's the one he's killed thousands of people. Why was he not in the realm, the Mad King story, the Realm King? What's his name? The Dark King? The Ruined King? The Ruined King, there it is. Why was he not in that story?
What are you asking me, man? What am I supposed to tell you?
Give me the info. Let me know why.
Okay,
Anybody in Twitch chat, if you know why, was there a comic where he was in? Like, why was he not involved? So stupid. Because Mordekaiser's like by far the sickest character from the
Chad.
Ruined Realms, whatever it's called. I feel like I should know this. I've been playing League 7 years. I should know what it's called. Anyway, Kibo looking for the little outplay in the bot lane as Harold's getting taken in topside.
Yeah, and Shady might want this 1 versus 2. Perfect execution in. Has the Shroud to get back out, but Kibo's found themselves a bit of distance, and Shady's just going to have to leave that one alone. And the top side, Herald is taken. Decade has that now, and it looks like they're moving towards top lane.
And I think they're just trying to create a big enough wave in this top side. Remember, they unlock this second tier 2 turret in the top side. This gives Bobo Bobbin the opportunity to just free shove as they look for the pick. So the flare comes out.
Here comes the engage, here comes the Orn Horn, but that Jin Zhao ultimate is just zoning so much. Dives forward onto the Jinx, and oh my lord, Smiley survived so long, but the fight is scattered. They've split apart, which means a shutdown goes on to Kibo. Possibly a second one as Jin goes down as well. Bobo Bobbin, the one sole member in this top side left alive, as Lux is going to move forward, is going to use that Event Horizon. Bobo Bobbin's movement is good, but not good enough as a shutdown goes on to Kibo, and Kibo is looking like an absolute monster in this game.
And that in combination with this Drake being taken and Ashley now this mid turret most likely being unlocked as well is such a big turnaround for ECS. It looked a little bit lost. Obviously, remember they have the scaling within this competition. They can play it slow. It's they choose to take the fight with this gold deficit that they have in place. And now they're unlocking this mid tier 1, and this just gives so much space for Jaded, who I think honestly has been in control for the majority of this support 1v1 in terms of vision. In this whole best of 5 series, it now gives him a little bit more space to set up the vision for the rest of his team, and then suddenly this comp starts to form a little bit together, because now they can play through the death sentence, they can play through Veigar's cage to look for individual picks and maybe continue to play in a safe position. But the Baron, they're starting for the Baron now. VIS are looking for the Baron. What's the response available? Keyboy's in position to steal it. He's on red side.
Is on red side, has that blast plant available if he needs to get into the pit. He is also Kane, has so many abilities to get into that pit, and we'll have to see if they go for it. They're looking to turn around. Smiley's moving towards the mid lane, but a hook comes through, which is huge. A lot of damage there as Shady now. Event Horizon used, that's a big zoning tool, but Shady has used that Zhonya's flash forward from Decade. Hook is going to counter. Bobo Bobbin can't go into the backline. So Zenith's Blade is in from Smiley. Gekno is going to use that Ornhorn, and down go the front line, down go the back line, and Shady is left alone, and this Baron might be going down, but not before Shady does. Uses that Shroud to get away, and ECS just look like a different beast in these 5 versus 5s.
And if you harken back to the initial conversation we had when we were loading this game, is how can VIS effectively put damage on the board? And we're seeing that really get limited out here. Fantastic use of the box, Veigar's cage and Call of the Forge God to really restrict Decade and Bobo Bobbin from finding effective engages. That in turn means that Jin is hitting Ornn or Kane with Gorge Rinker, Tabai and his ultimate, that Umbral Trespass. It's not effective damage, so none of them are hitting the right target. Shady on top of that gets picked at the start of the fight, so yeah, 4 for 1 as Shady's going to try and look to contest this Baron, but it's going to be for naught as that kill gets given over to Jinx. A big shutdown and the Baron picked up.
I mean, that's a bit confusing. I mean, Baron's going to be picked up now. Luxor is going to be stunned though. Zenith's Blade comes through, but it gets countered. First shot hits, second shot is going to hit as well. Shut down 4x CTC onto Luxor, and that dragon is going to go, but it's only the second dragon. And like you said, the closest they're looking at is that 35-minute soul.
And that soul gets extended even more now. Obviously, next 2 Drakes, they're going to be the first Drakes we're looking towards. So yeah, 35 minutes minimum. And then with this Baron, we're going to see how maybe ECS decide if they want to pressure up, if they want to use the Baron to extend the timer of the game and get Jinx on this 3rd item, because there are 2 items she's going to be looking towards now. Is Collector? No. It's going to be Lord Dominic's Regards, or it's going to be the IE. And these are going to be different items for if she knows, or for different targets that she's hitting. If she's hitting Zin and Nara a lot, then we want to see the Lord Doms picked up 3rd. Otherwise, IE is a fantastic all-round choice to be going around this 6% crit margin, because you get that 30% damage increase in your crits.
It does look like it's going to be that IE. BF Sword has been picked up by Refraction, so possibly building towards that item. And I am a bit surprised by this Jingo in the Collector. I do understand it, but considering most of what you're hitting is going to be Gekno, it is a little bit of a questionable choice. And the issue is, who's ever going to be able to kill this champion?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even with Jin struggling to find damage, you can say the same for Refraction too, especially as Bobo Bobbin and Smiley get tankier. Engage starts.
Lantern is so huge though, keeps that Jinx out of trouble. In comes Jinx out onto the backline, onto Luxor. Should be able to come there, but no, the Zhonya's is massive. Shady gonna have to use that Zhonya's as well. Double kill already onto Refraction. Make it a triple. And Quadra Penta can't be picked up as Scumbag Kivo takes that one away. I'm only joking, of course. There was no chance of Jinx being able to get over to that one as they look to take this top turret, look to take this top inhib. And the question is, can they push for the end?
And this is a different game from game 1. Refraction has the front line necessary to find effective damage. And I'm so sorry for doubting you in game 1, because what a fantastic performance on the Jinx in game 5 so far. On top of that, Luxor, the stable AP backline that he ever is, continuing to do so, finding fantastic damage points in really aggressive starting from Decade and the rest of his team. And yeah, another 4-man unlocked, open inhibitor in this top side as well. Now, once again, the question is going to be, how hard can they choke at now with a resounding lead? Almost 6, or just over 6k gold lead at the moment.
And I think it needs to be mentioned how well Jaded is positioning for these lanterns. You see Refraction flash away from that solar flare, flash away from all the abilities that have been thrown on him. Doesn't matter, Bobo Bobbin flashes forward, tries to find that Gnar ultimate, in comes the lantern, instantly out of danger. Can free hit the backline as much as possible because he has this Thresh always peeling for him, always playing so well, in addition to that front line. And it's 2 minutes now until this Dragon, 2 minutes 50 until this Baron, and ECS really looks like they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Kibo's pathing very aggressively, trying to fish for a potential pick here, but that's the thing with the safety of the Lantern, you can always look for those in the meantime. Bobo always on this timer with the Mega Gnar.
On the time with the Mega Gnar, has to jump over this wall to stay out, is going to be able to. Going to use that Blast Plant as well, and ECS is pretty much, they've got so much pressure now, and there doesn't seem to be any way that VIS can actually contest them.
The big thing is, obviously, this mid-wave keeps getting swallowed up by Shady and the rest of his team, so restricting this siege somewhat, but eventually they're going to have to send somebody to this top side. In the meantime, Jaded and Kibo will take best advantage to swallow up as much jungle as possible, get their vision as far in as possible to play towards their comp. They want to look for this initial engage with Jaded or this Call of the Forge God to try and get an initial pick.
Bobo Bobbin now defending 1 versus 2 in the bottom lane. Definitely not going to happen as rotations come down and ECS looks for this bot turret. Already have top pushing in for free. Already have mid pushed in by that Kayn. Bot turret just seems like the easiest probable answer, and they are in control. And Oak, I want to ask you the age-old question. What is VIS looking to do to get back into this?
You want to find a pick, a single pick off Kibo or potentially Luxor playing aggressively in a side lane. Other points to be playing for as well is, remember, whilst Jhin, obviously not the tank killing threat that we know him as, definitely has scaling opportunity. And whilst obviously Ornn is a very big menace alongside with the Viego and the Jinx, your scaling options are still there. They're just in different positions. It's getting the Sakari in the side lane effectively and getting the Jhin hitting targets that he can. I think it's seeing how potentially Smiley can play through Decade and the rest of the team to make an initial pick, because we've talked about it before. And with comps having so much damage on both end and Mountain not yet being purchased, both teams are relatively squishy. If you can look for a pick on the right members, there's still an opportunity for you to come back in this game.
It really does need to be one hell of a comeback if they end up going for it. So when we look at picks, one thing that makes that a lot more difficult is how good Jaded's vision control has been. You've spoken about it constantly, but how can this team ever manage to find a pick with such good vision control? Look at that bot side of the map, littered with red wards, and Bobo Bobbin walks up to try check the dragon and instantly gets hooked by Jaded, who is having a cracked game.
Only thing is, no damage currently available to really back that up, as the team's VIS may be looking for the counter engage. Remember, Bobo just coming off that Mega means he's on that strict timer as to when he can get Mega again. On top of that, XP leads across the board for... there's going to be another little fight there. Yeah, XP leads across the board for Eclipse means that these level 16s are getting real close here. These are big spikes as Bobo's aggressing.
Bobo's looking for it. Bobo has the Mega Gnar, just keeps him alive from the primordial burst, and they got the first pick, but Luxor gets a kill back, trades 1 for 1, and Baron is going to be started in the top side, and my lord, do they burn it quick. Yeah,
Refraction, 3 items completed, also has that last twist available, so shredding this Baron, completely disappearing. And I mean, VIS are still caught up in catching the wave in their top side. They cannot respond to this Baron. 4 members get to pick it up, and remember that third Drake means they've got 2 win conditions they can play for now. Repeatedly choke up this top inhibitor, unlock it again. Big pick onto Kibo though.
And in comes the Thresh Lantern, flashed backwards by Kibo. They're going to be able to get this 1 kill, but no, Gore Drinker's just too overpowered as Gekno is now in the backline. Double kill for Refraction already. Going to be possibly the Quadra. Shady dives the backline, has the Shroud to keep themselves alive just that little bit longer. Perfect execution gets 1. Zhonya's is going to keep them alive for that split second longer. Refraction flashes forward, gets another kill. Bobo Bobbin 1 versus 4. They were the main carry for this team. They were the man to look forward to, but it doesn't look like it will be enough as Lux's teleport comes through. XCTC is still here. This will be the base defense of a lifetime, but no, the knocker from Gekno's huge. Bobo Bobbin has the Mega Gnar, hits 3, but it's not into a wall, so there won't be a stun there. Mega Death Rocket doesn't kill. Smiley's trying to stall out as much as possible. Smiley jumps forward. Smiley's going to die as well. It only seems like a matter of time, but the respawn timers are here. Decay jumps forward, and ECS is going to elect to win this game. And ECS are your VL champions.
Oh, what a resounding result from this team. From very close set of the first 3 games to 2 very convincing wins, and this all came out not only through draft but through a change in play from Kibo and from Geekno. They found space in their own matchups to create this frontline estate for the rest of the team, and Refraction and Lux have played so well through it. I want to give special shout outs to Jaded, who by far is my MVP for this series, just through this consistent vision control, roaming through mid lanes, giving the space to the rest of his team to play as aggressively as they need. What a fantastic showing so far, and especially because, remember, look at the comparison between look at the comparison. I think, unfortunately, Smiley not having the best game in the series, Jaded looked well in control almost all of the games shown today.
And it was a series to be fabled. It was a close one. It was well fought from both teams, and the last time these teams matched up, it was a quick 2-0, but VIS made sure that was not the case for this one. And I'll give you 30 seconds to just talk real quick about who you thought your MVP for this series was for this side of ECS before we head into interviews.
Well, I think I've already said it, but it's by far Jaded. I think Jaded played fantastically that series overall. Obviously, the standout carry player there definitely was Refraction, especially with the final 2 games having such a resounding like KDA, and the damage per second was really, really high from both of those games there. But by far and large, I think Jaded facilitated his whole team to play that well. So Jaded for me, 100%.
And we are going to bring this team in for an interview now. It is ECS. They are your champions. We'll just wait for them to be moved in, and we'll get through asking them a couple of questions. Here they come, one by one. The champions enter the stream. Some of them are not quite going to the right Discord. Hello, guys. I'm gonna first off just pass this straight to Gekno, because I mean, I know you're the owner of ECS in general. So how are you feeling about this victory?
Like, all I'm gonna say, I've got the VL champion role for the 3rd split in a row. So it's what it is. But yeah, gonna do it again next split.
Fantastic. Well, okay, all right. Well, then we'll quickly have a question about Game 5 then, because obviously I'm sure you guys are feeling really well after those 2 games. Very convincing wins both sides, but obviously going into Game 5, you get the opportunity to get you want red side, right? I'm not going crazy, am I?
Red game.
But obviously you knew that potentially the MF was a problem. You knew that Akali was going to come out of it. You did ban the MF. Were you comfortable once you saw the Akali? You still knew what game plan you had?
Yeah, we kind of like talked about it before game, and we were like, if this guy isn't on MF, he isn't that good. So, we just thought we'd like take it away, and
fantastic.
I guess it worked.
Yeah, it works well in Game 4 too. So congratulations. Yeah.
I mean, I'll go straight away to Luxa. I mean, you had a mental series. You had some massive outplays. There was that rough Silas game, but we won't talk about that one because the rest of the games were absolutely bangers. In terms of you, for how these drafts went, were you expecting to sort of be able to get counter picks so many times a row? Is this something you planned around, or what did you expect coming into this series, and what ended up happening in terms of those mid lane matchups?
I didn't expect it, but we didn't really expect anything from him. Like, we're like not in a like toxic way. It's like we don't really know much about him. From what we see, just like he came out of nowhere, and like we had no idea. So after game 1 of him picking a Lux, and we realized what their game plan was to just sit back. Right, he just didn't want to get ganked. He didn't want to like get hit with the keyboard treatment. So like obviously like when we knew he was just gonna play like really safe, even like on the Yawn, right? Like he was playing really safe, constantly falling with his E. So it was more the sense of like, if he can do that, like after the Syndra game, I realized, well, we're not gonna be able to play someone like Syndra and pull it off because it's just gonna be way too like risky. So we said, let's just go back to the usual, like the scaling. So the Victor, obviously, it's like really good for scaling. And then like the Silas game was kind of in, but it was kind of just based off the kill. Like we realized we were kind of fucked. So it was kind of like, let's just try the Silas that I've been playing recently. And then like the last 2 picks, it was like they can like top lane was like pulling out weird pocket picks that no one knew about. So we're just like, fuck it, let's pull my pocket pick out. Like let's play Veigar. if they want to go 30, 40 minutes, we're gonna win.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna outscale them. And like I said, this guy doesn't often in mid. He just wants to farm. So I literally get a free farm, get free stacked. I had like 200 free AP at like 15 minutes on Veigar. So
Yikes.
I don't know. It was a weird series, but it was definitely it's definitely a mental tester for this team. I'm gonna say that.
Fucking hell! All I'm gonna say is, if somebody picks Tom Kench, why are you picking Malphite into it?
Yeah, okay. I was where I was gonna go because obviously in the first 3 games, actually Bob looked really good. Like, I think he actually had a really good first 3 set of games, especially the Cal game.
He's the best player on the team.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why your bans were so dedicated towards him coming into later drafts. Obviously, when you knew you could choke out those champions, and we're looking at, I think game 4 is the best one, right? Because once again the Ornn comes in. How are you feeling after you knew what the champions are going to ban out? Do you think he was going to pull out anything else? Are you worried about any other carries, or is it like, okay, this player's been handled now, what next?
I think we were more concerned about the fucking misfortune going into the 5th game, let alone like Barbarian was in the back of our minds, right? But I don't know, just banning his like the bigger ones because like a lot of his champions. Let's be honest, I am a tank connoisseur. I do not play if it's not a tank, I'm not playing it. So. If it's
when you hovered that Aurelia, I was excited and laughing.
So I tease it a bit, you know.
Is my Aurelia run rate 100% at the moment?
I just got some incriminating DMs.
That's why you picked it when he's 1-7.
Yeah, I did go 1-7. We still won the game there.
Oh my
No. He played it mid once too, and like popped off.
Yeah, against Villains.
Oh my god. I'm gonna move on to my next question, which is gonna go to the man who hovered the pick, Mr. Jaded. Absolute legend. I want to just ask about your vision control, because vision control was absolutely cracked that game, and I just want to ask, in terms of that, who leads that within the team? Because we always saw people moving together. It was never one person going and warding, which it seemed like the enemy team was doing quite a lot. Smiley was getting caught out by you guys a lot. You're always moving as a unit, and you're always able to choke out that vision.
Honestly, it was something that like really like in the last game, I spoke like quite a bit about like where I wanted to go and like what I wanted to do, and I was like talking about like basically once we basically we split map, right, and they're like red-blue side, right? So we knew that we'd always have like a man advantage in the red side if we went to ward, which is why I tried to get like loads of deep wards in there. And yeah, I just almost tried to contest it. Yeah.
No, brilliant. No, that's fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
I think this team managed to adapt really well. Like, we're so used to playing a one-dimensional playstyle that after 2 games of it not working, we were like, shit. Like, we actually have to do something. Like, when we all sat in call game 3, we were like, we actually have to like change the way we play. We can't just autopilot what we normally do, which is where like the vision control came into it. Like, people were like, yeah, we need to get vision control, but more importantly around mid, because like that's where they were mainly moving through, sort of in the river and stuff. They were always playing around the mid area, and then after that it was like we can't just like ooga booga it like we normally do. So it's why like the last 3 games is why we like focus more on bot lane, because we knew they were playing through top. The mid lane has just AFK in the turret, so that's why we all we adapted to go towards bot lane, because they were the only lane that was gankable and abusable. And I mean, somehow we managed to adapt mid game, which is really surprising. But yeah, it is what it is.
No, brilliant. Well, any other things you guys want to mention out before we do like regular shout outs and stuff? Or
Hishinshin's brothers not going to win Div 1 ever.
Boy.
Damn, man.
Oh my god. I've got one final question before we do send it to shout outs and stuff like that. I just want to ask, is the coach here? Have we got coach? Is
Drafter.
hello?
Yeah.
Drafter.
Yeah, I'm here.
Draft genius. So I mean, the team talked about adaptation and how they played. We saw a bit of an adaptation, kind of in terms of the draft. I know you started prioritizing MF later on and focusing more around bot lane. Was that decision something that was team wide? Was that literally the players just saying this guy's an inter when he's not on MF, or is that something that you noticed as an out of game factor?
Well, for anything to do with Game 4, was not me because I had to unfortunately go out. So I missed the draft of Game 4. But
That's their best draft, man.
Good job, boys. Good job, boys.
so that's all down to everyone else. But I do think that, I mean, everyone knows what their job is, and we know how they've shown to play. So it's not too difficult to just pull something together and try and work around their weaknesses while also playing to our strengths, which is something I think we are quite good at. We know how to play to our strengths. We know we don't tend to fall into the standard issue that people always play into their enemy's sort of strengths and try to stop the enemy team from doing what they want rather than playing to their own sort of comp and wing cons, which I believe is a big issue for a lot of teams in sort of VL and these lower elo sort of leagues. But I think we have a good understanding of how to do that. So generally speaking, as long as we're on picks, we know how to play. We should have a good idea of how we can win these games.
And you definitely managed to play around those picks that you know about so well. And I just want to say, just give you a chance to shout out anything. I know, Gekno, you spoke about how you're a multi-time winning championship, Div 1 champion, and I know your team's currently recruiting for players, aren't they? Did you want to do a shout out for that, or anything else?
Any ADC that wants to join and get a free win next split, message us. Like, I don't know.
Fair enough.
Any ADCs, just message. Obviously, we may tell you to fuck off, but you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you're decent, if you're like, okay.
So if you're not Jack.
Yeah.
Oh wow, poor
sorry,
guy.
Jack. But,
Getting flamed.
This isn't working out, bro.
Jack, just go to mid and you win Div 1. Sure. Like,
Easy. That's what all the players do. But any last shout outs for you guys when you send them off? Anyone else at all?
Yeah, dude. Shout out to all the needed boys.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was going to be more civil and just say shout out to the boys in this team. Like, the way we've actually played this split with limited practice. Like, we haven't actually practiced that much towards the end of the split. We've really been a bit shaky. Like,
there were also some interesting scrims.
Yeah, like we just, I don't know, man. Like, these boys made it happen again, right? Like, it was the same three from last play who won, and then obviously the bot lane that were brought in. Like, it's like these lads are like obviously the Dons, and then you got obviously the drafter, obviously, or coach if you want to call him that. And obviously he's stuck around for 2 splits now. That's like obviously pretty decent, and obviously like I think. I mean, just shout out for VL too, right? For hosting it and stuff. Like, we wouldn't all be here if it wasn't for VL and some of the staff team. But yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out you two for casting too.
Yeah, dude.
I have one final shout out, and it's to my homeboy Bry. He is a good friend of mine, so yeah, he deserves it in the next split.
That's very
Oh yeah, I got told that Bry has a bit of a cute arse.
Yeah.
So,
All right. That's a weird champ right there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna not comment on that any further, and I'm gonna send you guys away because I want to get to bed. So I'm gonna get Blaze to kick you all out of here, or you can record if you want.
GG's lads.
Yeah, good job. Thanks for coming, guys. We'll slowly get rid of you guys one by one. As we just culled the entire ECS team from the server. Yeah, just get rid of them all. But any last comments from you, Mr. Oak?
I'm just happy I got to cast 5 games. Like, normally, us casters, we do tend to complain when it goes to 5 games, but actually that was really fun. And obviously, it's a wonderful opportunity to cast Div 1 finals. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Obviously, I've been Oak. And finally, thanks for British Blaze once again. Shout outs to the streamers. They do the hard work. We sit here and talk for 5 hours. They got to sit here and listen for 5 hours. You know how hard that is? Yeah, exactly. So thank you so much for streaming the games.
And anyone that wants to get involved in VL Next Split, if you're watching and you're not already a player, do join the Discord, do post in the Looking for Team. You could even join Eclipse Luna and have Gekno as your manager, and maybe you could even win a tournament yourself one day. But that is going to be all from us at VL here tonight. I've been the Snow Spy. I've been joined by Mr. Oak. We have had British Blaze streaming for us, and it has been a wonderful time entertaining you guys this evening. And hopefully I'll see you again next split.
That was real cute.